Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
4 names we've already sent through to Gamers 8. Solar, Bjorn, Hero Marine, and Cyril. Now, here in day number 3 of Gamers Without Borders, we get an opportunity to send 4 more names on their way. And also, all the names that have been knocked out still have an opportunity next weekend down the line. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to Gamers Without Borders. My name's Kalaris, and here is the pre-show presented to you by Savvy Games Group to get things a-rolling. Joining me to my left-hand side, drum roll please, we have the Analysis Gentleman, we have Benny Boy, and we have Wardy Lad. Guys, it's an all-British cast once again. Yes, one for the Brits, because we need all the victories we can get. Ben, I'm excited for day number 3 here. We have got some banger matches to come.
Oh, no, we absolutely do. I'm thoroughly looking forward to see how some of these players do. You got some big weapons here in the lower bracket as well, like Dark is here. It's very not often, not frequent that you find him here in this kind of position. And you know, whoever goes up against him, I think it's Gumiho. I'm not looking forward to be in his shoes. But yeah, I think we're going to have some real cracking matches because so far the tournament's been packed with them.
I mean, Gumio was the only guy that was able to put up a bit of a fight yesterday. We saw 3-0s all over the place, apart from Gumiho that did take a map, but didn't quite able to push on in that upper bracket. Wardy, looking at how things shape up as well here. Any particular things you're excited for as we take a look at that upper bracket here for South Korea?
Well, you know, I'm a fan of Bjorn, so I'm happy that Bjorn made it through. And I did think that lately his TVTs looked good enough to make it through. So that's cool. I'm happy to see Solo there as well. But man, this lower bracket is just going to become an absolute, I mean, amazing set of games, really, right? It's going to be so freaking deadly. Hero versus Maru will be our second match a bit further down the line. I mean, these two always swing and hit each other hard when they play. So it's going to be a lot of fun there. And then honestly, Gumiho is the kind of player who I think can make it a bit crazy and a bit fun against someone like Dark. So I think for Korea, we've got an awesome set of matches to start the day off.
Nothing to shake a stick at. I'm excited for today here. As you say, we have some amazing matchups to come. But before we actually get to that, let's take a look back at how we actually got to this point in the tournament. And there you have it. Those are the highlights from yesterday. However, in terms of highlights, I think you could have taken one of those squeaky toy hammers and just had Solar hit Maru on the head with it, Ben, because Maru didn't look quite like Maru yesterday going up against Solar.
Sorry, that my screen went absolutely blank.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Hear the question.
That's fine. That's fine. I was saying that Maru didn't really look like Maru against Solar yesterday due to the builds he was bringing out and things like that.
No, I've got a slight echo as well. But yeah, Maru did not look like himself. Yeah. He was just... I really don't know. That first game, it felt like he gave his all. But then the next 2 games, he literally played kind of memey. Like that game, especially the 3 starport off the 2 gases, that was just really bad. And I know he's had these kind of moments where he's played against teammates before and played very suboptimal, but this was... I don't know. I'm just hoping that he was so confident to make it against Hero, which is so weird to say because I feel he's one of the most dangerous people you run into. But yeah, absolutely wild play. I hope that he plays a lot better today because that was very uncharacteristic of him.
I think we're going to see more characteristic Maru today. Let's see how this flows as we move on to the EPT bracket as well. Hero Marine and Serral are the players advancing here, Wardy, and I think we probably anticipated a little bit of a longer series between Oliveira and Hero Marine. It really did not go that way, though.
Yeah, Oliveira just didn't seem very locked in on the TVT. Just, you know, the choices weren't great. Just fights he completely misjudged. Hero Marine came in solid with a good game plan. You know, some double starport openings, which have been kind of around for a while. Special's done them for a long time, and they're kind of taking the world by storm right now. So just very solid stuff from Hero Marine. And if I had to pick a favorite from that top side of the bracket, I know Oliveira is the world champ, but I would have said Hero Marine to get through. Obviously, that sets us up for a pretty darn fun lower bracket. Especially love that kind of Rain or Showtime into Oliveira section. I think that's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I get exactly what you're saying, because Oliveira being the world champ, it does create this weird dynamic where if it was Maru being the world champ, you'd have been like, okay, no one's doubting him and stuff like that. However, Oliveira's in this weird place, this weird miasma of, okay, it was the dream run, but can it continue a tournament after tournament? And he does find himself down in the bottom here. He's going to be going up against Rainer or Showtime, and Special will be playing against either Lambo or Spirit here, Ben. So definitely a lot to come here for the EPT bracket.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, if you're any one of those players in that bottom section, it's rough, right? You got the world champion there, or Oliveira, waiting for Rainer or Showtime. I mean, that part of the bracket is definitely rougher than the other part.
Yeah,
you've got some of those players also just shining, like Special. That series against Rainer was really, really top level. So like, you can't truly count him out. If Spirit does make it, Special against Spirit, that's also one that I actually have no idea who I'd give the edge to, because they're both really good TVT players in their own right. You have to be if you're playing in Europe and you go up against Hero Marine as often as you do, as often as Spirit does. Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be interesting nonetheless.
All right, well, let's pull out those squeaky hammers once again and look at all these 3-0s that went back yesterday here at Gamers Without Borders. And there you have it. And after multiple attempts yesterday, we did get to speak to Hero Marine as well, which was definitely fun. And it's always great to speak to Hero Marine Wardy, because once you do speak to him, he doesn't stop. So actually, the interview was quite long by all standards.
James, honestly, you and Hero Marine yesterday had me cracking up, mate. It was so funny. First, you banish him off, and then Hero Marine's like, "I'm not done. I'm coming back. You will talk to me, James." And he made sure you would never get done for the day. It was something of beauty, honestly.
It was unreal. I was like a yo-yo. I was up and down. I'm like, okay, we're finishing. No, we're not. We're back to the. No, we're not. We're finishing. It was something special. Hopefully, maybe it doesn't happen today, but we'll see. Who knows in this crazy world of StarCraft. So let's take a look at the schedule for today as well, boys, because we have 6 games coming at you today. We'll have 4 best-of-5s, which are qualification rounds, and of course those 2 matches that are best-of-3 in the lower bracket here. Ben, if you had to pick one, what's your shining star for today?
I mean, it's got to be Maru Hero, hasn't it? Like, it really has. I mean, those two, they're absolutely fierce monsters, arguably the best of their respective races. I mean, Maru, greatest Terran of all time, but bar none, like bar none. Hero, he's been the shining light for everybody. I think there's also some to look forward to, like Rainer Showtime. Showtime's shown that he can duke it out with those Basilisk bros in Serral. Really took him to the edge there. And actually, all the matchups are really cool. But yeah, Maru Hero for me is the big dog.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you had to look at those elimination matches here, Wardy, as well, Spirit, Lambo, Rainer, Showtime, we've said it multiple times, but I think that Showtime probably did not expect to have to be in this position going up against Rainer in that first round.
Yeah, I mean, that's just absolutely brutal, right? That's so tough, especially when you have to play Serral first as well. Yeah, it's just almost not fair. Straight up, it's probably the two toughest players in Europe, so I think Showtime just got to, go for it, because to be fair, he did give Serral a really good run for his money.
Yeah.
And if you ask me who's the better in ZVP right now between Serral and Renault, I think I would say Serral. So, honestly, I could see Showtime doing it. If he can do that, I feel like he's in a very good position then.
I've just noticed you're wearing a Crash shirt. That's fantastic. Anyway, that's a slight tangent. Do like that a lot. Ben tried to show it off, but we came to me. We have got ourselves, of course, we're just waiting for Dark and Gumiho to get ready for this first match. So whilst we're doing that, let's play a game of Fact or Myth.
Well, APM is a bit of a myth in general, I would say. Like, you can be really fast and have high APM, but you also can be really slow and have a high APM. So, I don't know, it's a bit of a myth that the higher APM you have, the better you are. I've seen like Diamond players spam and not achieve anything and get like 400 APM. Yeah, congrats, you have 400 APM, but you're really not doing anything.
저는 그냥 어느 정도 수치까지만 좀 중요하다 생각하고 일정 수치를 넘어가면 별로 상관없다고 생각해요.
Actually, APM is not everything, because like there's some player plays with really low APMs, but I think you need a kind of like minimum APM at least like 200. If you're under the 200, it's like almost impossible to play.
그냥 테란 선수들만 재미 보고 좋아하고 이런 것 같아요. 뭐 토스나 저그 선수들은 피해만 보고 굉장히 좀 치즈를 안 좋아하지 않나 라는 생각을 합니다.
To be honest, personally, I'm lactose intolerant, so I'm not the biggest fan of cheese.
Yeah, you need like cheesy strategy, but like you can't play only with cheesy strategy. Like if you only play cheesy strategy, you can't become the best player. You can't win any tournament.
I mean, yeah, it's a bit of both. Like it maybe is to some extent, but then we also have some examples of not very high strategic minds that are doing good,
좀 그런 선수들도 있는데 근데 좀 그런 건 있는 것 같아요. 한국 선수들끼리 이제 만나면 뭐 해외 대회에서나 만나면 뒤풀이 때 이제 모든 경기가 다 끝나고 대회가 끝났는데도 스타트에 관련한 얘기를 많이 하는 것 같아요. 좀 그래서 다들 좀 스타트 중독이지 않나. 솔직히 이제 대회도 다 끝났으면 좀 자기 얘기를 할 법도 한데 술을 마시면서까지 스타트 얘기를
So yeah, I don't know. I don't think you gotta be too bright, to succeed. Okay, yeah, so the biggest myth I came across my career, I think, is that Koreans practice 12 hours a day. Maybe it used to be like that, but it definitely is not the case anymore. Those guys, I saw them, they're a little bit lazy. So yeah, calling out the Koreans on this one.
Okay, I like Reyna's gumption, but disregard everything else that we just saw, because the most handsome man in StarCraft 2 with that beautiful facial hair, Dark, you look like a villain that's going to tie my girl to train tracks. Give him a top hat. He's going to look fantastic. I cannot believe it looks even better than it used to, Wardy. It's brilliant.
I mean, yeah, I've never had that image myself, James, but now you mention, I guess, if anyone was going to tie your girlfriend to train tracks, yeah, why not Dark?
He's got his top hat, he's got some like 1920s music. It's a silent film. It's going to be great, twirling his mustache. Anyway, that was a slight tangent. I do apologize. Okay, we've got our first match coming up. It is going to be Dark versus Gumiho. The facial hair is not quite there in that picture, but in the video, oh my jeez Louise. Oh, he's fantastic. Okay, Ben, serious time. Dark versus Gumiho. Obviously, Gumiho, I think he's looked great during this bracket, and he really has been tested in every facet. He's had to now go up when he goes up against Dark, against every single race here. Great players in that as well. So what are we thinking coming in for Dark and Gumiho?
I mean, you can't go all serious on me, James, after that little segment. Like, now I'm imagining Dark with his little bowler hat on, you know, carrying barrels on and off the train. And after he's done that, he's carrying a girlfriend and tying her to some tracks.
Sorry,
but no. I think stylistically, this one's actually very, very hard for Gumiho. Like, Gumiho, I was thinking about it earlier. I was like, he is one of the more fluke GSL winners of all time. But it's like he played really well and he beat really good players. But it was like every player that he went up against, especially Sue in the final, it was a player that was exceptional, but stylistically it was very good for him, because Sue, as good and fast as he is when it came to like dealing with mech specifically and all the spellcasters, he was bad at it. Whereas Dark, I feel he's a guy that's got all the answers for that kind of stuff, and he's the guy that can really shut it down before it gets going as well if he wants to.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really hard player for Gumiho to go up against.
Wardy, your thoughts coming in?
Yeah, I gotta agree kind of with what Ben says. I think Gumiho has been very good at being creative and being very different in this matchup, but if there's one player he's very good at that, it's Dark, and Dark's so good at scrapping out games, and obviously Gumiho likes to kind of get into scrappy games too. Like, Gumiho's not the clean, macro, control the entire way through kind of player. He is, it's gonna be messy, it's gonna be grueling, and Dark's just so good in those situations. So I think on paper, I'd favor Dark. I'd say in recent form, I'd favor Dark. So yeah, but I think it's gonna be a fun series though, because definitely one of these matchups where Dark can kind of spice it and do anything. Gumiho can absolutely do a whole bunch of different things. So
yeah.
In terms of what we're gonna see, I think it'll be really fun.
And to be super fair to Gumiho, he did take out Hero in this tournament, which I would not put him as the favorite against whatsoever. So he has showcased that he's actually performing pretty good. And I think of like lots of people that came back from the army, like he's definitely been doing solid for himself. So who knows? And he has been to those upper echelons where he has won things like GSL. So, and I mean, this is a massive tournament. It's going to be a massive one.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is, as I've stated every single day, it's a great opportunity for Gumiho, currently teamless, to really kind of ramp up even just the practice schedule to make himself look as good as possible, Wardy, here, and potentially move on through. As you say, Dark is quite the combatant, though, to go up against in this scenario, to make a name for yourself against.
He is, but like, I mean, yeah, you take down Hero. The thing is, Gumiho is not someone I say can't take down Dark. He definitely can. Yeah. Just again at the highest level, when the stakes are at their highest as well, right? And this is a big qualifying match. That's when Dark turns it on. That's when he gets rid of these silly proxy hatches that he's been playing in online cups or testing out things. Like, he's going to come in seriously, and yeah, it's going to be a bit weird and wonky, but he's going to bring his best weird and his best wonky to absolutely make sure that he wins this series, because for him, it's a super good chance to qualify through. So I think all of that just hounds against Gumiho's chances, but that makes it for just a bit of a better underdog story, doesn't it?
It's just, it's so hard for Gumiho here, because, like, you know, we all know he likes mech and stuff, but mech requires those kind of greedy builds to get into it more often than not. And if you're playing against a guy that, you know, can do this random roach attack or like a baneling bust at any point, which we've seen him do, yeah, it's so scary for Gumiho in every way, shape and form. I can't emphasize enough how much of a like style discrepancy this is.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now time to head on over to the commentators to bring you this match. It will be an opportunity to qualify for Gamers 8. Let's head over to the commentators for all the action.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Mr. Pig. It's time for our very first qualifying match of the day. It's going to be a best-of-5 series between, well, some of my personal favorites. I mean, I don't want to be a biased commentator, but I love watching both Dark as well as Gumiho compete. And I mean, when they're playing against each other, I think we're going to get fireworks.
Absolutely. Strategic clash there. Unpredictable players, both of them, and always exciting to see how the cookie crumbles when you've got that very creative player that likes to be aggressive in Gumiho, but that works much better when your opponent's a little predictable, when you can put him in a box. I think the guys on the desk did a great job of really giving us a preview into this series, and what a map to start it out on. Down here at the bottom left of the biggest map in the entire pool, this is Dragon Kaiser Gaming's Dark.
And all the way in the opposite corner of Altitude, with the blue SCVs, we're looking at the main base of Gumiho. You know, Pig, I love in that interview that we just watched, right, that Dark is calling out the Terrans for being cheesy, right? He's saying, yo, only the Terran players, they like to cheese. Us Zerg players and the Protoss players out there, we like to play standard macro games, but it's always the Terran players that get cheesy. It's kind of ironic to me that it's Dark, of all people, who decides to make a call like that, right? Because Wardy already brought it up. He loves going for proxy hatcheries. I mean, bailing busts, Roach Ravager pushes. He'll skip link speed. He'll go quick lair. If there's a Zerg player at a high level out there that likes to play cheesy, I think everybody's thinking of Dark. Yet he's saying, nah, we don't cheese. It's just the Terrans.
I like that he pretends he's allied with Protoss in that. I'm pretty sure every top Protoss player thinks Dark is like the dirtiest guy ever. Like he's always pulling out these disgusting, sneaky strategies, catching them off guard with these like 1 in a million plays. So he's always a bit cheeky though, and I love it. Dark's not afraid to be a little bit facetious or a bit funny in his interviews. He's always been a confident lad that sometimes stirs people up a little bit, gets people either excited to cheer for him or to cheer against him. I mean, I think if this was a little bit more like wrestling, he'd probably actually be a heel for sure.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be a career switch at some point, man. It's going to be next decade. I can't wait, but... We've got ourselves a comment center first right here to start things off for Gumiho, and I gotta say I kind of like it. Even though Dark does like to play greedy and he does like to play quite cheesy, usually it'll come with like a roach push in this matchup, right? But on a map like this, you already brought it up, the rush distance on altitude, it's just a really large map. It just takes a long time to get your units across. So if you're gonna play a best of 5 series against Dark and you want to go for a command center first and you're playing altitude, I mean, I think it's a great way to start things off.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about the strategies because altitude is such an extreme map. As these series go on, obviously best of 5 maps will be played. 1 map vetoed for each player, which means they vetoed the most extreme maps. But despite that, the most favored maps will be picked game 1, game 2 by each player of their respective races. As it goes on, the maps are going to get more standard. But here on altitude, it's a huge map, which means Battle Mech does exceptionally well. Gumiho is an expert at mech. But if you know he's going to go mech, there is a very simple build that has an extremely high win rate versus Gumiho. That is, of course, the Queen Drop Roach Ling push, right? The German taxi. Sol has taken Gumiho out so many times with that because he's usually relying on like Banshees or something to defend him. You bring a few Queens across in an Overlord, morph an Overseer, and those Banshees suddenly can't do anything. Hellions get beaten by Roaches, checkmate, right? I think if Gumiho is really on his A game, he's either going to be preparing for something like that or just a big 1-1 Roach bust in the mid game. I actually think there's a very high likelihood Gumiho plays Bio this map, just for the surprise factor. I don't think he wants to be too predictable in this series, and I expect him to swap back and forth between styles.
We'll have to see exactly what he decides to go for here, as he's now just opening up with a relatively, well, standard build here, right? Very economically focused, so he wants to make sure that he can at the very least face off against the Zerg player without being forced to do a lot of damage. But there we have the tech left switch already, so... The nice thing about going for Banshees, I'm assuming it's going to be a Banshee. It starts off with a Viking at the very least, but he also does get Cloak. The nice thing about these Banshee starts is that they're also good at shutting down a lot of the Zerg early game aggression. And even though Dark is not going for anything, it seems, I mean, we haven't seen a Roach Warren. He hasn't cancelled his Zergling speed. He hasn't done anything wonky. Just a nice, safe way to start with, well, having a lot of economy on the back of it as well.
Yeah, such a quick third command center. And double gas goes up on the natural. It is going to be mech game 1. My prediction falls flat on its face. But you know what? It's actually a good matchup in that Dark, like you said, hasn't got quick gases or a Roach Horn. So no real push potential out of him. He doesn't have an early lair on the way. If he were to do something like that Queen Drop build, it might be hitting a little late. Still an option, but definitely one that's on the back foot. Whoa. Double armory, Gumiho? What? That is double armor, even getting an extra factory. That's crazy, Loco. That's so fast.
Yeah, this is a very cheeky little build. Normally, especially with Battle Mech, we see that armor upgrade prioritized quite a bit, right? Because the Cyclones, they don't really benefit from the attacks as much. But this is incredibly quick double armory, so I'm curious to see what he's going to do with it. I mean, the only thing that really makes sense, I guess, is a timing attack when 2 upgrades finish right at the same time, but... we'll have to see. He decides to go for a Raven as well. Like, in a way, this is very much so unexplored territory still, right? Even after 13 years of StarCraft 2, we've seen all of the varieties and all of the different flavors of Bio Terran time and time again, but this is very much so still up in the air. Now he's not starting up any upgrades, though. Okay, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, he'll be starting them now. I think it's going to be traditional mech. I don't think there's a reason to play Battle Mech and double upgrades at the same time. So I think we're going to see tanks pretty early, and that might prompt Dark to play Swarm Hosts, in which case that'll that'll push Gumiho to go into the Cyclones and the battle mech focus. So he is getting the mag field upgrade already and preparing for that, but I don't expect Gumiho to just full commit to Cyclones. If he does, I mean, color me surprised, because I'll just be like, if he builds more than 2 or 4 Cyclones without building a siege tank, this build is essentially, it's just so greedy. It's essentially him saying, I want to have a very fast 2-2, a very fast 3-3. I want my very late game to be powerful. This comes at a huge cost. He's been very wide open to any attack, and he continues to be wide open. He doesn't have any insurance, no Banshees, no siege tanks, nothing that can defend a fierce push from Dark. Luckily for him, Dark is droning up his 4th base and doesn't seem to have any intention to be aggressive just yet. I still, of course, am waiting to see, though, what can the Cyclones get done. I think the Raven there already getting some value, saving a few scans.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you. The fact that Dark has decided to not just make mass roach off of 66 workers here is gonna be really nice for Gumi, because he just won't have a lot of units, right? Like, if there were to be a +1/+1 roach speed timing attack, like the most standard push that we usually see from Zergs against this sort of unit composition, I think Gumi would be in a lot of trouble. He's going to have a lot of command centers, he's going to have great upgrades, but he's going to have like 12 units. And last time I checked, that doesn't do so well against like 40 roaches. That being said, though, got those drones at the 4th base, right? He's doing a lot of creep spread, he's going pathogen glands, Hydra Den. Dark is ready to play a late game as well, and I think this is going really nicely for Gumiho because of that greed.
Yeah, definitely. 1-1 upgrades already finishing here. The Hellion Raven continuing just to keep the creep in check. They're not going deep, not overcommitting. But Dark hasn't been able to throw a spanner in the works. And if you just let a player play this greedy into mech, man, I mean, look at that. 2 command centers building, so a 4th, 5th, and 6th command center starts up. He's already up on at least 5 factories. I believe a 4th and 5th are building add-ons right now. 2-2 starts up. The tanks are building. And Dark, of course, with a very quick hive. He's going to be going Vipers. I wonder, will we see a quick Ghost transition? As Vipers are just such a big problem for mech.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll see a lot of spellcasters coming out of the Zerg here soon, and you need something to deal with it. Oftentimes we see a combination of like Vikings and, well, sometimes Ghosts as well, but that's usually where Terran players are still a little experimentative, right? Like they're trying their best to figure out exactly when to make that transition, because it's difficult to make the call to go straight towards Ghosts, but you need something to address those spellcasters that Dark is definitely going for here. I mean, the hive is already finishing up. We're 8.5 minutes into the game. I think like 4 units have maybe gone down up to this point. Both players just playing a heavy macro game.
I mean, we always say that we see the most extreme games on big maps, right? It's either like really aggressive, someone's just trying to get the other player out of the game, or they're both being really greedy, right? Because it's such extreme greed on these maps. And here we go. Gumiho is just kind of like, hey, let's add transformation servos. Why not? I think he's already got Blue Flame as well. He does bring this drop home, surprisingly. A bit of an odd choice there. And the upgrades, of course, looking much better. Vipers popping out now. They're going to start gathering energy for those abducts. Dark has a healthy supply lead and no sign of a Ghost transition just yet. Definitely looking like a situation where, as good as Dark's tech is, I don't think Vipers alone are going to be game winners, Loco. Because even if you abduct a bunch of Cyclones, this is a 6 command center Terran, 7 command centers already. He's going to be able to replace them very quickly.
Dark's going for the Lurker Den together with the Nidus network, and that is the classic 1-2 punch where they try to get those Lurkers inside of the opponent's main base. If you can burrow them right on top of the production, it's really difficult for the Terran player to stop. And if you then hit at the same time as well with a big push right at the front, that can oftentimes be lethal. But, I mean, it is always something that takes a little bit of luck, right? At this level, from Gumiho, we should not expect that those Niduses are just going to go up uncontested. But we'll have to see exactly what his plan is. I mean, both players just happy to macro up here, right? I mean, the creep spread's looking pretty good as well, despite the fact that a lot of tumors did get shut down. And now finally, with the Viper energy available, there you go. We're gonna see some trades.
Oh, Raven even getting sniped. Great abducts there by Dark. And I think what's really interesting about this is it's not that surprising that Gumiho, a mech player, is choosing to defend. It's surprising that Dark is, right? The fact that Dark is only poking and prodding and nothing else. Now he throws a Lurker, a Nidus up in the main, which will be popping Lurkers out if he gets a chance. But that is going to be denied promptly. Gumiho now aware of this. We'll leave a Viking on that right side to deny future overseers. Here we go. Ducks on the front. Take out a tank. Hellbat drops on top of the Hydralisks. Oh, their close range splash damage doing big damage. Really nice move for Gumiho, and that's going to prompt him to counter push. He's going to come right across this map. It is equal upgrades, 2-2 versus 2-2, and Lurkers are morphing their range upgrades on the way, but Dark still has a lot of supply in Roaches. He's going to have to try to slow down this push.
Yeah, I love the addition of the Metavex in this particular army comp. It's not something we see all the time, but Gumiho is making it work. That being said, though, here he comes once again, dropping all of those blue flame Hellbats right on top of those very vulnerable Hydras that were trying to be guarded right there by the Roaches. And Gumiho is making a very dangerous move here. I mean, there should be a couple of Lurkers out at this point. There they are, harassing the 4th Command Center at the 12 o'clock.
Oh, he can repair that right now. The Lurkers aren't in range for their splash damage to take it out. Gumiho will keep that base up for now. He's going into Mass Thor Hellbat right now. And the thing is, that composition loses hard to Lurker Viper. He's got to be careful. I mean, Thors can shoot down the Vipers pretty well if your attack isn't on cooldown. The real trick here is Dark needs to engage with his ground army a little ahead of the Vipers to take the first Thor shots. Then the Vipers can get their spells off correctly. If the Vipers are in front of the army, they will get sniped.
Here we go once again. As soon as the Terran army's distracted on the left, the Zerg army's moving in on the right as well. And that's some really nice abductions, though. The Metavex, once again, coming in clutch. Really nice blinding cloud, though, forcing a lot of those Terran units to actually get within range of even the Hydras in the back. Now the command center itself will be targeted down, and this is gonna get destroyed.
Great moves here by Dark, doing a lot with a pretty basic army comp of Roach, Hydra, Zergling, but those Vipers added to it, just giving him so many opportunities. And I think Gumiho is feeling a little annoyed at how those last few fights went. Down to 62 workers, losing that command center, barely ahead in the units lost tab, making the slowest composition in the game is meant to give you good, efficient, effective fights. But now that he's shown his hand on the Hellbat drops, I don't know if that's going to be working too well, and yet he seems to be doggedly committing. More Thors, more Hellions, more Metavacs on the way. No Ghost transition in sight. Gumiho wants to make it or break it with this style.
Yeah, and that makes me a little concerned. It's not like he, Dark, that is, can just make one army here, right? I mean, Dark is on a good economy. He's got some money in the bank as well. He can remax very quickly. So as long as he's taking a fight on the Terran side of the map, which he's setting up right now, massive surround coming in from the right as well. Huge drop right here now from the Terran.
Massive Hellbat drops break through that southern flank. Dark's army, almost pure Hydralisk, getting routed. I was telling you guys, Lurkers are the counter to this army. Dark is trying to stay more mobile with the Hydras. He focuses down some Metavacs, great micro, but he gets punished for it. 7 Hydras go down to their Hellbats immediately. Beautiful maneuvers here by Gumiho, and the Hellbat drops paying off. More Lurkers trying to morph, but the thing is, he's doing it so late that now Gumiho is able to take up position down this ramp. Fantastic push power by Gumiho, who has a crazy stream of production. 3 Thors, 5 Hellions, 2 Metavacs coming across the map at a time. The Nidus Worm is exposed. That is a big wall of 3/3 Thors.
I don't see any Vipers anymore, Pig, and that is going to make this fight so much more difficult right here for Dark. There's those Lurkers, though, trying their very best to get into position. Apparently, the Hellbat drop will be used against that as well to just try and soak up as much damage as possible. Dark desperately trying to reinforce this with as many Roaches as he can. Will he be able to clean this up? A lot of those Terran units, they're very high in supply, but very low in HP. But so far, Dark is not jumping on the ones that are red.
Oh man, I don't know. Gumiho pulled this build straight out of 2018. This is absolutely sick. We haven't seen Hellbat drops in so long, but they're very difficult to deal with, and you need to make sure you've got plenty of splash damage, either Lurkers or Banelings, to cover you as they drop on top. And Dark just made that mistake. He was getting so many good fights of pushing across the map with just pure Hydra Viper, and we see that without anything else, Hydra Viper does not do well against Hellbat drops.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he didn't have like 10, maybe 10, 15 Lurkers or so with his main army, right? He was using the Lurkers exclusively for the counterattack up north, but he really needed something that had a little bit more staying power with his actual army there. So now Gumiho is finding himself in a really good position, but is it a game-winning one, right? He's been using this time as well to secure another command center on the right side of the map, but at the very least, Dark, for now, gets a little bit of room to breathe. He tries his very best to just have as much economy as possible, and he's gonna have to remax on as strong an army as he can as well. But Gumiho, right now, yeah, there you go, he finds the drones as well. He's feeling pretty good about this game.
If Dark was an ordinary Zerg, I'd say he's basically out of the game, but this is Dark we're talking about, the king of Ravager comebacks. He's got a big squad of Roach Ravager running down that right side of the map. He's going to try and make magic happen. The Ravager, a very cheap and accessible unit. Not that cheap, really, but definitely very accessible and very massable. Takes out a couple of libs there. One of the libs actually barely... not even dodging the biles, but Dark missing those a little bit. The Roach Ravager trying to find a bit of damage. Of course, his economy is lower than the Terrans. He needs to be exceptionally efficient. A Lurker gets caught. The Thors are going to cut off the retreat. Oh no, the Medivacs give such mobility to Gumiho.
I love the fact that he's flanking with Thors inside of Medivacs. There's no way for the Zerg army to run right now, though. He's trying to escape, but like you said, those Ravagers, they're not particularly cheap. He's gonna lose every single last one of them, and it's critical that Dark musters up a force once again. This is actually such a sick defense right here, man. If you're a Terran player out there, you don't want to transition towards Ghosts, highly recommend giving Blue Flame Hellbats a drop against the Zerg, because this is really, really working well here for Gumi.
Here we go. Siege Tank Planetary on the left side. Tank's going to get biled down. Mass Repair comes in, but the biles spread across those repairing SCVs. And Gumiho is going to be forced to counter push because this base will fall. Great attack for Dark. He's got a Lurker harassing on the right side as well. Getting lots of SCV kills. Hellbat's moving over to clean that one up. The army of Gumiho much slower to push, but oh, it is a lot of tank production he's got. The Roach Ravager starting to take heavy losses there. They are going to bile across the ramp, though. Do not want to lose your production here as Gumiho. On the other hand, how do you ever deal with this army? Yeah. Oh my lord, that's a lot of mech.
Yeah, the Roach Warren and the Lurker Den are also right exposed at the front of the natural. Gumiho feeling so confident right now. He's splitting up his army into 3 separate chunks. He is trying to win this game with the units that he's got, and he wants to defend at home with all of the reinforcements. As soon as the Zerg breaks the main base, maybe he's going to be in some trouble, but as long as the main base stays okay, I don't think that Gumiho can really give up this game anymore. There's so many units waiting inside of the main base too. Dark can't get in there, and he can't deal with his army.
If there was burrowed infestors, I would believe, Loco. Obviously, Neural Parasite, especially when all the command centers are either taken out or lifted, can bring you back. But just 6 Ravagers, 21 Roaches, it's going to be a tall ask. Half the army supply, a much more basic composition. And of course, the Terrans still can drop orbitals and mine mules like crazy. Gumiho is a bit gas-starved right now. And Dark's got to try to find a way to split this army up and pick it off piecemeal. Here we go. Hellbat's dropping to defend that. One siege tank falls. Another one goes down. Nice skirmishing tactics from Dark so far.
Yeah, he's trying to make the best of a rough situation, right? And he figured my best chance right here is to go for a full-on counterattack. This is, of course, an important tournament match, and he certainly wants to try his very best to obtain the victory. But if this was a ladder game, I'm fairly sure that Dark would already have GG'd out at this point, because there's just not really a whole lot that he can do. These Medivacs, man, they have been absolute gold. He's going to use them right now as well to regroup all of these units together. Dark still does have a pretty good fighting army over here. He's gonna get a siege tank. He's probably gonna get, oh, he loses a Ravager. But he's probably gonna get one of the Hellbats there too. It's just that, okay, maybe there's a very small chance if Gumiho decides to not land another command center and drop mules, because he is just sort of sitting on the army that he's got right now, and he's not trying to re-expand. That's the only thing that's throwing me off a little bit, but I think
he's looking a little paranoid there, isn't he, Loco? And I understand why. I mean, this is what Dark does. Even when he has pretty much no chance, well, like maybe 2% chance to win this game, and that's a pretty positive way of looking at things, I would say. But he's just making Gumiho go through the paces and work for it. Dark is so hard to put out of the game. Even when you've got him beat, it still takes so many punches to knock this man unconscious. He's such a powerful Zerg player. And look at that, just hit and run tactics. Picks off a few Hellbats, biles down a tank, wounds some other units. Hellions on the right side try to come in, aren't able to find anything just yet. Gumiho's army is deep in the red and orange now.
Yeah. I really don't like the fact that Gumi has not actually tried to re-expand. I mean, he's got a lot of command centers. He's just not really using them. He's trying to win the army, or he's trying to win the game with this army right here. But like you said, a lot of these units are very low HP. A couple more corrosive balls like the ones we've been seeing over the last few minutes. And there's a chance that Dark actually beats this force. He's got a new base up and running right now. He's going to be able to start making links again as well, it seems. He's just desperately trying to scramble up whatever army he's got. There's drones moving towards the top left-hand corner too. if Dark wins this, man, I am going to be so surprised. But Gumi is just not expending. He's not doing anything.
Yeah, no, he's just focusing on the army. He feels like Dark doesn't have any realistic tech or production or income on the map to really work with. So he feels, hey, as long as I micro my army correctly, that's how I win the game. If I'm looking away, I could lose a lot of army to Biles. But even when you're looking, you might lose a lot of army to Biles because you're playing Dark. The man is a wizard. He was at half the army supply a moment ago. He's building so much Roach Ravager, and there's now only a 15 army supply gap. What the heck? This is insane. He gets another Thor. Gumiho needs to get an expansion up. As you've been saying, Loco, those 3 Thors on the front line deep in the red. 2 of them go down. A medevac drops. 2 of the medevacs that had Thors in them went down there. The tanks are being broken. Oh my lord, Dark, you dirty genius. You were down and out in this game, dude. I feel like literally we got to the count of 10. He was unconscious. He springs up off the floor. His eyes are wide, focused, and somehow he is fighting back against Gumiho.
Yeah, I think Gumiho is regretting that he never retook any of the bases. He's been spending the money that he's got, but he just found out about the fact that that expansion he just killed from the Zerg wasn't the only mining base. There's another one over here in the top left-hand corner that's been uncontested for the better part of probably 5 minutes or so. He's been mining there for at least a little while, and it's been giving Dark a steady amount of income. Not a lot, but at the very least more than, well, the nothing that Gumiho has been getting here. He's now re-securing that expansion over at the third base, but this is all getting, well, very late in the game. Dark's just expanding everywhere, man. He's got the left side of the map taken right now, but he also is retaking that expansion that he just lost in the bottom right. There's not really a whole lot that Gumiho can do now that he's lost all of those low HP units of his.
Yeah, he could actually get wiped out on that third base. If Dark gathers up his Roach Ravager and goes, there's 1 tank and 1 Thor there. Yeah, it's only a handful of Roach Ravager, but he could take this out. Or 2 tanks, sorry. 2 tanks, 3 tanks actually, 1 damaged Liberator, but I mean, still the natural, this is just such a weird position for Gumiho. He's got some gas mining coming up again as well. Oh my lord, though. Dark, he's just doing the corners of the map. He's like, hey, as long as I'm mining from the corners, that's good. The SCV, Drilly Boy on scouting duty, spots them, and no doubt Hellions will be en route there. Dark realizes it's being spotted. You can see his armies moving down to that side of the map, and it's almost only Hellion production for Gumiho saying, look, if I keep roasting your drones, then my mules will win me this game, but I cannot let your economy keep going here. Gumiho starts to rebuild SCVs, and I love it. Banshees and Cloak on the way, so smart.
Yeah, beautiful spot right there by Dark, though. He sees that medevac coming in, so he knows there's going to be Blue Flame Hellbat drops here very soon. There's not a lot of anti-air for the Zerg, though, as in, well, maybe 1 Queen at best. So these Cloak Banshees, they can certainly be amazing, but I'm still a little flabbergasted by the fact that Gumiho was sitting on like 4, maybe even 5 orbital commands, and he just didn't do anything with them. He just, well, he was fighting with his main army, and then he ended up losing that army, despite the fact that that is where all of his attention was at. I think if he would have been mining all that time, he would have been in a significantly better spot in his game, but now he's up with his back against the wall. He's trying his best to... I think he's still in a winnable position right here, right? Like, this spot is still good for him, but it is so much more difficult than this needed to be.
Yeah, the Hellbat's coming forward. They take out a Roach. The Spine Crawler does pretty well there. Oh, the Spore Crawler just will not go down. He tries to re-drop it. Gumiho, though, I really feel we can see the trauma of past games where he's been in a base trade like this and he's looked away from his army and it's been wiped by an ambush. Oh, look at this nice Ravager move. There is another tank there, but dude, what a good trade for Dark. Takes out a bunch of tanks. And does he get the last one? Yes, he does. Spots the Banshee as well. Massive damage for Dark, who is up on 28 drones versus 23 SCVs. He's still struggling with the harassment. Tank Hellbat Thor push on the left side. Uh-oh, you got to be careful here, Gumiho. Gumiho tries to push with those units. They need to get back to the safety of the high ground. The Hellbats finally take out the Spore Crawler. That's a big move because the fact that Dark pulled his whole army away, now you can take out the mining here. This is massive. This is really big. Dark has so little money to work with. His army's so fragile. I got to say, if this was anyone but Dark, I mean, I think there's people watching you maybe don't play at that high of a level. You might not realize almost any other Zerg, these handful of Roach Ravager armies, they run into siege tanks once and they all just die. Like, they disappear so quickly. It's actually such a fragile force, but he seems to just have this great instinct for finding the weak points.
You are 100% correct, man. Dark shines in these sort of scenarios, right? He loves these chaotic games where he is... yeah, just playing a match that has never been played before in StarCraft 2. This is one of those unique games, and Dark is incredibly good at managing it. Now his main anti-air against Banshees is Corrosive Biles, which, really, again, should not work, but this is still a micro mistake away from being a win right now for the Zerg, who really was, I want to say, like 90% of the way out of this game. He's making the best of this situation right now. Gumiho, though, taking care of that base in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, suddenly, all of the Zerg is contained on the left side of the map, and that is going to make things a whole lot easier here for Gumi. But now the question is, when do you want to fight this? He loses a couple of different Hellbats here in the middle of the map. There are heavy hitters available right now for the Terran once again, but he is scared that he's going to make a move where, well, once again, the corrosive biles connect. He loses that army. He cannot re-expand here very easily, right, if he doesn't have the unit. So yeah, he's playing this as safe as he possibly can right now, but that also means Dark gets a lot of time to just expand himself.
Just for context for anyone, trying to hit air units with corrosive bile is like trying to shoot a sidearm at a plane at 5,000 feet. It's not going to work. It's really such a long shot. Comes in for some biles, but so many ravages going down. It feels like Gumiho finally stabilizes and gets this game. He was so far ahead, double the army supply for about 10 minutes, but Dark, he exhausts his opponents mentally, and even when he loses games, he defeats them mentally because they go, I know I was in a winning position so much earlier. Why couldn't I finish him? And this is how Dark builds a sort of undefeatable aura. You know, you just start to doubt yourself because it's like, how is it so difficult? Gumiho may be looking close to securing the win, but even now, Dark gets in on the mineral line, starts to take out the workers. The Banshees are going to make him pay a very big price for it, though.
Yeah, these Banshees should eventually win the game right here for Gumi. Unless he clumps them all up and gets caught by a bile, there's just nothing available to counter these Banshees other than a few Queens and then a couple of Spore Crawlers as well. But you're very right. Not every win counts the same, right? I mean, Dark, he probably realized that this game was mostly over literally 15 minutes ago. And he has been making the best of a very difficult game for a long time. And this is going to start hurting Gumiho mentally for sure. We're playing a best-of-5 series now. Every win is obviously great, but you got to think of the entire series now. There's still nothing to counter these Banshees, right? So I like the fact that Dark is here. He's trying his best, and he does get a bile down. That is a little bit surprising because there's not really that much else, you know, to look at after most of the other units end up going down there. But yeah, there's nothing really.
Dark has killed more air units with corrosive bile than any other player in the history of StarCraft. I've seen this man kill like triple digits of Zest's carriers during the Void Ray meta. Like, I literally think over 100 carriers Dark has killed with corrosive bile. The man's a savage, comes out with a lot of respect for how well he fought from behind. But at the end of the day, the guy who utilizes a very, very niche build, the Hellbat Drop Thor style of mech, Gumiho, super greedy opening, gets away with it and steers his way to a 1-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, that was so much closer than it needed to be. In the end, it's Gumi who obtains the victory, but he's got to be pinching himself right now as well, right? Like, did that really happen just now? Like, that game was over such a long time ago, and it just got so much closer than it absolutely needed to be. Brilliant game, though, right? I mean, this is an important win right here for Gumi. Sure, I think a lot of people going into this series would predict that Dark would be the favorite, but Gumiho is showing us he can toe-to-toe. He can go toe-to-toe with the very best.
Yeah, this is such a cool game to start us off today, and it might have been a couple of 3-0s yesterday, but I think today's going to be a much more action-packed day. Lots of fun. These Hellbat drops were really good, forcing those Hydras back. Hydras, normally their advantage is their range. This one was pretty big as well. I remember there was one moment where he was trying to kite backwards with the Hydras, snipe 2 medevacs, and I thought, oh, that's really good. He just snipes 2 medevacs and gets away. And then the other 3 medevacs unloaded, and we saw like 10 Hydras just instantly evaporate. And I was like, okay, that was not worth it at all. Massive, massive trades. Yeah, this was it, actually. Beautiful. Just so well done by Gumiho. And the Hellbats are so expendable. But this gives this really scary mobile nature to the army, and it punishes someone who's a bit too focused on Hydras and Vipers.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think this game would have looked very different there if Dark had a couple lurkers mixed in as well with his main army, right? When he first went across the map, he didn't have any lurkers. You brought it up right away. When he went across the map for the second, the third, the fourth, he still didn't have any lurkers with his main force. So he ended up, just falling behind in that department there. And it allowed Gumiho to go for a big push with all of those blue flame Hellbats. Really cool style.
Very cool indeed. I do wonder if we're going to see more mech. I think that was definitely an altitude special. I don't think Dark's going to sit back as much as he did that game in game 2 or game 3. I also don't think Gumiho is necessarily going to be, willing to just play that same style of mech, because I was saying at the start of the series, he likes to play mech. It's a big map that's great for mech. I think if he keeps doing that, we will probably see the Queen drop bust that I was talking about, that Solar has defeated with him with so many times in the past. But for now, this man's just getting warmed up. He made that one a nightmare for his opponent, and it is time for him to try and get a point on the board. In the top right side, Dragon Kaiser Gaming's Dark.
And down here in the bottom left of Royal Blood with the blue SCVs winning game number 1, but he had to fight for it. This is Gumiho. The good old Gumi God. Always coming up with his own styles and his own strategies. I mean, you already mentioned it, but he's been playing mech ever since before it was cool, right? He's been playing mech for like the better part of last decade. When everybody else was playing infantry-based armies, it's Gumiho who's been experimenting with very fun stuff. Now, there's a quick spawning pool coming up right here. No gas guys are taking those. So maybe this is Dark just trying to be safe. And if this is going to be a double barracks opener, he may very well be right.
Dark has been YOLOing a lot with roaches, especially against these double barracks builds. He does like to do the pool hatch gas right after the hatchery starts and then just go straight into Roach Warren and really put the pressure onto the Terran. His Roach micro is incredible, so wouldn't be surprising. Gumiho, I mean, add-ons are going to be on the outside of the wall in this spawn, but it's only 1 barracks. So This is actually fascinating. This is not the 2 barracks Reaper opening, which I really feel is past its use-by date. It's being used way too much. We did not see it look good yesterday. It's got to be something that I think lowers the percentage of games in which it's used. 6 Lings on the way. Having a wall off ready on the natural can be amazing against it. The problem is, if the add-ons on the outside, I'm not sure if they can snipe that down. I think it's going to be a pretty good wall off.
Yeah, I think Gumiho he's going to be all right here. As long as he catches those Zerglings, right? That's kind of important. Sometimes those Zerglings will take a weird route towards the other side of the map, and if, well, Gumiho doesn't see them, okay, he could be in a lot of trouble. Dark right there getting the heads up with the Overlord, and yeah, I think Gumiho should keep the Reaper at home. Yeah, it was super close.
Good instincts though, really good instincts. Gumiho playing super safe. He skipped the SCV scout this game, so he realizes pool first Ling pressure is always a threat, and he's just going to catch a few Zerglings for free before going across the map. Now, Gumiho is going to be on high alert because he knows that Dark often follows this opening up with a Roach Ravager push, and that means he's going to feel like he needs to get over there with that Reaper to scout. Yeah, he's expecting it. He thinks Roach Ravager is coming, even though it's not, because I would say 4 out of 5 times Dark's opened up with a pool first in the last week, it's been straight into a Roach shove. And as a result, Gumiho is already being like, oh god, get to Banshees, get the bunker up out front, survive!
No, you're very right. He will skip the Ling speed and just go straight into the Roach tech. So as soon as Gumiho sees that those Zerglings will get little wings, he's probably going to feel pretty good about himself. And he will likely salvage the bunker. That being said, though, this is not really a triple Rex opener a triple CC opener anymore for Gumi, as he's forced into that starport. So despite the fact that Dark didn't really get a lot of damage done, he still has a good opener in this particular game. Confusing his opponent a little bit, and he wants revenge right here for this one Overlord as well, as he's now adding on a lot of Lings.
Yeah, I don't think Dark's seen the bunker, maybe, as those Lings are going to go for a bit of a run by. I mean, you would expect the bunker to get sold here. There's no wall off on the natural.
Yeah, it's a little scary, isn't it?
At the same time, if you know it's a little scary, you keep the Hellions at home, right? No, he's got his Marines and Hellions both going across the map. Careful, Gumiho. This is a fragile situation, and Dark wants to get in there with those Zerglings. These two are the bravest Marines I've ever seen, running to the other side of the map to try and get an Overlord kill. They're going to go for the Queen, but the natural is open right now. There's Zerglings trying to get in there. The Overlord will go down. The Queens should be able to get out of there. The Lings have breached the wall.
Yeah, I think one of the depots must have been down, because as far as I can see, there's no hole in that wall, and this is going to deal a lot of damage. Even though a few Overlord kills are nice, this is way more damage that the Zerg player is dealing right now. Of course, he did have to invest in all of those Zerglings, so it's not like he has the best economy on the back of this yet. Unless Gumiho cleans this up very quickly. I mean, there's a lot of red HP SCVs there, but unless he cleans this up very quickly, he's going to fall very far behind.
Yeah, it's really good for Dark. Great move for him, and Gumiho's going to be a bit gutted because it's a build where he had the wall off up. You said there was no hole in the wall, but he must have had a depot down, then gone back and raised it a second too late. So a bit of a mistake for Gumiho, costing him at a crucial moment in this game. And now we see he's just desperately trying to rebuild that work account. Dark massively ahead, adding a Roach Warren himself. The Banshees and the Hellions going to see if they can find some drone kills. If you can take out 5 or 10 workers here, you do have some comeback potential. If you can't find that as Gumiho, remember what you said before, no third command center. There's no extra tech or anything. Like, he's got to do damage right now.
Yeah, I love that fourth Spore Crawler as well. Dark also recognizing exactly the situation that he's in. He added one right in between the natural and the third, so it's one of those locations where, there you go, he's going to be able to shut down the Banshee. There you go. Nicely done right there by the Zerg player. And, well, especially with the Hyperflight rotors, the Banshee speed upgrade coming up, that is not what Gumiho is looking for. He wants to keep these Banshees alive for as long as possible so he can start up the harassment, right? I mean, the third command center now has begun. If you're Gumiho in this game, things may look relatively safe from your point of view so far, but Dark is just outgrowing you at a very rapid pace. Pretty much already full 3-base saturation. Lara's going to finish up very soon as well. That means he can tech up to something that's going to be much better against those speedy Banshees too. I'm liking this game a lot here for the Zerg.
I am too, especially since Gumiho apparently is trying to go bio plus speed Banshees. That's not really a composition or a style that exists. So yeah, I'm questioning it. Gumiho, I guess, just gets 3 or 4 Banshees out and uses them for harassment. He's already behind those, so if he doesn't get a lot of value out of this, it's just going to put him further back in terms of where he is. Going into a second barracks, the third command center is now finished. Gumiho is looking to round out his 2-base production as his 3rd base finishes. Dark, on the other hand, is catapulting himself to a 4th base. All of his lair tech and upgrades starting up. Dark should be able to simply throw a hammer across the map and take him out. And what I love about this is that Dark did commit to quite a few Zerglings. You know, it's not a low commitment. And against the player who's already got the wall off on the natural, it's almost a kind of crazy commitment. As the Terran, Gumiho really just, it wasn't on his radar. He's like, well, there's no reason you'd try to do a Ling run by when you know I have a wall off. Dark's like, what's the bet he leaves the wall down? I know Gumiho likes to be aggressive. I know he likes to be the one pressuring. And in this situation, I actually think he won't be looking for this option. So many players are sitting there in a StarCraft game thinking about, you know, what's good for the situation. Dark is one step ahead. He's thinking about what his opponent thinks is good and bad, and then using that to inform his decisions to catch them off.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Those Zerglings there, in a lot of games, they wouldn't get much done. If you're doing that against like a Maru, it's very unlikely that the front door is open and you can actually get the Zerglings in, so it would be a bad investment. But Dark very much so playing the opponent rather than the matchup here, as he's making himself up for a big Road Ravager push accompanied by a Nidus network. And this is another one of those Dark games, right, where he's seen a lot of speed Banshees. He's like, okay, do I need any anti-air? I mean, maybe eventually, but I'll go for a Roach push first with some Zerglings for support, and then we'll see what's going on.
1-1 upgrades almost finished. The Spire on the way just in case he needs it. But I do feel like just throwing Roach Ravager at the wall, you're going to find a lot of it sticks. There's not much Gumiho has. I love the double factory. I think tank production is a good idea. Always smart in these scenarios to try something a little different. Maybe Dark sits back a bit too long, and you get there. But essentially for Gumiho, I think he needs to be mentally prepared to lift his 3rd and pull the SCVs away. Because if Dark chooses to commit to an attack, you just can't hold on.
Yeah, those Banshees are still nice because they can obviously shut down these small groups of Roaches pretty easily. Dark, I think, was considering going for an all-out assault. He's like, you know what? We're playing a big tournament match here. I'm 1-0 behind. I'll go for the safety approach instead. So he dropped down a Spire, probably as a safety precaution. But now he also went into the Infestation Pit. He'll use that to go towards a Hive here momentarily, I'm sure. And he's going for the Baneling Nest too. He's droning up. He's dotting all of his I's and crossing all of his T's, right? Making sure that he is 100% safe against practically anything that Gumi can throw at him. Now, Gumiho does have a very large amount of siege tanks already, more than we normally see with a bio army like this. Dark actually going for a round of Mutas. Okay, I like it.
I don't know if I do. I feel like Dark is lacking killer instinct here, Loco. I'm going to be a little critical and say, I think for any other player, your analysis on like, I like it doing, you know, you said you like him doing the safe thing. And I'm like, for anyone else, I agree. For Dark, I feel like this is where he just goes and kills his opponent almost always. And for me, it feels like this isn't how Dark normally plays. So I wonder just what's going on in his head, because game one already did not look like a standard Dark game at all. He's already almost maxed on roaches and drones. Now he's swapping back into Lingbane Muta. Well, how do you trade this composition? It's hard to find a trade. Why is he taking so long? He's giving Gumiho a pass potentially back in the game. Now, he's hidden the mutas, so I think they're going to do good damage because there's not that many Marines at home. But if Gumiho handles these mutas okay, he can get to late game. In a game where he was down at like half the supply, half the worker count, he was so far behind. But Dark seems to have misread his advantage. He is going to come with those mutas, though, see if he can find a bit of damage. Already a few SCVs are going down. No turrets are up right now. And Gumiho's going to have to scramble to make sure he doesn't take critical damage.
Yeah, luckily for him, he does have a couple reinforcing Marines here, trying to make the best of this, but I'm still liking this game a whole lot right here for Dark, although it would be nice to see him pushing at the same time with that maxed out army of his. Right now, he's just sort of sitting here, I guess, waiting for the Terran to maybe go for a big push across the map, or maybe for the Terran to try and take a fourth base. Here we go. That's that killer instinct you were talking about. It's certainly later than we would have expected it, but he's got a large army still.
SCVs need to get out of there. Gumiho should not be counter-pressuring at all right now. The Banelings are going to find the mineral line. Oh, a couple of big juicies in there. So many workers going down. There's some tanks in the back. You can see in the natural saves, 8 SCVs into a medevac. The command said it needs to get repaired. Gumiho's Marines on the other side of the map do get cleaned up by those Mutalisks. Great defense by Dark. And Gumiho, you know, I thought he might have a path back into the game, but at the end of the day, Dark was, of course, massively ahead after that Ling run by, and he ties up the series 1-1.
Yeah, nice game right there by the Zerg player for sure, but I'm with you, man. I kind of like the defensive style because that's what I would probably do myself in these games, but it does feel a little uncommon from somebody like Dark, right, who really likes getting an advantage early on and who then will pretty much always go for the killing move right away. As soon as he gets a chance to obtain the victory, it will usually take it. But in this particular game, he decided to give his opponent at least a small chance to crawl his way back into it, and that is a little uncommon from somebody like Dark.
Yeah, definitely a little confused, I think. Like, we almost were as well by the Speed Banshees. Like, he saw the extra barracks, but because there were Speed Banshees being annoying, I think he almost thought it was mech for a while, and it just took him a little while to process. Hey, it's bio, and okay, I want mutas for the Speed Banshees. I guess I swap back into Ling Bane because that meshes well with the mutas. And at the end of the day, I mean, it was just such a good Ling run by. They just ran right on in. And such a big problem when you don't have any units out. It's so funny because every Terran experiences, you know, Ling run bys as so easy to defend or so hard based on if their units have just popped out or not. Like, sometimes you've got 4 Hellions sitting there on the depot. They clean it up without you even looking at it. Other times, there's only units building, not a single fighting unit in your base, and your SCVs are all on their own.
So that evens up the score right here in this best of 5 series. Now, ultimately, this game was really tricky right here for Gumi because the front door was wide open when a bunch of Zerglings came across the map, right? It's really easy to, get too far down the strategic route, I suppose, and to talk about strategy all the time. But in the end, you need to keep your army, or you need to keep your economy rather alive so you can actually build an army.
It's easy to get in the mindset, Terran versus Zerg, especially if Zerg's being greedy and defensive, because they so often are. It's my job to put the pressure on them and take them out. But we all know that the expert Zerg players are waiting. They are always waiting for the Terran to misstep. And rather than just, throwing those Zerglings in, Dark waited for the Hellions and Marines to move across the map, and that was his moment. So he picked it well, picked it wisely. And he's showing some good diversity in his play. We also saw, I really wonder with Gumiho's strategy, was that the strategy he had planned for this map? Or did he kind of freeball it a little bit, freestyle it a little bit, once he found himself behind? Because Speed Banshees into bio, into 2 factory tank production, that felt like something that was quite reactive to the situation. We'll see. Either way, let's go into Gressman in the top left side of the map, representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming. Dark.
And his opponent down in the bottom right with the blue SCVs, he is Gumiho. Never really finding his groove in that previous game, right? Like you said, he seemed a little bit confused. I think he was reacting to what the Zerg player was doing, but I don't think his original plan was Speed Banshees with, then a transition towards bio into double factory siege tank production. I think that was mostly just him trying to get back into the game after seeing how the opening went. And, well, it didn't work out for him there, because if there's anybody good at playing those scrappy games, it's Dark.
You know, Dark was complaining about cheeses, right? So I'm wondering if there's going to be like 2-port BC. I know Gumiho is one of the best surprise battlecruiser rush players out there. He's done it a bunch of times to great success, but it feels like it got overused by not just him, but other players for a while around the time of Katowice and just before then, and like Home Story Cup and that sort of stuff late last year. So I think it's fallen out, but when something falls out of the meta, that becomes good again, right? The players aren't necessarily thinking about it. So there's this constant game of surprise in StarCraft. You know, the fog of war is just such a big factor. We get to see everything, and it's a very different experience to play as the actual player without limited info. That's what's so good about watching these players' streams as well when they're doing first-person view, because you get to see what it's like when you really just don't have anywhere near as much context. There's so much of you imagining what's happening in the map using good estimates, but you never know for sure if you're on the money or not.
Yeah, definitely. You can also kind of learn some of the tells that you wouldn't really consider yourself. Like, for example, seeing a depot in the wall off of the Terran's natural, it oftentimes means that there is, well, no quick third command center. Those little tells that they'll usually bring up during their streams where you know, you may get things that you wouldn't have normally considered yourself, little bits of scouting information, because you're very right, you're always dealing with a very limited amount of information, and it can be difficult to interpret exactly what's going on in a game. I mean, if you're countering battlecruisers and it turns out it's a 16 marine drop and you've got yourself like 12 queens and 18 spore crawlers, it's a situation to be in.
Not at all, mate. And oh, interesting. A second barracks coming up here for Gumiho off his command center first build. So barracks factory into a second barracks. Yeah, this seems like it could be a Hellbat timing with like stim, you know, like about 20 marine stim and some different interesting weird curves that could come about. Reaper is just on defense duty for now. Dark starts a very well-timed Zergling speed, and his Ling's going to come in for the scout. Can see that this orbital's already done, knowing that it is command center first.
Yeah, and that's always nice information to have in this particular matchup, although at this point there's really nothing that Dark can do about it anymore. There's the tech lab coming up that you were talking about. There's also a starport building, however, so we'll have to see if he decides to go for the switcheroo or if he indeed does decide to start up that Stimpeg upgrade here momentarily. We haven't really seen a lot of aggression coming out of Dark, so maybe he was actually... I mean, we had some aggression in the previous game, I suppose. There's the Stimpeg, but we haven't really seen anything super committed from our Zerg player yet. So maybe, you know what, he wasn't memeing in that interview we saw earlier. Maybe he actually doesn't feel like cheesing is the best way to play the big tournaments, but he just likes to do it in, well, the weekly cups that he participates in all the time.
I feel like Dark is like the cheesiest guy ever in those weekly cups. It's fascinating to watch because it feels like he's just thinking of things and doing them and having a crazy success rate with it as well. Engineering Bay already on the way for Gumiho. So it looks like he's going to go for a very fast +1 upgrade. This is definitely a Gumiho special. Hellions building 1 at a time, Marines 3 at a time. Stim is on the way. It's a very odd mix of units that he's got going.
Okay, so now, well, Dark sees a medevac and he sees a bunch of Marines. He doesn't really scout much, but that's one of those scouts that you can still get some information out of. Dark immediately starts up the Roach Warren here. He starts up mass Zergling production. And I actually quite like this for him, to be honest, even though he loses that Overlord and he doesn't see exactly what's going on. As long as he gets units out at the correct time, he should be okay. As this turns out to just be a little hit squad, mostly to snipe down a couple Overlords.
Yeah, pushing back the map vision, can also drop it in the main a little bit as well. He's going to join up these Hellions with the other medevac, Marines, and Stim on the way. Behind it, third command center and siege tank starting up. Gumiho's got a vicious little timing coming in. If he can get in there before the roaches are out, he'll be good. If Dark builds more drones, and he did just build 10 drones not long ago, that's actually really bad for Dark because he's only got a handful of Zerglings. 2 roaches only now starting up. Yet interestingly, Gumiho's going to go for the multi-prong. Wow, okay, so he's going to try and dive in the third with the Hellions, I believe, while the drop comes into the main. Here we go, let's see if it works.
Yeah, there's not really that many units available here for Dark just yet. He desperately starts up 2 roaches, but that's not really going to be enough. There's barely enough units available to deal with this in the main base, and at the same time, yeah, there go the Hellions in the picture-in-picture over at the third base.
Great response so far by Dark. He's only lost 3 drones in mining time. That could have been a lot worse. But the Spore Crawler, the Queens, they all buy him time. and Dark gets away with having basically nothing to defend. But he buys himself a moment. A few roaches are out, more in now.
Careful, careful, careful.
Oh!
Okay, he does grab a lot of those drones as they return to their post right here. And what started as an amazing defense right there for Dark, okay, it's now a bit of a disaster. 16
The Lings jumped up into the Marines as well. He just threw his Marines away as well as losing those drones, Loco. So I'm not sure what happened with Dark's control at that moment. That honestly seems like one of those things where it's like your mouse freezes or something. It was a very uncharacteristic mistake for Dark, but Gumiho was already in a good position. He pounces, and now he's in a massively amazing position. Roach speed's on the way. Dark's trying to recover his workers, but the next push is already coming through the middle.
Yeah, whenever I make mistakes, I always blame it on the mouse as well, Piggy. It's definitely the way to do it. But no, you're
I'm
right.
from Australia, so whenever I beat anyone, it's lag. So I hear you, mate.
There it is. Anyways, this next timing right here for Gumiho is gonna hit like an absolute truck, and yeah, Dark is not even gonna try. GG is cold, and Gumiho once more leads the series. He decided to return to the game. Look at him. He is killing whatever he can get.
Don't you hate it when your opponent leaves before you get to butcher their economy, mate? He's like, no, you can't deny my satisfaction. Continue game. I know you're not commanding the units anymore, but I'm still going to enjoy taking them out. Got to get that satisfaction, get that cathartic release at the end of the game there. And well deserved. Gumiho had a really cool build. I actually was kind of feeling bad for him that he didn't get more damage on the first wave. I was like, it's good, it's mining time. Spore Crawler, 3 drones. You know, it's not bad because he didn't really lose any units. So it was still good for him. But I felt like he caught Dark so off guard. It could have done a lot more. And just when we were saying Dark was kind of out of the woods, he let his drones just all get focused down. His roaches were kind of out of position. He ran his Lings into the Marines. It was kind of like a few things all went wrong at once for Dark. So look at this perfect defense, even though he's caught off guard. And don't get me wrong, he was being very greedy, you know, but really feel like the double Evo chamber coming up, the roaches were all coming out. He just needed to run those drones away. And instead, all the queens and roaches were up in the main base and just a little bit too slow to react. He looked so good up until that point, but it is what it is. He's down 1-2. I feel like if anyone can make a reversal happen from this situation, it's got to be Dark.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. He had those drones protected too, right? They were in the natural, and he wanted to get them back to mining as quickly as he possibly could. And, well, it turns out he should have waited another 10 seconds or so to the point that those Hellions disappeared. I do like the fact, though, that Gumiho was looking at that. He was ready to retreat. He was ready to go back home and set himself up for that next wave. And he's like, wait a second. I've got 3 drones. You've got stacked up drones. Or I've got 3 Hellions, rather. You've got stacked up drones. I'll try my hand at sniping a couple of those bad boys. And, well, he ended up getting quite a few. And that means we make ourselves to a Babylon, which is game number 4 with a lead for Gumiho. But spotting right here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have Dark.
His opponent in the top left side of the map, the Terran Mastermind, it's Gumiho. We were talking about Gumiho's successes in that last game, Loco, and it's kind of cool to think about it that when Gumiho did get that GSL championship 5-6 years ago, battle cruisers are what he used to take out Su. And they were the old battle cruiser. They couldn't move and shoot. Their attack point was way lower as well, which is like a weird stat that makes them basically just shoot slower. So it's kind of funny to think Gumiho was teleporting in a much worse version of the battle cruiser to 3-4 bases at once, like, 6 years ago, winning GSL tournaments with it. He's always been at the cutting edge of unique builds, and we saw it in that last game where, like, the Hellions building one at a time, the Stim, the Metavacs, just really cute creative timings, and also making it hard for Dark to figure out what he's up to in these games. It's been a really good mix of bio, mech, bio, oddball mixes of the two as well, where you get Speed Banshees that looks like a mech play, but then you go back into bio. I really like the way he's keeping Dark guessing.
100%. Yeah, we've got the so-called established standard, right? The meta that we call it usually. Gumiho likes to play it a little bit differently. He likes to mix things up a bit and go for his own strategies, and that is what is making this so difficult for Dark. Dark has not really... He can't have a lot of practice against these weird build orders that Gumiho is throwing at him, right? And it's difficult to react. Now, if anybody is capable of doing it, I do think, Dark would be the one who can defend against that shenanigans of Gumi here, but he's constantly guessing. And we had a really quick gas geyser here for Gumi this time around, so he's following it up with a good old factory.
Yeah, that could just be to get some faster tech out. A very quick 4 Hellion dive is one of the most popular things to do off a gas first opening. You just kind of get those Hellions in the moment they pop and see what damage you can do. For now, he's being very defensive with his Reaper. Gumiho, you know, he's not been SCV scouting this series. So if this goes to a game 5, if Dark wins this game, he could be a wild man and just bust out a 1-base Ravager all in. Simply because, like, it's such a gamble, but if you every game don't SCV scout, you do leave yourself wide open.
No, you're definitely right. It's one of those builds that loses against the scout, but if nobody is scouting, well, you may as well give it a try. And Dark is certainly not crazy. You know, he's certainly the kind of crazy Zerg who will be happy to throw that out in a game 5 of a best of 5 series. I would not be too surprised, but so far he's once again opening up with a normal macro build. Generally, if we're going to see a Roach push, the absolutely latest that we're going to see a Roach Warren would be at like 3:30 or so. Maybe a little later than that, but it's a quick Cyclone right here for Gumi. Okay, are we going Overlord hunting again?
Yeah, absolutely right. The Cyclone is all about locking onto Overlords and shutting them down. Could maybe get a Queen if you're lucky. And I imagine the factory will probably swap back and go into Hellions after that.
I thought for a second he had cancelled link speed right there, but Dark certainly is a little late in that upgrade. That's going to make the defense here quite tricky.
Yeah, Dark has been so greedy with like putting back on gas super late lately, just so mineral focused, and he's like, oh yeah, if I can get another drone or two earlier and delay link speed, I'll get away with it, because it's so rare for players to do the Hellion dive anymore, and Dark's definitely been quite risky on that as a result, trying to capitalize on the Terran's habits. But a nice first Overlord snipe. Stim is on the way behind. It looks like Gumiho wants to stick with Bio player. I wonder if Dark's going to go back to Ling Bane. I mean, with link speed on the way, it looks like it's highly likely. But he's been opting for the safety Roach Warren in all of the games so far. This might be the first one where he just goes straight Zerglings.
Okay, so Cyclone's not a unit we usually see in this matchup this early on. Usually the mid game is where those units come out, but you know what? The Medevac providing the vision right there that the Cyclone needs, and the Marines get to just sort of observe this battle from the plane. They got specialty seats right there in the Medevac. But for now, though.
Yep, let's hope it stays that way. It's not fun to get dropped onto creep and told to attack the infestation. It's basically the worst exterminator job you could possibly get.
Get your boots dirty as well. Wouldn't want that with your brand new Marine suit, man. These Marines just put on their new boots and wouldn't want to get them dirty.
Might be the least of their worries, but definitely I'm sure there is one, you know, Billy Bob III Marine sitting there in that medevac worried about his boots and being shiny. He listened to everything the drill sergeant said back in barracks school, and here we go. He's going to be coming in for another drop on the edge, looking for yet another Overlord. Roach Warren is still coming in, so it feels like Roach play just seems to be like, Dark's like, hey, this guy plays mech a lot. He does weird builds. Roaches aren't bad versus Bio either, so let's play Roach every game. And he'll probably be looking to swap back into Zergling Baneling after the 1-1 upgrades. You know, +1 range and then go for the melee after that. It's been what he's kind of just feels comfortable with. It feels like he can't really die to any sort of surprise maneuvers, or shouldn't. That last game being the exception. And Gumiho's been quite greedy behind this opening pressure. He's got a lot of SCV production. The upgrades are significantly ahead for Gumiho. But of course, Dark has a very healthy Zerg economy, up 20 workers already.
Yeah, Dark actually doubling down on the Roach tech, it seems, as he starts up the +1 missile. Dark seems to be one of the few Zergs who does like to transition from Roach Ravager into Ling Bane eventually, but then it's usually that melee upgrade rather early. Maybe Dark wants to stick around on this tech for a little while longer. He's got a group of Zerglings. Obviously for Gumi, he can't really tell. So he can't really know exactly what he's playing against yet at this point in the game. I mean, you've seen a Roach Warren, but that doesn't really tell you the full story. Gumi is gonna go for an attack over here, but yeah, if Dark wants to go for a full-on push, he'll probably stop droning here very soon and just hold down the Roach button. And that's actually what he's doing is, well, yeah, he starts up 4 Overlords as well.
All right, Armory is coming in as well. Combat Shield's almost finished. Infestation Pit has started up right now for Dark. That 4th base looking like it's in trouble, but no, he's quick enough. He should be able to save that. The Corrosive Bile's forcing the Marines back. Want to focus down a few of these units. The Ravager Cocoon has a lot of armor, though. It refuses to die.
Yeah, I like that Gumiho was targeting it down, and Dark was like, yo, I'll help you out with a bile myself. I think it was Dark ended up killing the one Cocoon there. The hero Cyclone from earlier still going to town, locking on just for a moment as well on the Ravager there, but it is going to be driving all the way back.
Gumiho really needs to turtle up and just build towards, if he wants to do a push, it has to be when he's almost maxed. Dark is playing this style with a quick hive, Baneling Nest. He's going to swap back into melee upgrades momentarily, and there is a window when you're maxed. Right now, though, Dark is pretty strong against a push. He doesn't have that many Ravages. Maybe Gumiho can find something. The thing is, if this attack doesn't work well for Gumiho and he loses his siege tanks, he's way behind in this game.
Yeah, and Dark has a very nice timing against this as well, right? He just finished up the Roach 1-1 upgrades. He's also got the Roach speed finished. So this is a scary amount of Zerg here. If Gumi ends up losing the tanks, he is going to have a lot of Roaches and Ravagers knocking at his front door. The siege tanks in the back, though, I do like the position right here, but they're completely exposed. There's no units reinforcing this at all, so Dark just snipes them in a heartbeat, and I think Dark is going to go on the offensive. I mean, he's looked a little passive so far in this series, but if this was Dark playing a standard weekly cup and not qualifying for a massive tournament, he would certainly go for an attack, and I think that's what he does here today as well. I think that's the right call.
Yeah, that attack just gifted it to him, I think. Gumiho, by moving in there, he scanned, so he saw how much Roach Ravager there was, but he just misjudged the numbers. He thought, oh yeah, I think I can take a fight here, and it was like, no, he should have been unsieging, boosting home immediately. Nice counter drop. He is going to get a handful of drones here, but that only matters if it pulls the army home or if he can defend the attack, and I don't think he can. Here we go. Lots of Roach Ravager Zergling coming in. Fourth command center is basically a freebie. There's only one medevac to heal these Stim Marines. Gumiho just trying to buy time, get more siege tanks, more Marines down here on this low ground. Losing those 2 tanks, you can really see how painful that is. If he had 2 more siege tanks here, Dark can't push in, but as it is, Dark knows he's got the numbers advantage. Ling's flanking the siege tanks from the bottom. A massive victory for Dark if he can break the position, but that choke point between the factory looking pretty tight. He doesn't take out either of the siege tanks. Dark with a bit of a slip up. He still kills a lot of workers, but I thought that was going to be a game-ending maneuver. Gumiho barely manages to hold.
Yeah, Gumi going for the second factory nice and early once again, and that's ultimately what is allowing him to defend here. Well, that plus the fact that Dark, softened up a lot of the siege tanks, but didn't actually kill that many. Still, though, he had to pay the price. 17 SCVs ended up going down. This is a decent economy available right now for Gumi, but it's nothing great. He starts up 3-3, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be his bet, or his best bet, rather. Just a full-on assault as soon as he is maxed out on units as well as on upgrades. He decides to tiptoe to the creep once again. I mean, Baneling speed is finishing up here, and it's actually just done, I think. Yeah, it must have just finished up. Either that or Dark canceled it, but I would be very surprised. No, he's got the roly-poly upgrade finished, and pushing on to creep with those, rolling Banelings, it's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I don't think any have morphed just yet, so I don't mind a bit of a trade out here, but he's got to be very careful. And the Queen's in the main in the picture-in-picture there, sniped down the medevac, and the Marines do get cleaned up. Gumiho's got to be careful about this. He doesn't want to throw too much army away because he's got to build towards that big maxed out 3-3 push that you were talking about. He's not really ready yet. I think he's trying to set up for it and create an opening in the creep, but he's so low on numbers that Dark actually could just flank that army and win the game right now.
Yeah.
Dark might not realize it, but Gumiho's army, I mean, he's playing with fire by being out on the map.
He never repaired that siege tank in the front either, which I don't really like too much. But now there's already Vipers available too. Dark doesn't really need to jump on this, but I'm with you. He probably could if he really wanted to. He has, however, got Adrenal Glands coming up. That is about a 40% attack speed improvement for Zerglings, which is fantastic. So I don't really mind him sitting back here for a little bit longer, inviting this Terran army on creep. But he does decide to pounce on top of this. Vipers, coming from the back as well. They're not even needed, man. There's just such a large Zerg army. There's the Parasitic Bomb on the Medevacs as well, shutting a lot of them down. And on the back it is, Dark has just got more and more Zerglings coming to reinforce this. They're gonna have their upgrades available. And yeah, Gumiho's army just got shut down. I think that was his one chance in this game, but Dark defended that brilliantly.
Yeah, this is why there is a fundamental rule with Roach Ravager. It's very good at defending. Picking your attack timing is perfect. You know, you've got to be perfect with it. And I think Gumiho's first attack falling flat, losing those tanks, put him in a hard position. The fact that the supply is as even as it is and that he kept any position in the middle of the map is very impressive to me. But he doesn't have an answer to the Vipers. They're going to gather more energy And Blinding Cloud round 2 is going to be coming in. Gumiho feels like, hey, I've got 3-3. Maybe I can do something. Yeah, I mean, 3-3 versus 2-2 is amazing. But it's going to be a stretch. He's floating his command center to the top of the map. Gumiho is basically digging for mistakes. Dark did it in game 1, right? Staying in a dead position, but just staying in the game, making his opponent work for it. Gumiho's doing that right now. He might only have a couple of percentage points of winning the game, but that's all you need. He's going to make Dark work for it just as hard as he had to. Dark does look like he's getting ready for the fight.
Yeah, this is a little dangerous though, because he would be fighting straight into sieged up tanks. I mean, he's considering it, but I wouldn't mind a full-on counterattack towards the north instead. But he does decide to jump straight on top of this Terran army. Zerglings in the back, parasitic bombs going down as well. No blinding clouds, no abductions just yet. Is there enough though for the Zerg player to push through all of this? I don't think I like this engagement here for the Zerg player very much at all. You brought it up, man. Dark was in a similar situation in game number 1. Now it's Gumiho ready to strike back.
Yeah, he's making this way closer than I think it should be, but well played by Gumiho. That position in the middle was great, and as you said, it was all parasitic bombs. It should have been blinding clouds to take care of the siege tanks. Now the Vipers, I don't know where they are. They're probably gathering energy in the back. They're going to come back for round 2, but they're a little bit behind the army. The bio cleaning up these Zerglings. +3 carapace kicks in only now. Partway through the battle, the Marines butchering the +2 armor Zerglings. Now the upgrades kick in, but Dark's army's already mostly gone.
Vipers very far forward. I don't think they should be here. Reinforcing Zerg units, though, are popping out of the cocoons, and he might have enough, just barely, to push back this Terran army. Gumiho now has the 4th base up and running too, by the way, on the back of this, which is super critical, so he can sustain this. Beautiful splits right here by our Terran player as well. I thought he was down and out, but Dark doesn't have creep here, and he just can't fight this. Now he's morphing in Banelings. Okay, that's a really, really tempting offer right there for the Terran, but he's forced to go back because of the Zerglings coming in from the 6 o'clock.
I think Gumiho needs to pull back. That's an overcommitment. Parasitic Bomb's going to clean up the medevacs with the Queens. And this was a very desperate situation. Remember, it's not a 4th base on the top. It's actually just his main that's floated down. So right. Gumiho doesn't really have a lot of production to back this up. His economy, it's okay. And it's definitely great utilization of that Terran mechanic. But I would have loved to see him just pull back, gather up, and then push one more time. But Dark did a great job of holding on. He's got a nice creep on the bottom side of the map, a little bit of a creep highway heading down on that south side, keeping that bottom base alive. And 5 bases healthily mining versus just 3 base economy. Yeah, there's a fresh base for Gumiho, so we can definitely sustain one more push. But it feels like the Ravagers surviving and the Vipers surviving in a lot of the battles does give him the ability to keep doing this over and over again. With 4 more Vipers coming in, they're going to get guaranteed value with Parasitic Bomb taking out medevacs and Blinding Cloud and Abduct taking out the siege tanks.
Very good game so far for Dark, but also an impressive one right here by Gumi, making a good game out of a very desperate situation. Okay, he's trying to remax once again. You can see right there in the units lost tab in the top left-hand corner of your screens exactly how well those trades have been going. So even though Gumi's economy isn't as good as Dark's, it's not even remotely as good as Dark's, he has been trading a little bit more efficiently, and that does justify at least some of these engagements. The thing is, though, he hasn't done crippling amounts of damage, right? Dark really should respread some of that creep in the center of the map, the one right outside of his 3rd base. It's kind of empty. Yeah, he's got some tumors in that area as well, so I'd love to see those moving forward, because I think that's going to be the main attack path that Gumiho will choose once again when he's maxed out. But yeah, there's just not enough Terran economy, right? He can't really make a transition towards anything better.
Oh, and he's wide open to run bys as well. Nice biles on the siege tank there. Gumiho doesn't have any planetaries on a single base, so he's in big trouble if a single Zergling or Baneling run by hits him. That's why a large portion of his army is actually in the north of the map, because he expects Dark to go there. Because of that, he can't really stand and fight here. Those Marines need to get away from the Banelings. Great blinding clouds from Dark. Dark's going to try to shove in the blinding clouds everywhere. 4 Vipers put more blinding clouds on top of that army than I think I've ever seen in one location.
Rapid fire blinding cloud, man.
Oh my gosh. You know, it was like, yeah, he thought they were force fields or something. They were everywhere. The bio moved back, got another blinding cloud, but losing the SCVs in the top. We knew Gumiho was in a fragile position, and Dark shows us just how fragile. He had the room to get those Vipers. He takes out all the economy in the north. He may lose this hatchery in the bottom, but it's not the most important. And when he remaxes back on Zergling, Baneling, he'll be good. That being said, I think Dark might have a lava shortage right now.
Yeah.
Because he's got a lot of money in the bank.
He's got 8 larvae available. I wouldn't mind seeing something like an Ultra Caravan, you know? I always like to go for an Ultra Caravan in these scenarios. Yeah, there you go. Dark's thinking the same thing. Because, yeah, the worst thing, like this game, it's basically a win, but the worst thing that can happen is that you've got a lot of money in the bank, you've got a superior economy, but no way to spend it. The Zerglings are very mineral cheap. They're, well, free in gas, but they obviously do cost quite a bit of larva, which in a way is a third mechanic right there for Zerg. But anyways, he's trying to just deal as much damage as possible, and I think this is forcing Gumiho to make himself up for one final attack, right? I mean, what else has he got going for himself in this game?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been kind of doing that a few times in a row. He's hanging in there, and part of it is the longer you hang in, the more chance your opponent chucks a Zerg. Chucking a Zerg, of course, the famous maneuver where you find your opponent's best defensive position and headbutt your army into it and throw it away. Every Zerg's done it a few times versus Terran because, you know, they just don't have the same information, and the defender's advantage is good for Terran, but it's going to be hard to make Dark make that mistake. He's burrowing Zerglings around behind all the bases, forcing extra scans out. He's got so much economy. Double the work account. Chitinous plating is on the way, as well as those Ultralisks that you were calling for. Burrowed Banelings, and 6 of them. Almost take out Marauders.
He was a little late right there. He could have certainly gotten a lot more of those Terran units, and that may have actually forced out the GG. Wouldn't have been surprised. But Gumiho ends up not trading too poorly here. He once again is inviting the Zerg player off creep. He's like, come on, bro. Come play off creep. But that is the one move that I don't think Dark should make. He actually ends up losing the base again. Zergling counterattack, though, on the other side of the map. Deals a lot of damage.
Oh, you don't really want to attack around that corner. Good pullback for Dark, but getting damage on the other side of the map as well. Gumiho is trading so well versus these Banelings, but I think when the Ultras come out, we are going to see a vicious turn. Chitinous plating done in 10 seconds. With that chitinous plating, no doubt the Ultras will look for the attack. There's an army in the south of the map. Actually, he's going to go and backstab his Dark, sending a ton of Zerglings over to this base. There's not a lot of bio there to defend, and I think that's going to seal the deal. The Lings even unburrow from behind at the same time. From beneath you, they devour, and in comes Dark for what looks like a finishing blow. Gumiho actually going to try and commit, and yeah, that'll prompt him to run into Banelings.
Well, this is still a pretty decently sized Terran army, though. I don't think Dark really has quite enough to deal with all of it. He's going to try and split to the best of his abilities. Knock down the rocks. Not a move we normally see, and he's actually going to split off the Terran army. Brilliant fight right there once again by Dark, who's just waiting for, well, the rest of his army, I think, to come back home. A couple more Ultras here would be fantastic. He's cleaned up the Terran's economy on the other side of the map, and Dark is now also cleaning up his opponent's army, and that is going to seal the deal. But honestly, still an incredibly impressive game right there from Gumiho. It reminds me a lot of our first game on Altitude, right? It got very close once again. Gumiho tried clawing his way back into this match. That now means we're gonna get a map number 5 between these two.
Heck yeah, great way to start the day. So exciting. I'm really loving it. There's a little bit of me that's like, if only Gumiho didn't commit to that first tank push, because, you know, we were saying, like, when it's Roach Ravager, it's sometimes a push like that works, but I'd say it's the most dangerous sort of attack that you ever go for. And the moment he scanned and saw the amount of Roach Ravager here, which he saw about 5-10 seconds before this happened.
Should have backed off, right?
Backed up, unsiege the tanks, pick him up in the medevacs, get out of there, and then you don't lose this 4th command center. You know, you can defend your 3rd. You're looking in much better shape. Instead, Gumiho was basically hamstrung from the start, and then showed all these excellent moves. And it always pains me a little bit when a player like Gumiho is definitely a big underdog here, is having such a good series, and he plays so well, but it's in the game where he's already so far behind, where I'm like, if you're in an even game, these would be winning moves.
Your classic anime protagonist right here, man. He powers up after he falls behind. Why not just power up right from the start? It's like the right call to make, but yeah. Brilliant game right here, though, from both players. In the end, it's Dark who obtains the victory. I'm actually not sure who's going to end up taking this. I'm still sort of feeling Dark, just like I said at the very beginning of this series, but Gumiho is showing us that he is S tier, right? He's looking very strong. I would love to see a more aggressive build coming out of Dark. Wouldn't be surprised if he decides to go for something absolutely insane. Now, is it going to be a Ravager build, though? You were talking about a Ravager build if he would have won this particular map. Well, he's won it now. There hasn't been an SCV scout throughout this series, if I'm not mistaken, so there certainly is a chance, but is Dark crazy enough to go for something like that, though?
proxy 14 hatch, 14, 14 pool, 14 double gas. The everything on 14 build would be a killer against basically what Gumiho's done in all these games. But Gumiho is very smart, and I think he might just SCV scout in one of these final games. So I'm also curious what map it is. I think it might be like Neo Humanity or something like that. So I just can't wait to see like what the strategies are. Is Dark going to just throw another Zergling run by and get an easy victory like he did in game 3? Get some Lings in. Dark's very good at having a close hard fought series and then just catching his opponent off guard with one big sneaky move. It is indeed Neo Humanity, and down here in the bottom right side, he's a bit of a trickster sometimes. He's fighting hard to get back in this series today. It's Dragon Kaiser Gaming's Dark.
And even though Dark is a trickster, his opponent in the top left, a man who's been pulling out all the crazy builds with the blue SCVs, he is Gumiho. Quick gas once again.
Yeah, with that low ground wall off. So similar to some of those earlier games, I do like this kind of variation from Gumiho. And I really wonder what happens if it runs into the pool first, roach pressure, which he was preparing for on Royal Blood, and then the Link speed got him. But it's going to be a hatch first for Dark, so we don't get to figure out what goes on in that regard. Nice barracks placement. I think this is really cool. Gumiho's clearly played this so much. He wants that reactor to be really safe, and that's why he's building that barracks up there. The factory, the second structure, he can build in the more exposed location.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if he decides to go for some more aggression here to start things off. Sometimes Terran players like to go for this build just to wall the natural. Just play a regular macro game on the back of this. Do you really want to put it all on the line, right? With another cheeky build?
It's dicey. Pays off big. The fans will say, genius, so smart. Oh, great instincts. When it works, and when it doesn't work, they'll go, what an idiot. Why would you gamble on that?
Yeah, you can't really make yourself look that smart if it goes wrong, that's for sure.
That's the gambling game, But there is an element of gambling in StarCraft in terms of any game with limited information. You can't cover yourself against every option. You can definitely hedge your bets a massive amount. I mean, guys like Serral are a testament to how good just defensive scouting reaction-based play can be. But there can be an element of that, strategic gambling, poker style. And we see the Reaper coming out. Reactor going down to follow up that factory. Will be very quick Hellions on the way. The Reaper comes in a little bit later with the gas first, so it should find absolutely no damage.
Oh, for sure. And this is something that Dark will have picked up on by now as well. He's already seen the factory at the front. Is Dark going to try and punish this in any way whatsoever? I mean, he's almost going to punish it by killing the Reaper. Probably not what he was intending on either, but making 6 of those Zerglings, making sure that he's going to be A-okay right here for the time being. As Gumiho is going to go for the good old switcheroo right here. He's going to go for the double Hellion production here right from the get-go. So very standard builds here from both players. Although maybe a little bit of a quicker gas right there, of course, from Gumi.
Yeah, no third command center just yet. Still very standard, but just not, it's kind of funny. Third command center, I remember that being kind of like the special economy build you would do, maybe half the time at most. And nowadays it's so standard with like Clem every game, a lot of these players. But Gumiho does prefer these 2 gas openings more often than not. Likes to mix in earlier starport units, probably Banshees, and it's not a bad map for Battlemech. I don't mind it on here.
No, you're definitely right. Yeah, the problem with these kind of builds is that you're kind of forced to deal some sort of damage, right? You're supposed to at least slow down the Zerg in another... It doesn't really matter exactly how, but you gotta slow them down one way or another. Whereas with the triple CC start, you can match them in economy relatively easily. And this is really quite good right here for Gumi, trying to book one of those
extra Reapers right now, Loco. Yeah, extra Reapers coming in. He's even building a third one. Oh, great micro from Gumiho. Hasn't even lost a Reaper yet. Gets a queen, almost gets a second one. Oh, he does. Taking out 2 queens and a bunch of Zerglings. This is a fantastic start for Gumiho. The moment you see that extra Reaper as Dark, you got to pull your queens back. You got to pull every queen to the front. You've got to be really paranoid.
Yeah, for sure. You need to make sure you start up a defensive posture here, but he didn't want to lose the third, didn't want to at least take so much damage on it, and losing those queens, it's going to be tricky right now because there's Banshees on the back of this too. Do you want to commit right now into Sport Crawlers off of an economy of only 36? Probably not, although Cloak is going to be a little behind this, so at the very least he should know about the Banshees. He starts up 1 right now, but he should know about the Banshees before the Cloak upgrade finishes.
Dark's being sneaky. He's massing Zerglings right now, but he hasn't shown any of them. Finally, Gumiho sees at least some of those Zerglings. That's really important. There's about 30 Zerglings on the map, and look, half of them are going out the right side, getting ready to flank. He's looking for the sandwich. Dark here has been very sneaky with his movement. Beautiful play by Dark. Comes in with the surround.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to grab all of those Hellions, all of those Reapers, all of this army will go down. He obviously had to sacrifice some of his own economy, but he's going to be able to drone up behind this very comfortably. Immediately fires up 11, 12 additional drones there, and yeah, hiding those Zerglings. Brilliant move right there from Dark. He shuts down that aggression. And in a way, these Banshees, right, they're like a leftover. They're supposed to be a 1-2 punch, but now the first punch is nowhere to be seen anymore. Now suddenly the Queens only have to dedicate themselves to cleaning up the Banshees, and that is a whole lot easier when you're not dealing with Hellions at the same time, although I think the Cloak kind of catches him off guard a little bit.
Going to take out that Spore Crawler between the bases as well as a Queen and a Drone. Very nice. Overlords die into a Marine at home as well. Gumiho is still making a really good game of this. I feel if the Reaper Hellion didn't get surrounded, this game was looking so bad for Dark. But the surround keeps him in a very playable position. He's got that freedom, like you mentioned. Banshees on their own, nowhere near as frightening as Banshees and Hellions and everything mixed together. And behind it, double armory. I think we're seeing a return to the same follow-up he did in game 1. A couple Cyclones with the Hellions. And then it's going to be Thors, tanks, Hellbat drops, all the good stuff coming in for Gumiho. Potentially, anyway, he is going Hyperflight Rotors and still continuing Banshee production for now. But I think he's going to stop at about 4 Banshees and move over into the Cyclones and then the Siege tanks.
Yeah, I don't think you want to overcommit to the Banshees either, because in the end, they are sort of like glass cannons. They're very easy to accidentally lose. If you've got too much money invested in them, you'll likely end up losing the game if they get sniped. That being said, though, if Dark hasn't figured out that it's Terran Mech just yet, he's going to see that barracks flying across the map here very shortly. And he must have realized by now as well, okay, there's a little bit too much Hellion production in this game for it to be a conventional bio game. And now, well, this Overlord here is having a standoff against the barracks. And that can really only mean one thing.
Kind of a little bit of a shame to give that information away, because even if you delay the infestation pit in the hive like 20-30 seconds, it makes a big difference. Vipers are pretty crucial in these games. Hive should be starting up any moment now. 1-1 upgrades are a little ahead for Dark, but of course Gumihos aren't too far behind. 4th command center is on the way for him, as well as factories all building add-ons back at home. The Banshee's going to go for a bit of a flyby, see if they can grab some drones, slow down the economic buildup. No Queens in the main base. Remember, Dark does like to put every single Queen on one control group and run them around as one big blob of anti-Banshee. But the Banshee's getting 5 drones, being a bit of a nuisance. And no Hive on the way, just Overlord speed. So I'm really feeling like Dark is stalling out on lair tech, and I guess just committing to Roaches, Queens, and Infestors. A style which, with good fungals, can pay off. But I don't know, to me it feels like it's kicking in a bit too late. And this is like a style which he does to get back in games when he's in a desperate position, and he can survive with it. Very hard for him to actually win the game with this composition.
Yeah, you need to get a little lucky, right? You're almost hoping for a fungal growth right here as Zerg. Managing to land a fungal in the middle of that Cyclone Hellion ball would be amazing, because then the Roaches and the Ravagers can close the distance. He starts up the Hive as he starts up a Spire, and that's usually a clear indicator he wants to go to Broodlords. So Broodlord Infestor may very well be the play right here.
I mean, Broodlords wreck Siege tanks. They do pretty decent versus Cyclones as well. It's hard to get more than the front couple of Cyclones in range to lock onto those Broodlords. That could be very effective. On the other hand, it's not a very mobile style, so Terran can just run around and pick away your bases. Guess what, though? It's Neo-Humanity. There's not many angles to do run-bys on. It's a rather narrow map, so if there's ever a map to rush Broodlords on, this is it.
No, I'm with you. That's actually a really good point. This is a map where Brute Lords do seem to shine. You can keep them sort of hovering around the center of the map, right? There's not really a whole lot that the Terran player can do against it. You definitely have to make sure you're prepared, and maybe these Banshees are going to accidentally spot it, although seeing just a Spire, is that really enough? At the very least, it's going to give him the thought. That being said, though, he should probably start up Thor's siege tank production here shortly anyways, because he's not really getting much done with his unit composition as it is right now. He's got a lot of Hellions and Cyclones, but they're not being used very aggressively at all.
Yeah, obviously on this map, if you go too deep, you get surrounded, you get trapped because they just come in behind. So definitely something where he's got to be swapping over to those Thors, and the next step of the game. This is still a very scary position for Gumiho. I feel like Dark is maybe half a step ahead. Viper's on the way. It could still go either way. This is this very close game. The tank count building very quickly. But if you max out on just tank Cyclones and Hellions and get surprised by the first wave of Broodlords, it can just be a complete game ender. 5 bases up, 8 factories up. Gumiho will have great production. He should have 6 tech labs and 2 reactors, so we should see 3 more tech labs coming down in the moment in that production tab.
He still doesn't see the Greater Spire, though. It is indeed going to be Broodlords right here from Dark. He's been getting very close to the vision. Yeah, he doesn't even know about the Hive, but I think that's a safe assumption to make at this point. If you're not prepared, though, against the Brute Lords, well, can you tell us what happens, Pig? When suddenly 12 Brutes show up?
Yeah, your siege tanks decide to basically abandon all caution, shoot your own units as they try to fire on the Broodlings, and your whole army disappears. It's not a good feeling as a Terran player, but he's maxed out and he's starting to push, which allows him to start making some inroads into the Zerg territory. He really needs to find out about those Broodlords. The first 3 are morphing. Banshee's going to go after that melee upgrade. They're going to get it. Nice denial on that. No +1 melee, which means those... Oh, good split as well against the Parasitic Bomb. With no melee upgrades, +2 armor Thors are going to be so tanky. Like, Broodlings really need melee upgrades to do damage. Otherwise, you're going to have 4 damage Broodlings versus 3 armor Thors. It's going to take you 400 Broodling shots to kill a Thor. Just think about that for a moment. I mean, these Thors are basically immune. Losing that Evo chamber just before +1 melee finishes, that may end up being a game-winning snipe for Gumiho.
Yeah, no, you're very right. I was getting a little excited right there about the fact that he still has not seen the Greater Spire, which really is too bad right here for Gumi. But he started up Thors already. He's going into the additional starports. We even have ourselves a fusion core coming up right now here for the Terran. So we'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be right there for Gumi. But okay, he'll soon know exactly what he's playing against. Just having a handful of Thors out, though, really does help, especially with some Hellbats in the front. You can roast those Broodlings nice and quick. +2 vehicle plating just finished up as well. But Dark is ready to finally go for a big attack. And the question is Gumiho ready?
He's ready to give up this base, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He cannot fight here. He's got to be really cautious. He's sending a lot of army down the bottom left. You just don't want to throw it away. Big Banshee spread to try and cover it. Does evade too much Parasitic Bomb damage there. Hellbat Cyclone going to try and trade on these units. As long as the Fungal doesn't hit the Cyclones, I think he's doing really well. The Banshees actually chase off those Infestors. They're taking so much of the energy away from the Infestors and the Vipers. Well done by the Banshees. But the Broodlords will be able to start sieging that base. Thor's coming in. He's going to take out a Broodlord. Dark, watch out. He's not watching right now. Dark loses 3 Broodlords. Big mistake for Dark.
Yeah, now even the Cyclones are close as well. With a lock-on, they're going to be able to continue firing because of the scan. Those Thors will certainly win a straight-up battle. And once again, they're left mostly by themselves. I mean, he tried throwing a Fungal Growth to slow this all down, but that was a really important hold right there for Gumi. You were talking about giving up the base, and I definitely agreed, but he managed to keep it around, which is absolutely fantastic. 35 confirmed kills as well on the Planetary Fortress itself.
Yeah, those kill counts are going to start to get crazy with those Broodlings, of course, just spawning pretty much endless units. Still got a Cyclone squad on the right. The Banshees on the left did so much. They denied Gumiho's base like 3 times down here. This base has been denied so much. Dark's base, sorry. So Dark's still stuck on 5 bases. Up against a 5-base Terran who's now got a 6th base building in the top. The Battlecruiser swap is amazing as well. I actually think Gumiho is outplaying Dark. Dark right now is going for Neural Parasite to mind control the Thors and the Battlecruisers. That's going to be the big play that could get him back in this game.
Yeah, he's going to need a whole lot of Infestors, though, to pull that off. And honestly, also a little bit of luck. The Terran player needs to basically not see it coming, but it's well, one of the few mechanics that Zerg has in the late game against an army like that, right? So it's something you should always expect. Nice lock-on right there to the Vipers at the very least, but the transfusions are keeping it alive. These Cyclones are running low, and I think he wants to get rid of them right now. He probably wants to trade them out for hopefully something at least somewhat efficient, so he opens up supply for additional battlecruiser production. Speaking of battlecruisers, though, they do take a long time to produce. So even though we've been seeing them on the production tab for a while, only just now is when the first one popped. Or I guess the second one. It just finished up as well. But either way, Dark may have a small timing window right now where he could go for an attack. But Gumiho is trying to buy a lot of time right here as well, just moving with whatever army unit he wants to trade out here, so he can make more battlecruisers.
I really want to see Gumiho be patient here, find the Spires, especially if the Spires both next to each other in the natural, because I know there's a second Spire up right now, but I'll hold that thought. Roach Ravager moving in. He didn't lose the Roaches on the left side. Looks like on the right side, starts to deny a command center. But yeah, if we could check the Spires in the natural of Dark in a moment. Oh, spawning pool looks like yeah, both Spires. If he scans those and doesn't show the battle cruisers until he teleports them all on top, just instantly Yamato's the Spires, there's nothing Dark can do. Because if Dark's army's maxed out, he can't build Corruptors. He's got a few out right now, but a few is not enough. If you suddenly go in with like 8 battle cruisers, kill the Spires, it can be just game over right there. Because then you can go around the bane, clear up all of their tech, and massively cripple your opponent. It's a big gamble, but when you're building BCs 4 at a time, you've got to be thinking about that finishing blow.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. I mean, Gumi has a lot of money in the bank as well. He's now securing another base to the right side of his own natural too, so he's going to be able to get even more money. And when you have that much income, I think it's a chance you want to take. He's scanning the front, but what he really should be scanning right here is the Zerg's natural, because without Mass Corruptor, there's really no way for Dark to kill all of those battle cruisers. That being said, though, Gumi is just trying to hide them for now, not really showing them to the Zerg player just yet. More Brood Lords are coming up, but I don't think that's the unit that Dark needs.
Dude, that Mass Thor army on the right, what is Gumiho doing right now? If those get neural, it could be game over. Yeah. That's such a crazy risky move. Those are unsupported Thors. They are absolutely helpless. If they don't have tanks or liberators or something like that covering them, ghosts, which by the way, Gumiho apparently not too confident playing the ghost mech. He's just going to be going for it that way. The Thors moving around. The battlecruiser count is still growing, but only very slowly now. +1 air weapons has finished on them. The scans coming down on the army. Gumiho, he's trying to see, and he says, hey, there's not much anti-air. Oh, if he finds those Spires, I really think he might go for the dive. He just hasn't spotted them yet.
Yeah, now Dark knows exactly what is going on here. He now knows exactly what he's playing against. There's the Neural Parasite that you were talking about, and that's the moment as well where the Brood Lords are gonna, well, try their very best. The battle cruisers coming in as well. Yamato guns going down on every single one of those heavy hitters from the Zerg, but so much damage was already done by the Thors.
Yeah, the Thors actually took out a couple of battle cruisers. The first round of Biles unfortunately missed for Dark. But dude, that's such an expensive Zerg army to go down. The Thors, I told you they were helpless if unsupported, but Gumiho knew that. He used them as bait. He put them out, dude, like a lamb. It's the lamb they feed to the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. It's absolute bait. Dark took it, and he punished him for it. Unfortunately, there is Mass Corruptor coming in. Dark had a lot of bank. He will be able to get one more army, so it's not like it's a free win from here, but Gumiho is definitely far in the lead now. The unit's loss tab's got to look pretty good for him, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's forced out Mass Corruptor at this point as well, and, well, guess what? There's a lot more Thors on the production tab too right now for Gumi. Dark's gonna have a ton of supply caught up in units that can't really shoot down, and dealing with Thors with just Roach Ravager, it's gonna be a very difficult decision, right? Like, when exactly do you want to engage? Gumiho can continue fighting this whenever he's got the tactical jump off cooldown. As long as he can, well, get the battle cruisers to safety, I think he can continue fighting. He's got so many of them available. Keep in mind, they're not even fully upgraded yet, so he has got a chance. Well, sadly, right there for the Thor, he's going to be in some trouble, though.
Nice Neuroparasite, but the Thor survives. Man, they're a tough unit. And the 3-3 upgrades, of course, just looking so good. +2 air weapons about to finish on those battle cruisers. Yamato is always dangerous. I don't think there's enough Infestors to be that scary. It's more the Abducts, I guess, that could be painful on those battle cruisers. Pull them into the 22 Corruptors. 22 Corruptors should be enough to one-shot a battle cruiser, I believe.
I mean, you would imagine so, but one Yamato round, right, is going to take care of half of all of those Corruptors right away. With the support of the Thors, I think the Battlecruisers would be pretty comfortable at that point, but you're definitely right. You don't want to overestimate your...
Whoa!
That's a couple of them going down.
Big move here for Dark. He's diving, gets rid of one of those BCs almost instantly, but the bow, exactly what you said, Loco. The Yamatos clean up half the Corruptors, the Thors blast the other half. Dark was not patient, he was not sneaky. He just threw the kitchen sink at him. He felt like he had the better composition. He said, cool, I'll engage the Thors on the ground, Corruptors dive on the Battlecruisers. These units counter those counter those. This should work, but not when you're that obvious about it. I love the way Gumiho moved back with his Thors and then focused down the Corruptors. The Battlecruisers Yamato'd very quickly. So many Terrans we see slow to pull out the Yamato focus, and they lose 3 or 4 BCs by the time Yamato lands. That was a brilliant fight. Gumiho, a master of Thor, held that Battlecruiser here, making it very difficult for Dark, who no doubt does not have a lot of practice against these old school mech compositions that Gumiho's playing today.
Oh, he doesn't have Yamato cannon available again already, I don't think. But now there's missile turrets as well in the mix, and I love to see those. The reinforcing Corruptors, though, are starting to pick off the Battlecruisers. We got some neural parasites as well, forcing a couple of those Terran units to switch side, and especially that Thor is dealing a ton of damage. Brute Lord's now coming in from the back as well. As soon as he's trying to jump them back, but as soon as the Battlecruisers decide to re-engage, that's when the Corruptors also go back in.
Thors are building 5 at a time for Battlecruisers and Hellions as well. Dark seems to have taken the better end of the tail end of that trade. Gumiho wants to stall things out. He wants to be able to get more and more of those Yamatos. You know, the Yamato tax is something we talk about, where the Terran just basically gets a guaranteed kill with every single Yamato that goes off. So the more of that, the more you prolong the game, the more the Battlecruisers will be able to get that value. Hellions going to be denying a few drones on the bottom side as well. I like that. Just making it so Dark has to have a bunch of ground army, keeps having to make Roach Ravager.
Okay. Gumiho certainly will have Yamato gun available again, though, for the next engagement. And I think he should try to get that going as soon as possible. Is that the only amount of battle? No, there must be more Battlecruisers than just these. Okay, there's 8 of them available right now, but is that the 4 that just spawned in the main base? I guess so. That many must have gotten picked off then. That is actually very significant. This has just bought Dark so much time in his game.
And look, he's ahead in the bank now as well. So it's actually looking like a game that could go for a while longer, and whoever gets to mine out those edge bases, that's going to make a difference. Dark also realizes he wasn't fully upgraded, so he's starting his +3 melee carapace and air carapace. So that's really good that he's getting all those extra upgrades. Gumiho's +3 weapons is about to finish. Don't know if he ever made building armor or anything like that. Oh, he's going to do the Battlecruisers. Oh, yeah, Gumiho's embracing the slow game. He's just going to do a run by it, kill a bunch of drones, Yamato a hatchery, and then teleport out.
Yep, he's going to be using that ability defensively rather than offensively, as he's going to sneak all of the big plane units towards the bottom left-hand corner, and they're going to be able to take care of these structures very quickly. They're going to finish up the +3 momentarily too. He just needs to teleport them out before the Corruptors start the engagement. That's something we see even at this level of play, where the Battlecruisers are just not paid attention to. Okay, this is where Dark goes on the hunt. If he can... Oh, no.
Great catch for Dark there, but good reaction speed by Gumiho. Does manage to teleport out. Roach Run By does get a reactor, so slightly limits the production, but mostly just making Gumiho run around and not that much direct damage. Now, Blinding Cloud on the Thors really ruins them when the fight happens. Neural Parasite on the Thors, we've already seen his massive Thors annihilate Battlecruisers. I really am curious to see, because I think as the spellcaster count grows, I think ghosts are actually necessary. I think without the threat of EMP, Dark can be way too ballsy.
I'm with you. Like, if you think the ultimate Zerg army, this is basically it, right? Dark is making it right now. Whereas Gumiho still has some value to gain in units like, for example, ghosts. Maybe you could even mix in a Raven or two. That might be kind of nice as well. But I guess a Neural Parasite on a Raven would be kind of scary. Either way, Gumiho's army definitely could, well, still grow a little bit in strength here. He's playing an amazing series, but now he's playing one of the very best Zergs in the ultimate late game. This is a very difficult position, I think, for, well, really both players, but Dark always strikes me as somebody who's really comfortable in this spot.
Indeed. Dark has been here many times before, and what's so great about Dark is he shows insane mental flexibility. I think Raynor might be a better late game player than Dark. It's just he mentally gets frustrated that he has to go to late game, right? Whereas Dark never does. I think Dark has the best mentality out of any player in the world. You put him in a bad position where anyone else is frustrated and thinking about the mistakes they've made. Dark seems to have like no delay between making mistakes and accepting that he's made them and just moving on to like, how can I play the best possible game from where I am right now? He's so good at saying, oh, I tried to cheese you, I tried to rush you, it didn't work. Now we're playing mid game. Now we're playing end game. Oh, now I need to drag this game out, mine every resource, take the most efficient, patient spellcaster engagements of all time. And he'll do it. He's happy to sit here for another 30 minutes if that's what it takes.
Gumiho may be being a little too passive with the battle cruisers for my liking. He should probably be harassing with them a little bit more frequently. The main thing is that he's scared right now, right, of accidentally getting fungled. If these battle cruisers end up getting fungled, you can't jump back to safety, and that will oftentimes be the end for all of those big Terran planes. That being said, though, he's coming in once again. This is right around the same time. Yeah, he can hit a couple Yamatos too. Bada bing, bada boom. That's half of the... Okay, maybe not half. Maybe a third of the Corruptors going down, but at the cost of a battle cruiser too.
Yeah, 8 Corruptors for 1 battle cruiser. That's a trade anyone's gonna take, mate. If someone offers you that down in the bazaar, you're gonna take it, you know? It's discount times 5, man.
Careful though, so many infestors over here. Okay, he does have scans available, siege tanks in the back. I'm still a little afraid we're gonna see the entire Terran army get, well, neural parasite.
Oh, this is a good trade, though. Definitely an overextension for Gumiho, it feels, leaving 2 Thors, a bunch of tanks, and now the battle cruisers. Teleport might not be ready. What's he doing? Gumiho caught with his army off guard. A counterattack on the right side of the map distracted him. Everything gets neuraled. He was playing such a perfect game, and just like that, patient like a snake in the grass, Dark distracts him on the right side and then pounces. Oh my lord, that was devastating.
Yeah, Dark on the hunt for exactly a mistake like that for the better part of the last 10 minutes, and he found the perfect opportunity. Those battle cruisers were just sort of sleeping there, hanging out in a little bit of space without any of their abilities available, and now Dark is going to be able to go in for the counterattack. And the best part is that Zergling run by also still dealt a lot of damage on the other side of the map, taking care of the battle cruisers, and now suddenly Dark is hunting down the production of Gumiho. Gumiho still has a lot of money in the bank. He's going to pop out a lot of units, but if Dark can get on top of that production, and I love these Corruptors hanging out here, yeah, if Dark can get on top of the production like he is right now, this is going to be incredibly hard to reinforce right here for Gumi. One mistake, man, that's all it takes.
A huge mistake as well. Let's be honest. I mean, Gumiho was attacking the Zerg player in a late game. Attacking is so dangerous, and he needed to pull out of there. I think he looked away, thought he told his army to retreat, but then they all started getting caught by the neurals. The battle cruisers were left behind a little bit with no teleport ready. And that's why you've got to be so cognizant of the fact that when your battle cruisers aren't able to teleport, they're so vulnerable. You've got to be ultimately patient. You've got to be so very, very patient to make sure that you can bring this game together. And in the end of the day, it was Dark who had the patience. A rough start to the series, but he shows such amazing experience. And of course, there we go. We're going to be going back over to James, no doubt, in just a moment. Take it away, James.
Yeah, it just kind of appeared there, didn't it? Bloody hell. Well, we've got ourselves the victory finally in this series, but it was a Bobby Dazzler here. What a series we just witnessed. I've got Ben as well as Mr. Wardy to join me for this one. Where do we even begin, Ben? I guess in those final moments, it was looking so good for Gumiho through so much of this game, but eventually, small things make it slip away.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, the first game of this series, it feels that long ago that it feels like it happened in a different tournament entirely. The first game on Altitude was a what the hell is going on kind of game. Like, literally, they both wiped each other out down to 50 supply and then rebuilding. Like, there was moments like this where it was like, is it actually happening? Like, is Dark able to fight back kind of thing? But honestly, one of the best games that I've seen in like the last 6 months kind of thing. It was super damn cool. Dark managed to tie things up. He just got some lings in early on and did a lot of damage, and then Gumiho just was trying to do Gumiho things, tried to get out a few Banshees, tried to go like kind of a lot of tanks into late bio, but Yeah, honestly, just an absolute brutal series, and I have to commend Gumiho. Even though he lost in this series, he played way better than I thought he was going to do. And he wasn't like some one trick at all. He mixed up his builds throughout the whole series. He could play bio, he could play mech. His micro was super on point too. Like, all these engagements, he was doing all the splitting that you have to do, blocking with the Marauders. You know, Gumiho really made a fan
of you.
Made a fan out of me today, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. These highlights presented by Aramco, of course, and Wardy. Initially, I'd planned coming up here being like, Gumiho's greatest strength is fortitude, endurance. But, I mean, by the end of that game, it didn't really work out quite like that. Dark, though, going toe-to-toe with the long game that Gumiho was planning was an excellent series overall.
I mean, the series just had it all, right? Just aggression, crazy games, super down to the wire that first game as well. This game was, I thought, Gumiho's to win at multiple points as well. Just absolutely epic StarCraft 2, I think it's fair to say. Like, the PCs here, the Biles missed, and then they actually missed the Biles while they were fungal later on as well. This fight was just ridiculous. I thought this was it for Dark. I thought he was just dead, but...
Great.
Problem with mech is you just can't necessarily keep going with these pushes, and it takes a little bit while to kind of rally up the next set of units compared to, like, say, Bio. And in the end, Dark just keeping on finding fantastic fights and just keeping on trying, because he's resilient. He will stay in the game. He is such a bug to get rid of, right? And yeah, I think that's obviously a big part of him being able to find success here at all, because if he wasn't, then Gumiho would have had this series easily, because a lot of these games Dark had to absolutely grind out.
Yeah, if you're going to rely on battle cruisers being able to get away from the Corruptors here with teleport, you can't let anything slip away from you here, Ben. Are there any other decent answers that Terran has against kind of these mass Corruptor style coming in? Because it felt like once the BCs got caught, it was GG.
If I'm super honest, like, after that fight happened where the BCs cleaned everything up and the Biles missed a little bit, I think the best thing that Gumiho probably could have done is if he had 10 factories behind it ready and pumped out a super mobile army of just Hellion Cyclone or something.
Okay.
Because the reason you want all the Thors and the battle cruisers is because it's so, like, those Broodlords become fairly redundant. Like, you kind of need the Broodlords, but then trying to get them up and running again, you need to get the Corruptors out, then morph them into Broodlords, and you're scared about that because you have to keep them in Corruptor form because these battle cruisers are still alive. But then it's like everything else that you get out that's very quick, such as Zerglings and what have you, Hellions deal with, and then the Cyclones are there to just back up as well. So I think Gumiho, when he tried remaxing again on Thors and made his army very slow, all it takes then is one teleport where he's out of position, which is what happened over on that left side. And yeah, just a bit brutal, because you saw at the end there, his bank was huge, but he just couldn't do anything with it. So I think a little bit of momentum was lost there, but overall, I'm just, again, really impressed by Gumiho. It's one of those series where I'm like more impressed with the loser just because of how much of a fight he put up.
I do understand. It's a little bit of a heartbreaker for Gumiho as well as the Gumiho fans out there, but it's not over by any means, because we're in the Kalaris triangle right now, but we'll move on to the Kalaris bracket here for the Korean side of things in just a moment and confirm what has just happened here with Dark advancing on into Gamers 8 after a grueling 3-2 here down in the lower bracket. Congratulations to Dark for being able to advance on, but for my money here, Wardy, I feel like this was series of the tournament so far, series of the qualifier. What a game.
Far and away, mate. There was absolutely no question about it. The first game made this series of the tournament already. We were kind of saying, man, especially after yesterday, there's a few 3-0s. The first game, we're like, okay, this is good. And then it just got better and better. And, you know, there was a couple quick games, but the overall series was just amazing. And of course, what a run Dark had to go on to get here. And there was just like a small bracket, but he really had to work to get it against Creator. And then this series against Gumiho, what a well-earned qualification when we probably considered Dark as somewhat of a shoe-in, right? Like, you know, absolutely he's going to make it. But, like, he really had to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the beginning of this, oh, wow, Gumiho, he's had to play a Protoss, a Terran, and now he's going up against a Zerg. Dark's done exactly the same thing. He had to go up against Solar, didn't quite make it in that upper bracket, and then had to go up against Creator, now defeating Gumiho here in this series. Final thoughts, Ben, before we move on to our next one and break, etc.?
No, just kind of funny that Dark had to slog it out in this qualifier, playing the maximum amount of maps he possibly could. But yeah, he definitely delivered, didn't he? Like, even in the games that he lost, he was still putting up a strong fight. And yeah, I look forward to seeing Gumaho in the next qualifier, or whatever he's next in, because this is some really, really cool play out of him.
Yeah, that's important to note as well. He still has an opportunity to go to Gamers 8 because he will be playing in the second qualifier that is happening next weekend as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head to a break here at Gamers Without Borders. When we return, we have one more series for our Korean bracket to go. It's going to be a belter as well. It's Maru versus Hero. Don't go anywhere.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
back at Gamers Without Borders. Only one more series here for the Korean bracket, and it is going to be Maru going up against Hero. Our Protoss going to go extinct across the galaxy. Hero, one man to stand against tyranny, is here to try and stop that from happening. We've got to my left-hand side, it's Ben, it's Mr. Wardy. And guys, I mean, so far so good. What a start to the day here. Now we move on to, Ben, what you were touting as maybe the fixture of the day, but hey, it's going to have to do something to kind of match up against that previous one.
I mean, after watching that last one, it's like, if anything even comes close, I'll be happy, you know? Like,
yeah.
It was that freaking good. But on paper, Maru versus Hero, this is one that could be the finals of any tournament that we see from this point on. You know, if some of those Zergs don't have anything to say about it, because they're both just that damn good. Maru absolutely did not show up yesterday. Absolutely did not. I am abysmally disappointed with him. But I know he's had these kind of performances in the past against teammates and stuff, and I know Maru is more than capable of just bouncing back and looking as good as he ever has. And the fact that he's been so vocal about he's continuously being proven and all that, I hope we just see him on his A game.
Wardy looks deep in thought. What are we thinking for this matchup, Wardy?
Just you know, checking out the recent results and everything, and just seeing that, you know, every time these two play, it is usually kind of that mix and match, and you never quite know what to expect from them as well. And the last one they played was one I casted, and it was just an absolute banger. Just, you know, back and forth, super, you know, exciting games, you know, very aggressive stuff as well. Not any super long games, but just aggressive fun, like 10-minuters. Hero won that one, Maru won the couple before, and I just thinking, like, man, when these two play, they really do give it their best, right? So really excited to see what they bring. Like, again, when the stakes are high, I've said this a lot this weekend, but this is a little qualifier, but really it's a big qualifier, right, to one of the biggest events we'll have this year. So just a lot on the line, and you can bet that neither of these two want to have to come back again next week and do it all over again. They just want to be done and dusted and qualified into Gamers 8.
Oh, definitely. I actually want to stick with you for a minute, Wardy, because, I mean, I made light of it earlier that there isn't much success for Protoss just yet here. And what do you attribute that to at the moment? It seems like Hero usually for the race at the moment is kind of that one light in the darkness almost. But going up against Maru, that's not any easy feat by any stretch of the imagination.
I guess it's kind of rough when there's only two pros that show up, and well, one of them's already had to play Maru, and then Creative did fight against Dark. Hero obviously lost out to Gumiho in the upper bracket, and I mean, to be fair, do you feel like Hero has had some, you know, shakier PvT lately? But that doesn't mean that like his matchup style sort of just allows for that, right? Where sometimes he will be really, really good, and sometimes he'll just like, it won't look good, but like the ideas are still there. It's just his builds can be somewhat hit or miss. So I think that might be kind of a part of what we're seeing.
Fair. Anything to add, Ben, before we go to the game?
No, I'm just thoroughly looking forward to this one. Like, Hero is always a guy that I think likes to show pros how it's been done, and this is the guy to do it against, isn't it, Maru? But overall, I've been struggling a little bit in my TVP, and you know, I want to beat Rotti. So looking to Maru for some pointers here.
I just play like Maru, yeah. Okay, we're back there, are we? Okay, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head over to the commentary team here to bring you this one. It is the final spot for this bracket to move on towards Gamers 8, and then, of course, we have more brackets on the way. But let's head over to the commentators for Maru against Hero.
The #1 Terran facing off against the #1 Protoss in a best-of-5 series. I mean, when it comes to Terran versus Protoss, doesn't get any better than this pick.
They almost always have such close series. It's so good because, like, I keep thinking surely one of them is just going to bot the other, like 3-0, 2-0, 4-0. It very rarely happens. Obviously, back in Atlanta late last year, we saw Hero come out on top in a very close semi-final. And they had a few back and forths with Maru fighting back after that tournament. But recently, they did play in the grand finals of Wardy's tournament, the Korean Royale Season 1. And that was a very close series that went down to the 7th game. The Protoss player did end up coming out on top, so no doubt he's got a fire lit underneath him looking for revenge. Representing Onside Gaming in the bottom right side, it's Maru.
And up here in the top left of Dragon Skills, we have our Protoss player, Hero. Yeah, that series you're bringing up, it was literally played last week, right? So I was just having a quick look at the statistics. Against basically anybody, Maru historically has been the overwhelming favorite, right? Now, he is the favorite against Hero as well, but he's won apparently 55% of their encounters. And honestly, I think for basically anybody else out there, Maru's got like, at least 70% win rate, right? But against Hero, apparently only 55%. So really, this can go either way.
Yeah, and I would argue that when the stakes are biggest and the stage has been the biggest, Hero does tend to have a bigger set of results in overseas Premier tournaments, I would say, especially. In Korea, in GSL, hard to match Maru's record there. We'll see which way it goes as Maru opens up with a double gas opening. He wants to tech up very quickly. And I tell you, he must be traumatized because the number of times Hero's got him with proxy gate openings or 4-gate blink assaults is absolutely wild. And if he doesn't get you with one of those, then it's like a 45 probe zealot charge stalker attack timing when you move out to take your third. And Hero is just so wildly aggressive. I think playing standard defensive play, Hero doesn't look so fantastic, but when he's got the 4-gate blink and the different aggressive plays, it's really cool to watch.
Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption to make for this series as well. He'll probably be in the driver's seat for a lot of these games. Just opening up with a standard build so far, but he's definitely the type of Protoss who likes to be in your face, right? He'll try to make as much of an army as he can, blink it into the main base, and somehow, some way, micro better than anybody else out there, get more value out of his Stalkers in particular. But neither of these players has... Maybe Hero is not quite as good defensively as Maru, but honestly, neither of these players really has any particular weakness, so... Yeah, I'm excited for this one. We'll see what ends up going down. Quick double gas right here for Maru, by the way, opting for that quicker factory.
Yeah, he's been really enjoying this build a lot lately. I think for him, it feels like trying to reduce variance versus Hero is something that he looks for. It is very conservative, though, and I think if you start getting a bit too predictable ever versus Hero, even if it's in the attempt to kind of calm the game down, Hero will switch gears from aggressive into very greedy. He'll hit you with the aggression later on off a better start, and therefore it'll hit harder and more powerfully than it normally does. So Hero, the danger of him is not just, oh, he attacks well, it's he attacks well, but the moment it seems like it's the right time, he'll go greedier than any other Protoss is willing to. And he'll rely on the fact that you're afraid of him and you're sitting back and you're turtling up, you're sitting defensive to get away with it.
Maru checking quite literally every single... cute little right there. Got it off. But he's checking pretty much every location around the map, making 100% sure that he's not being cheesed with a cheeky little Stargate or something along those lines. In the end, a good cleanup right there, though. But, Maru getting the Reaper in, already a little bit of confidence. So now he's going to fly the command center all the way down to the low grounds. I mean, honestly, all of the moves so far here for Maru, they're a clear indicator that he's a little bit afraid of early game shenanigans. Maybe that proxy gateway shenanigans that you were talking about, but none of that is happening in this game so far.
Cloak Banshee's hidden in the back for Maru, so going to be trying to sneak one past Hero. It's a late Robo always with this build. Thankfully for Hero, he goes Observer first. If he went Warp Prism first and committed to a 4-gate blink attack, that would have been a problem. But we can see he's only on 2 gates. He's going up to the 3rd and 4th gas, and no doubt a Robo Bay will be next. So Hero wants to get some really good map vision with the Observers. Actually, sometimes he does go Twilight Forge here rather than, and like delays the Robo Bay. It always makes me a little uncomfortable when you've got a late 3rd and no splash damage, but he's just prioritizing vision right now, and the Observers are going to be great for that.
Yeah, and he's going to need that detection as well against, of course, the Cloak Banshees. He doesn't know about it just yet, although he does know at this point that his opponent didn't expand super quickly. Gonna find out exactly what's going on, though, inside of the main base right here of our Terran player as he's looking around. He's trying to scout what's happening. Okay, well, there we go. You see the green light inside of that tech lab. That's all you really need.
He's going for a Templar Archives. Hero was planning to go for that. Oh, the Observer's already tracking the Banshee back. And that's unfortunate for Maru, but Maru spotted it. Yeah, he saw the Observer. He knows he's being spotted. He saw the blur, and he's like, yep, let's not commit to that. Let's send that Banshee home. There's no 3rd base for Hero. So as Maru, I don't think you're in a bad position. As long as you just kind of play calm, don't throw these units away, there's still a threat that Hero has to respect.
Yeah, are we still just on 2 gateways here in total? Okay, yeah, he's finishing up 2 more right now. He's going to need that sort of warp in as well if he wants to sustain his economy, I guess, because he's got more than enough income to do more than just 2 gateways worth of production. It's gonna go straight into the storm here. Okay. So how do you feel about this, Mr. Pig?
I love Quick Storm. I think this is a really good style. It's great for ambushing your opponent as long as they don't know it's coming. And what have you seen as Maru? Observers, multiple. And you haven't got in with anything else. So, of course, you're expecting Colossus. No third base, observers. You've got to be going quick Colossus. Cool, no worries. I'm going to go double upgrades. I've got a third command center. I'm playing a big macro play anyway. That's all good. I mean, the thing is, when you move out to take your third, you've got to be nervous because there could be a storm drop comboed with charge zealots, and that swarming over your third base can just have a devastating impact. I think the bad thing for Hero is the fact that this is not a 2-base push. So he's going for a lot of splash damage tech really early, and he's going to have to try and do a storm drop on the SCVs because there's no army for him to really defend with this tech.
Yeah, exactly. So now the Banshees do also go in, though, and they are actually coming in at a bit of a weird timing. He decided to move them back. I really like that decision. In the end, it's quite a few workers going down. If he gets both of the Banshees... Oh my god, okay. Now he should at the very least be able to shut down this aggression for now. 6 probes is definitely not bad, but yeah, you're definitely right. You need to get something done with those High Templar right now as well, right? You've invested all those resources into getting the Templar out. They're nice to have, but preferably you deal some damage with them as well, either to an army or to, for example, a mineral line. There's the Ghost Academy coming up.
Yeah, the immortal count keeps growing as well. So this is interesting. It feels like the Robo-Bait tech is just nowhere on the horizon. And I think Hero just looking for a very powerful mid-game army. I don't know if I like the commitment to so many sentries, though, up against a player that's already going to be going into Ghosts. I think Maru's decided just turtle. Like, it's Hero, man. He's going to try and come at me, keep my tanks on the high ground, move my third command center out very slowly. Just be really cautious and don't expose myself to any risk. I think he's got to keep the tanks in the natural or on the high ground, though. I don't know if he can really move his whole army out to the third, because I expect Hero to attack with +1, and he should as well. He's seeing no gases on the third. Maru should expect an incoming attack any moment now.
A little surprised with how passive Hero has been. Okay, I think it's almost like bait. As soon as the scan wears off, he decides to move the entire army. I was going to say, I'm a little surprised he's been moving that War Prism so, well, passively, right? At least for Hero's sake. He always likes to send that to the opponent's side of the map. Now the third CC is landed, though. There's also a bio army stimming up towards the high ground. There's those sentries you were talking about, but they have some good force fields.
Great reaction there by Maru. Oh, good interference matrix, but he gets the feedback off. One High Templar trading for that is totally fine. Stalkers will deal with the Banshee in the main base. The shield battery there, of course, defending that. But Hero needs damage. He hasn't found it just yet. The ghosts are here. Maru is pre-spread, and look at that. Lifting up the base is such a good way to do it. The SCVs are pulled. Watch out for the side storms coming on in from that War Prism. Nice EMP landing, though. Does take out one of those Zealots come in from the left as well, but it looks like this is mostly defended. No, there's still more Immortals, and Archons coming in from the back. 2 of those Immortals very low. Maru snipes them and tries to get on out. He's still got 2 tanks in the natural. Wise there. He kept the insurance in the back line. The Stalkers blink across. A bit of a YOLO here for Hero. The Immortal drops on top, gets one of the siege tanks, but it comes at a heavy cost. Hero got way too excited. He went way too deep. He should not have kept going. And we see, similar to his series against Gumiho in the upper bracket, Hero's biggest weakness is his over-eagerness, his overconfidence. It's going too deep.
Yeah, that's the Protoss dream right there. Juggling everything, then somehow, some way, microing your way in the natural as well with the Prism. But that was certainly an overextension right there by the Protoss. That being
he's going to lose the Prism?
Oh, no, he should not be losing the Prism here. Okay. Yeah, that being said, though, he did deal quite a bit of economic damage. His 4th Nexus is coming up on the back of this, too. He's, of course, still going to have Templar available to defend an imminent counterattack, but now it's going to be Maru who gets to decide the pace of this game. Okay, good first storm, though. Killing the Raven that was already softened up earlier, and a lot of those Widow Mines.
Oh, the High Templar way too far forward, though. Big mistake there for Hero, copping some big EMPs, and yes, he takes out the Widow Mines, but at what cost? He's trying to warp in Zealots as a flanking force. The Marines shut down the War Prism before that completes, and Hero went for a ballsy maneuver. It's not good enough, though, and Maru shuts it down in game 1.
Yep, a little bit over-eager right there. You already mentioned it, right? That's one of Hero's tendencies. He likes to get in the opponent's face and, well, hopefully obtain the victory with his very first attack. But this is Maru you're playing against. I actually really like the way you position those 2 tanks in the natural. placing them down in such a location, almost as if he knew that Hero would likely get a little bit greedy, sacrificing some of the SCVs, but yeah, he ended up, well, killing basically the entire Protoss army.
I would have liked to see Hero try and sell a story a little bit more leading into this by taking gases on the third and just making it look like he was doing something. But this was, he could have just pulled back and denied the third. He'd killed 17 workers. It was such a good position for Hero. There was no need for him to continue into the natural. The moment he saw those tanks firing, like he absolutely should have pulled back. And I mean, I love that Maru kept tanks in reserve a little bit. But the fact that he decided to fight with his SCVs on his third doesn't mesh with that. So I think there's something which is a little bit interesting with Maru's decision making, because he was kind of half committed to his natural, but half committed to his third. And if Hero does pull back there, I think it's a big mistake not either bringing the siege tanks out to the front or just lifting the base, pulling back with everything, and then biding your time. Maru left him an opening. Hero unfortunately decided to take that opening and then tried to take an extra 50 yards and ended up headbutting himself to oblivion. I think Hero is just going to have to be a little bit more clinical in the next games.
Okay, so here we go. Game number 2 in this best of 5 series. We find ourselves on altitude, and winning game number 1 right here in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Maru.
Finding his way into the biggest map in the map pool. It should be decent for him. Let's see what style he plays. It's Hero.
Now, you bring up a very good point, though. In that previous game, we did see all of the SCVs fighting while the siege tanks weren't really participating in that battle, right? So, yeah, maybe the better move is bringing the siege tanks towards the front or running all of the SCVs towards the natural expansion there, so you don't really end up losing them. In the end, though, it ended up working out very well right there for Maru, but mostly because Hero decided to get a little bit too aggressive. He didn't really need to go that far.
Indeed. Overcommitment cost him it. Now, interestingly, game 1 of their series in the Warty TV Korean Royale was actually on this map, and Hero got way ahead on it and ended up losing that game to an overcommitment as well. So it's kind of definitely a repeating pattern in their series. He doesn't like letting Maru get away. I mean, I love the killer instinct of Hero, but you know, it's easy to criticize when it doesn't work out from the sidelines. It's hard to actually commit to that as much as he does. Now, he's gone for the double gas build order, so it will be the famous proxy oracle that Hero loves so much. And it's just something you don't really expect, because, well, if they scout with a probe this early, you know the probe's here. They can't be proxying you. But no. Hero, much like SOS before him, is like, I'm going to send a second worker out to do a proxy. It's a huge commitment, but it's looking to trick the Terran player. And let's see if Maru takes the bait. Maru's not building off his barracks. He's going quick factory. That's really bad for him. Yep. Quick factory is the weakest against this usually, because if you go straight for Cyclone, it can work out, but one Widow Mine usually isn't going to cover you. So the big skip on production to get the early factory means you don't have many Marines, which means the Adepts coming across the map are going to be hard to deal with. And then just when you think you've dealt with them, an Oracle's going to fly into your main base. So a good start here for Hero.
Yeah, and the quick factory wasn't even really that quick. He started that one like 40 gas later than he could have. So this is definitely going to hinder the production right here for Maru quite a bit. He has no idea about the proxy Stargate that is actually really close to his main base. That's going to allow that Oracle to show up like 20 seconds earlier or so at least than it normally would. And, well, it's, yeah, look at the proximity right there to the main base. Maru's thinking he's playing a very safe opener here. I mean, now he starts bumping out those Marines 2 at a time. But in the end, this is actually rather risky with now the Adepts showing up here at the front as well. How much damage?
Interestingly, only one Adept. No second Adept is kind of curious. He's just going probes, warp gate behind it. A little bit different, but I guess Hero wanted to delay that pylon and focus more on his Nexus and economy behind it. So the Adept here just dancing. 3 Marines are out. The Widow Mine actually guarding the main mineral line and hiding behind the satellite dish. So very hard to spot that visually. Does he dive on the Marines? He's going for the Marines. Very nice move here for Hero. He's going to take out 1, but the extra 2. Oh, and the Oracle!
Yeah, that's exactly what Maru was hoping for. Maybe this could have done a lot of damage if Hero decided to commit a little bit more by going for example, a second Adept as well at the front, but that was an excellent cleanup, exactly what Maru was hoping for. And right now he finds himself in a really good spot, although there's more aggression coming out of the Stargate. Second Oracle right now flying in. He needs to be very careful. That Widow Mine is ready to fire again. For a second he was going to fly that Oracle into the exact same spot as his partner died, but Okay, now he's going to be able to soften up or kill a couple of those SCVs that were softened up already. But only 2 workers so far for this proxy. That is not worth it whatsoever.
Hero has absolutely no chill. The Oracle there, yeah, definitely was dancing with death. Adept's going to go down. He's denying mining, but he's not getting many actual kills, and that is a big issue. Blink is now on the way and going up to, I think, 3 or 4 gateways behind this. He's even building a gateway next to his Stargate at the proxy, so he's looking to commit super hard here. The Oracle needs to stay alive because that's the only way to spot the high ground, allowing him to blink in the main. Now, a siege tank is already popping out. That first tank needs to survive, and Maru's not building a second tank because he's supply blocked.
Yeah, he just finished up a supply depot, so at the very least he's going to be able to get to that production right now. Luckily for Hero, he does keep that Cyclone around. Taking any damage on that makes this really rough, but you're definitely right. Hero is planning on winning this game in the next few minutes by just constantly being in the opponent's face. Warping in Stalkers as close to this battle as possible. If this medevac goes down with the siege tank inside of it, though, the Cyclone inside of it, that would be an absolute disaster.
Oracle does get sniped there. He gets a tank in the Cyclone, but good micro overall by Maru. He maintains control of the high ground. And it's hard for him. He's going to have to try and use the Adept Shade to maybe get high ground vision. Yeah. There's already a Widow Mine over there. That Widow Mine could get a killer shot.
Okay, is he going to blink into this Terran army? I don't think he will. He even commits with the Adept, which is another mistake right there. Essentially giving that unit away for free. He's going to be able to scout roughly what's going on there, but you have to make the decision. Do you want to blink into it? So now Blink has finished up. He's going to go for a Phoenix instead to maybe lift up the tank and to provide some high ground vision. But this is slowing down this attack a lot, and it's just going to allow Maru just way more production. There's the second siege tank.
It was basically an all-in. He was on 31 probes. Like, he cut workers at less than 2 base saturation. You know, the fact that it got held as well as it did, Maru has just read this game perfectly start to finish. He knew exactly what Hero was going to be doing. He's played such a safe opening, sitting with the command center on the high ground, made it so he couldn't get any damage early, not giving a single opportunity towards the Hero, who is so focused on aggression. And whilst it does often give problems to Maru, when Maru is just turtling up like this, you're going to have to change gears. You're going to have to switch your focus. Oh, I love that Phoenix lift to save the Stalkers. That's so cute.
That would have been 3 additional Stalkers, I think, going down, because he definitely would have targeted the low HP ones right there. He would have gotten at least a shot off, and many of them were 1 hit away from dying. So that was really cute right there for Hero. Making the best of a really tricky scenario, he decides to plant down the 3rd Nexus. But you already mentioned it. He's hoping right now, man, that his opponent allows him to sneak in. But you already mentioned it. He cut workers super quick. He's gone back to pro production right now, but he's giving up all of that aggression at the front. So that means that Maru is now the one who, well, will likely go for an attack next. Maybe we'll see some of those Protoss units still going around the map to try and deal some damage, but Maru is ready to go for an attack. I mean, he's got the stim pack, he's got the combat shields, he got the +1 infantry weapons all coming up. That is the classic Terran timing attack, and he's going to finish it all around the same time.
Trying to fight against that beautiful army with all those upgrades you were talking about, with just unupgraded zealots, you know, even charge. It's something, but it's like, hey, we've got shoes. Yeah, they have power armor and literally magnetic powered rifles. Can we get something? No, you got shoes and little stabby blades. Like, it's not a high-tech army. It relies on you having the numbers normally, and Hero is not going to have those numbers. So what does Hero do when he's behind? Yeah, he'll try to base trade, I believe.
Yeah, I don't see how this engagement is going to go well for him at all. Yeah, maybe he'll try and go for a base trade. Maybe that's going to work out, but there's the Liberator some damage.
Yeah, normally the move Hero goes for when he's behind, he's like, you know, wait outside the base, let the Terran get maybe halfway across the map, and your whole army's waiting in like his 4th base, and then you run in and you dive and you start trying to snipe things down. But he's actually now probing up and making a Templar Archive, so I think he's kind of read that Maru's ready for that move. And he feels like, oh gosh, I got to try to get to like either Storm or Archons. That Phoenix, you'd think it would counter the Liberator, but it's already so damaged that the Liberator's going to win that fight.
Yeah. Both players not entirely sure about the engagement. This is cheating, Hero. Bringing the Stalkers into their fight. Okay, well, fine. This is gonna give Maru, though, the opportunity to pull all of the boys as he is ready to bring the SCVs towards the other side of the map. A very aggressive decision right here for Maru, but I do believe it's the correct one because this is just such a powerful army. There's no splash damage here with this Protoss force whatsoever. Okay, good couple force fields right there slowing this down, but there's no splash damage on the horizon either, right? So we're just trying to, well, deal with this. I mean, unless the High Templar somehow, some way magically managed to get Storm here. But yeah, he needs to deal with this just using Stalkers and Zealots, and he just doesn't have enough.
No, the numbers are there for Maru. He played a fantastic early game defense. The command center on the high ground, the Widow Mine well placed, shutting it down. And of course, Hero's follow-up blink attack did not find the mark. He revealed it too early. Maru shuts it down and just runs away to a 2-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, that's the Maru we all come to expect, right? Making those decisions that just are, well, in hindsight, perfect, but while you're playing the game, you're like, ooh, is this really what I should be doing here? Chasing all of those units brilliantly. I mean, the early game looked a little scary, but when he got that hit on the Oracle, well, it seemed like he was winning the game ever since.
Yeah, that's a massive one. Losing your early Oracle, it's bad normally, but in this sort of game, it's even worse. And when this Stalker attack didn't really get much damage, he was down from there. The Blink Stalker harass did a little bit of damage, but he was so far behind. Like, the numbers were just insane. So shout out to Maru for playing so safe. And remember, the previous game as well, he played relatively safe. It was a double gas opening with like a very quick factory, and then he went into third command center double engineering. But I really feel like Maru is playing a certain gear. The problem is now that he's up 2-0, Maru probably can do anything. He doesn't mind taking some risks, and it's Hero who's going to have to switch gears to try and be greedier to take advantage of Maru. That opens up a huge window for Maru to be the aggressor, Maru to do some one-base armory, Widow Mine drops, do some really quick 2-base, 3-racks pushes. All these sorts of things are available to him. Hero needs to play a perfect series for 3 games in a row.
Yeah, Maru has a wide range of strategies that he can play, right? He can basically play it all. I mean, he came up with half of the strategies himself, and he clearly went into the series assuming his opponent would be the aggressor, and so far he has been right. Just simply defending, or, well, maybe not simply, but defending what the opponent has been going for has been exactly what he needs to do. And, well, game number 3, we're already on match point right here for our Red Terran player. From South Korea, we have Maru.
And in the top left side, representing Dragons, Kaizen Gaming, it's Hero. Still sad the Phoenix didn't make the cut for that team.
Yeah, that was kind of cute. I do really like how the Phoenix lifted up the siege tank, though, to save a couple of those Stalkers. In the end, it didn't really matter, but that was a cute little move right there by Hero.
Indeed, very nicely done. Now, interesting that he goes for the crazy early probe scout again, Hero. I mean, he's very good at harassing with it, but I was thinking here, you're in a bad spot. It might be time to just skip the scout entirely, play very greedy, get a Nexus before a Cybercore, even on a bigger map like Gresvin, and see what you can do from there. Probe is circling, SCV forced off duty to chase it, of course, make sure he doesn't get up to no good, and he's just harassing those minerals as much as he can. By the way, it is only 1 gas for Maru, so it looks like an expansion build. I do like to see Maru mixing it up between these styles, and I'm curious to see what Hero's change of gear is. Marine first once again.
Yeah, to be fair, though, if you think about the mistakes that Hero has made so far in this series, right? So first off, in the first game, he got a little over-eager, but initially his game went really quite well. And in the second game, it spiraled honestly out of control with the very first Oracle going down, right? That just made it all a little bit more difficult than it needed to be. The mistakes are relatively easy to fix right here for Hero. Simply don't make those mistakes again, right? So he's probably just not happy with the way that the series has been going. And I think in his mind, he just needs to play the same game, but better. And I think that's probably what he's going to attempt and do in this game. Not really mix it up all too much. Just try and, execute the strategies you've had planned in advance as perfectly as you possibly can. That's how we know Hero, though, right? Like, he popularized, and that's a little mistake already over there, saturating 4 out of 3 in gas. But that's how we know Hero. Just, playing those incredibly clean strategies and really popularizing aggression once again.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's a real trailblazer in that regard, and I want to see what he can bring out. Looking at this, I mean, Maru didn't scout this game. He's just playing so overly safe with the command center on the high ground as well. So I feel like it's a perfect opportunity for Hero to start being a bit greedier in this series. Like, to me, it feels almost a little clunky with how overly defensive Maru's been playing, because it's not just this series, it's their last big finals as well. And that's why I'm like, man, he's ripe for some very greedy corner cutting Protoss, you know. Get on up that tech tree, Hero. Probe. And he's going straight blink this time off the one gate. I'm curious, 2 more gateways go down. I was going to say I'm curious if he's going to go for the Storm again, the quick Psy Storm, but doesn't look like it. This looks like a straight up blink play. Robo will go down as well. And Cloaked Banshee from Maru. So it's a rematch of game 1 so far.
Yeah, no, exactly. If we're going to see an Observer first again for Hero, it should be a pretty good start for him. But you brought it up in game number 1 as well. Sometimes the Twilight Council can make things, or sorry, the Twilight Council, the War Prism, can make things a little bit more complex. Excellent scout right here, though, by our Terran player. Trying to do a little bit of damage. That Hellion is not going to survive it, but he saw everything he needed to see. He knows exactly what he's playing against.
Indeed, 3rd and 4th gas is now on the way for Hero. He's going to be teching up very hard. And Maru starting to add his extra barracks in the main base, I believe. Oh, a depot.
It's a depot, yeah. It really did look like it was making itself up for a barracks, though.
I'm like, is that even a good depot placement? I don't know, because like sometimes there's these like genius depots in between your production. So when there's zealots getting warped into your main, you create a choke point, and then you can even raise the depot in between the barracks, like, which is super cool. So we'll see if he utilizes that later on. A mainstay of this matchup. Banshees went into fast 3rd command center in the last game. And this time, Hero not going Storm. He's going to go for the Robo Bay.
So there is an Observer out. That Banshee is also coming across the map right now. Hero doesn't really know exactly what he is playing against, but he's already prepared, right? He is waiting right there with Stalkers on the perimeter, warping a couple in the natural as well. We will have the cloaking upgrade right here for Hero. Or sorry, for Maru, so... Observer.
Oh, the Observer's on... But he didn't see the starport. And yet Hero's keeping an Observer in the middle. He's playing so safe. What a read.
Yeah,
Maru must be doing...
played against him so much, right? He must know exactly what Maru likes to do right now.
Yeah, like it must be a repeating pattern. That's what's so fascinating, because like Cloaked Banshees is meant to be a surprise sneaky play. And yet Maru apparently is like, no. I'm just going to keep doing this, because I know he did this at least one game in the previous series, but Maru, yeah, really mixing this in a lot. The 2 Banshees pair up. I feel like if this is expected, it's not a good play. Like in terms of predictability, remember yesterday, Maru threw out some really weird, wacky builds.
Yeah, I remember those. Those were insane.
He went 3-port speed Banshee yesterday. It was insane. It was. It wasn't good. It didn't look good. Maybe it's good in practice, but we'll see. The Stalker's coming in right now. They're going to pick off just 2 SCVs. The Warp Prism will rotate around the back, but he's got to focus at home. Those probes need to get out of there. The Banshees.
Yeah, he had an Observer right there. Okay, it was sieged up. He saw these units coming in from a mile away, but he must have been preoccupied with the Stalkers on the other side of the map. That is now allowing a lot more damage than these Banshees were ever supposed to deal. He's going to sack them as well, just maximize the damage. 16 probes in total. I mean, that certainly justifies going for the 2 Cloaked Banshees in the earlier stages of the game. They're not going to help out much in the base defense anyways. It's just maximizing the damage while going for a 3rd CC. Missiling his own units. I don't think that's ideal, but everything else has been going really cleanly right here.
Doritos for the boys. Everyone shakes a bag of Doritos all over those guys.
Celebratory Doritos. Well, maybe you can get a supply depot over here. That's nice, but...
Hero's got to be tilted. It's so frustrating, because the thing is, he literally blind prepared for this build.
Yeah.
And then he just assumed it wasn't happening because it was too late, got distracted at the crucial time, and oh my God. Oh, wow, that's wow.
Yeah, that is
Loco?
Too many units going down.
That was, yeah. Hero's looking desperate. He's looking really desperate. And I understand he was in a bad spot after losing those probes, but... That was a disaster. That was a big disaster. The Colossus drop finds a bunch of SCVs, not bad. But, oh, that's a 3cc Terran. I feel like this is the sort of game where you should just be out. You're dead as the Protoss. It's Hero, though. So I actually give him a decent chance of finding a way to drag this game out and come back at it. with a Raven to counter the Colossus. That will be tricky, having lost almost all of his Blink Stalkers. It's all... Oh!
Okay. You know, I think you're very right, man. Like, he essentially read Maru without Maru showing much of his build order at all, right? Like, he had all of the tools at his disposal to clean up those cloak banshees. He even had the units in the right position at the right time. He was just preoccupied microing on the other side of the map. He had the observer, he had the stalkers in the main base. They were on the perimeter, but the observer was sieged up. But if he would have unsieged it as soon as those banshees came into vision, he would have cleaned that up, and he probably would have lost like 2 probes rather than 16, right? And that makes this game incredibly desperate. Maru right now securing his own 3rd base. He doesn't really need to take chances, but you know what? He's got a banger of an army. He's got some solid upgrades. May as well give it a try.
Double the army supply for Maru as he moves across the map. 5 Marauders, 4 tanks, 37 Marines, a Raven, and a pair of Medivacs. On the other side, 2 Colossus, 3 Sentries, 5 unupgraded Zealots, 3 Stalkers, an Adept, and, of course, 1 Disruptor. That 1 Disruptor has the weight of the world on its shoulders. It needs to land the Purification Nova to purify every single Terran unit, because there is just not enough here. 2 Vikings in the sky, even causing a problem for the Colossus. The bio stimming and spreading in the tanks, zoning him out of his own natural expand. Hero blinks forward, but there's as many siege tanks as there are stalkers, and that's never a good situation for the Protoss. A devastating, smashing victory. And apparently Maru, playing some weird sloppy builds yesterday, has come back and today has said, no, I am going to show you what I'm made of. I'm qualifying for Gamers 8.
Yeah, brilliant series right here by our Terran player. Maybe Hero is considered to be the best Protoss player in the world, and maybe he won last week when these two faced off against each other in another tournament. But today, Maru is looking miles ahead of his opponent right now. I mean, there's 1 Colossus and a Prism and a Dream, but you're gonna need a whole lot more to take all of this down. I mean, he can continue fighting, right? A couple Zealots here, forcing this Terran army to retreat, but there's gonna be so much more where that Terran army came from, and the reinforcements have already arrived in the middle of the map.
Zealots do get pushed back there. Hero trying to scramble around, seeing what he can do. The 1 Disruptor, wouldn't be surprised if he loads that in the Warp Prism, looks for a creative angle, but no, it's going to be a Zealot drop attempt in towards the main base. Maru has a fully saturated 3rd base behind this, up against basically 2 bases that are mining, no 3rd, the natural is gone. Stalkers blink forward, looking for a snipe on the Raven. They get a Viking. 2 Stalkers pay the price for that. The siege tanks are deep in position, and Maru's just making this look easy.
He's gonna need the disruptor hit of a lifetime right here, but Maru already sort of pre-splitting his army rather as well. Siege tanks right now inching closer. The Templar archives will end up going down, and look at the amount of tanks available. I mean, there is a disruptor, there it goes, but he's been building up to that disruptor hit for 30 seconds, and it got a whole lot of nothing. Even the second one got sniped right there before the connection, and GG is called. Maru with a quick 3-0 victory over Hero.
Very few people are able to do that. Hero is known as the best Protoss player in the world for a reason. However, when you have such a dynamic style, sometimes it is a little hit or miss, and that overextension chasing into the natural. I think the moment those Stalkers blinked into the natural siege tanks in game 1, we knew that we were seeing a highly aggressive hero. A hero that was not going to be able to contain that aggressive desire, but a fantastic way to get it going. What did you guys think over on the desk?
Well, we went from one amazing series to, oh boy, was Ben wrong, because he was really looking forward to this one. How do you feel after that series, Ben?
You know, it makes me think even more that Maru was kind of, you know, he was willing to lose that series the other day against Solar, because I was like, man, you have to be real damn confident to kind of, I'm going to use the word throw or flob about in that series.
Flob
when
about?
When you've got Hero waiting for you in the lower bracket, because yeah, but he just looked a different level than Hero, which is so freaking weird to say, because they've played like series for let's say the last year where they've been really damn close, and they've also been kind of back and forth as well, but this just wasn't back and forth whatsoever.
No, it was not. It was full steam ahead for Maru Wardy. This was, I mean, yeah, some cute moves here and there by Hero, but everything went Maru's way, it felt like, in this series.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those series where sometimes what Hero does just doesn't really stick, right? And it really didn't here. It was very one-sided, I would say, and just sometimes being a bit too aggressive, a bit too funky even, and Maru just very solid in this series, not letting any of those things of Hero get under his skin or anything, and just putting himself into phenomenal positions from the early game, and then obviously from there on out it just panned out very easily into Maru's favor. I don't think there's really that much to say, right? Like, Maru just played a very good series. He looked absolutely dominant here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he even missiled his own units in this game and still was totally fine. I don't think I've ever seen that, but there you go. As we look at the
board.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe.
Nothing was actually happening too. That makes it even funnier. I was like, what, did you just see that? And he's like, what? And I'm like, he just missiled himself, and like, you know, just nothing was happening. And it's just like, what's going on? But no, I mean, it was more than enough. When it really mattered, Maru was doing all the right things. I think his build choices were cool too. Like pulling out this Cloak Banshee today was a really nice choice, because it's not often you get like 16, 17 probe kills or whatever it was. But yeah, he just bopped Hero, man. And he made it look easy.
Yeah, he's loving Banshees lately. Across all of these matchups, he's loving it. But you know what? If it works here, it works here. So that is good stuff. 3-0 for Maru here. And those were the highlights brought to you by Aramco for that match. Now let's take a look at what we have confirmed. I mentioned at the start of the series, are we eliminating and purifying the galaxy of Protoss? And it seems like the answer is yes at the moment, Wardy. It's not been the best of times for them, with Maru making it happen down in the bottom.
It has not been the best of Protoss times, but you know what? There's always weekend number 2. That's what stage 2 is for, you know? So those Protoss players get to come back and try again, and we even have an extra Protoss player next weekend as well in Korea, so I think that's going to be specifically quite fun. Hopefully we do see some Protoss players qualify. I know it would be kind of a shame not to see anyone, but I'm pretty confident we'll see Hero at the very least get it done next week, and Korea looks so good this weekend too.
Yeah, you'd think so. Well, we'll see when we actually get to that weekend. For now, though, that's it for the Korean bracket for this weekend. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we're getting 4 series from the EPT bracket. So join us after this for more Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
all these break beats, getting my cyberpunk groove on here at Gamers Without Borders. But we have got ourselves another bracket to go, as we have the EPT bracket now. 4 more series here to qualify 2 more players through to Gamers 8. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about whatever may be happening here, we've got Pig as well as Loco for this one. And we can take a look straight at the lower bracket here, gentlemen. I was going to ask you guys about the previous series, but I mean, what is it really to ask? We've got these 4 series on the way now. Lambo and Spirit, a best of 3. Reigner and Showtime, a best of 3. And the winner of each goes on against Special or Oliveira, respectively, is Pig. So some good StarCraft to come, I think, Pig.
Indeed, yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I mean, it's kind of cool as well because the Korean part of the day has always been taking such a long time towards the start.
Yep.
And I finally get a chance to actually talk about some of these lovely European players that have been a little bit later on in the day. There's been a few action-packed games so far. Obviously, I think, just looking at Special waiting there, it was so impressive that he did manage to take out Reigner earlier on. And I wonder if he's going to be hoping for Lambo or Spirit. I feel like I want to see more of those cool mech builds.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it myself as well. Loco, let's talk about this first match that we're going to be having going down in this best of 3. It will be the Lambo and Spirit matchup coming in here to find out who moves on to a qualification match. Now, for my money, when I'm looking at this, if you'd have asked me 2 years ago, I'd have been like, yeah, Lambo's probably the favorite here. However, when it comes to Spirit in this matchup, I feel like he plays a lot of it and barely loses it, unless it's a Dark, a Ragnarok, a Reigner, or somebody like that. Spirit's very good here in TVZ.
No, I think you're 100% correct, James. These two are, in my mind, almost like at a similar level, right? A couple years ago, maybe Lambo would have been the favorite, but these days, I definitely think Spirit has a very good shot. I think overall, though, as far as skill level goes, these two must be very close, right? Like, Lambo kind of gets overshadowed a little bit by, like, Reigner and Serral on the European server, and then Spirit on the other end gets overshadowed a bit by Clem and Hero Marine. And I think this is going to be a really cool match, I think. It's going to be really close.
Pig, your thoughts coming into this? I know you've been eager to talk about the Europeans, as you say. So what do you think coming into this matchup?
I think Spirit's just been on a hot streak lately, mate. I feel like Spirit has really had momentum on his side. He's shown a lot of ability to go toe-to-toe with the top dogs. And I feel like in the last year, Spirit's gone from being practice partner of the greats to the guy who can actually beat the greats. He might not be a favorite necessarily every match against Serral, but I really feel that Spirit actually comes in here as a heavy favorite. He's recently been very good versus Lambo. I think it'll be a close series no matter what and quite competitive, but it just feels to me like Spirit's playing a very free-flowing version of StarCraft, and as always, what are his strengths? Mega macro, lots of harassment. He's just very good at those 2 aspects of the game. You could argue timing attacks are his weakness, but I just feel like he can potentially out-multitask and out-macro Lambo in the late game.
Fair. I mean, technically, I suppose Spirit could look back at the Oliveira Lambo series and try and see what was going on Lambo's side of things here, Loco. However, that series was quite different from the side of Oliveira. Just kind of throwing some cheeky little things around and catching Lambo with his pants down a bit.
Yeah, he played some, Oliveira that is, he played some very aggressive builds, right? Playing with the massive Widowmine drop, but in general, it kind of looked like Lambo was a bit out of it. I mean, the Reapers in that game also got some drone kills, which really isn't supposed to happen. I know that Lambo has apparently been switching up some of his hardware recently. Apparently, he's got a new mouse that he's been playing with, so maybe that's something. I know he used to play with one of those MMO mice for many, many years, and apparently only recently he switched over to something that most of the other pro gamers, at the very least, agree with, because most of the guys don't like having one of those mice with like 17 buttons on the side.
But if that's what you thumb to select his control groups.
Yeah, he uses thumb control groups apparently, but now I guess he can't any longer. I'm not exactly sure. So maybe that's why Lambo looked a little bit out of it in that series versus Oliveira, but I really don't think that showed what the man is capable of. Like, he's really good.
That's next level gaming if you end up just binding fungal growth to one of those buttons and all this other stuff.
I think it's like run by groups, you know? I think he's got like an extra hotkey for like run bys on his, like, I guess, thumb? Yeah.
There you go.
Actually, wait. Technically, I don't think there's any rulings against using foot pedals, right? Like it doesn't have to just be mouse and keyboard,
point.
Right?
This was a point that Katowice.
Yeah, have a foot pedal. You've got 2 control groups on the foot pedal. You're like using those to kind of use your run bys and stuff.
Yeah, like you
work up to every tournament. Yeah, you have like a DDR pad or something. I don't know.
I'm getting an update here from Wardy. Apparently, Harstam asked for it at Katowice, but he got told no.
Oh.
Really?
Wait, did this really happen, or was being trolled?
I remember this being a point of discussion, but I don't want to remember exactly what the result was. But there you go. Maybe the admin was like, I don't know. I've never had this request before. Nobody's asked me this. No, I mean, yeah, I can imagine having a foot pedal with an extra control group is nice.
I mean, I'm under the impression there's probably not a written rule about foot pedals. But anyway, we're getting on a massive tangent here.
Like a drum set, you know, from Rock Band back in the day.
I'll get my Roland Electric kit on the go and we'll play StarCraft like that. All right, anyway, never mind. We've got ourselves a video game to play. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentators here for this best of 3. Let's do it.
Super excited to get started on the EPT section right now as Wally and Demu coming at you to cast a little bit of TVZ, a matchup, I think, Ben, which we can look at. And I personally have definitely been feeling Spirit a little bit more lately, in part because of what we've just heard from the guys on the desk, that Lambo has been switching things up, getting back in practice and so on. And Spirit, I have to say, has really just been, to me, like, kind of phenomenal as of late. Like, he's just continuing to deliver time and time again.
You're absolutely right. And like in my head, I don't know why I have this notion of Lambo just being more solid than Spirit overall, but statistically between these two, Spirit has a better record against him historically, not just like recently, historically, which is a 61% win rate, which you might be like, it's not too bad. Over 40 series, that definitely means something. And as of late, Spirit's been getting the upper hand of him. And, you know, the guys talked about it. He's got a new mouse as well to kind of get used to, but we're going to get right into it. Spawning over in the top left here on Fan, it is Spirit.
And down in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, our blue Zerg player is going to be Lambo from the Shopify Rebellion.
Really cool team, Shopify. You know, they've burst onto the scene, got a full roster together. They helped out the whole EPT circuit and tournaments like Home Story Cup and what have you multiple times. And they've got a really, really cool roster. And they obviously look after their players because everyone that joined Shopify Rebellion basically got boosted in skill, it really feels like. So they're all obviously happy there. But when it comes to going up against Spirit, Spirit is the kind of guy that we all know. He likes to play the late game before the late game's even happening. In fact, he likes to go for the late game right from minute 3, basically. And he's starting off kind of like that with a CC first. But obviously, this has become a little bit more normal for these kind of players, for Terrans in general, just because it is a pretty safe opening to go for.
Absolutely, it has been, as double gas gets going from Spirit as well. So it's just going to be that CC first into our double gas and really just rocking into some tech to follow this up. And it isn't necessarily always going to be that double gas either, right? You can go into multiple racks behind this and, you know, go more 2-1-1-esque as well. So just so many options. And yeah, it's definitely kind of a fun one to, you know, throw in, especially on these maps where the Zergs are less likely to kind of, you know, get aggressive straight away.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I remember back in the day, CC first, it was like, oh dear, if the Zerg went for this build, you're dead. But if they didn't, then you're okay. And like kind of stems from Brood War. If they opened up like a pool first, you went CC first, you're dead. But these days, Terrans aren't opening up like 2 racks always behind it, like the 2-on-1 and stuff. They actually have a lot of openings. So you still get to be safe, a little bit greedier. Yeah, Hellions and stuff are out later on the map, but if that suits your style, I think it's always worth throwing out here, there, and everywhere. I think one of the first guys I saw really utilizing a lot was Oliveira quite some time ago, but he ended up taking some big wins. And in fact, Bunny, I think Bunny knocked Reina out of GSL with it too when he had that little stint in Korea. So, I mean, it is a build that is decent, but so far, both sides of things looks very standard for both of them. Lambo not having a Reaper turn up his base immediately. He's just going to cross the map very nonchalantly.
Very nonchalantly indeed. Just gets to get the Zergling up to the front. We'll see the CC can run up the ramp and just try and pick up a bit of information here as well if you would like. So just up scout around. Feelings that you can chase the SCVs around for a few moments. So chase those away, and that's some lost mine time. That's already a lot more than I feel you're usually expecting to have happen. So decent start, honestly. The Reaper does come out, and the Lings will now get picked away at, but yeah, actually not bad. Oh, we do get an SCV at the end as well, so able to grab one to round things out.
You know what's funny? Like, you build those 4 links as safety links for the Reaper that you kind of expect from, like, a regular build. But given that, you know, it never came, it came but way too late, Spirit's lost mining time, I think it kind of just it's paid off for Lambo making those to be aggressive lings and the CC first. I give Lambo the little edge from this opening, but look at that. That is such a fast third CC from Spirit here.
Yep. That's kind of the power of this, right? Is that you can just take such a fast third off of already being somewhat greedy in the beginning, and you can just get so much done from these scenarios. So that's exactly what we're seeing being done right now. Spirit just taking the chance to get into 3 bases, and from here he can follow up as he wishes. He's going to start that stim pack. Spirit has still trended more towards the bio play, and obviously we've seen a lot of mech play today and just across the tournament so far. It's probably been the more popular of the 2 styles, but bio is definitely, I still think, Spirit's go-to. I don't think Spirit can't play mech, just I think he does prefer to play the bio and then play into the later stage from that bio rather than just meching it throughout.
I think it's spot on. Like, the way that I've seen him play, he's definitely good with all stages of bio. Especially that late game, you see a few Terrans such as like the Beyonds of the world that don't always want to go into the Ghost play, even though we saw it from him in this tournament. But, you know, it's not necessarily in their repertoire, whereas Spirit, I feel he ticks all the boxes for all the things that Terran can do. It's just about what he likes to do. But this game, he's played as greedy as possible. Like this Liberator that he's made as well, if he was against any sort of like Roach play or anything like that, because his scouting has been fairly minimal as well, he'd have been dead. Like, he'd have been super dead with a build like this. But luckily he wasn't against that. And we also have to remember that these guys are friends. Like, they know each other pretty damn well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they really do. They play against each other all the time as well. These are 2 players who frequently will practice together as well. So as we see this Liberator heading down to the south, we will have the chance to try and harass a little bit. 1-1 upgrades already starting from Spirit as well, so he's going to make sure he has the upgrade lead in this. Little grenade to bop the Queen's back for a moment or 2 as the Liberator again tries to find a position. Going to aim for the 3rd where the Queen is out of position, so let's see if the drones pull away. They don't immediately. That's 1, 2, maybe 3 drones, maybe even more, because they just keep running back to those minerals. We're going to get 6. Okay, you commit the Liberator and you might just lose it here, but 6 drones, not bad at all for the Lib. And you've still got these Hellions now clearing up creep in the front, so Lambo's going to be losing out on map control as we go.
That was actually pretty brutal, because I mean, that was obviously avoidable, right? Like you said it, those drones kept going back to those minerals, and it felt like Spirit was lining it up nicely. He was harassing those queens and just kind of poking at the front and whatnot. But Lambo definitely dropped the ball a little bit there, although not down and out. He is establishing a 4th base. The creep spread's still looking pretty nice. The Hellions are still out and about, and he hasn't sacrificed those just yet, but having 8 Hellions alive, the armory's going to finish up soon, and it's lining up with that 1-1 and combat shields. There's going to be a scary push coming out from Spirit, like, mark my words.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. He's going to have a timing here, and there's got to be a way to defend that. Otherwise, this game is going to fall away from Lambo very, very quickly. So as those first upgrades finish up, we'll be keeping our eyes on, again, A, Spirit attacking, but B, what Lambo is going to try and do about that as well. As you know, the 1-1's about halfway done. The Baneling speed is all coming up as well. It's just all that much faster for Spirit. So again, the timing here is going to be great. At least the Baneling speed should be finished at, you know, at least fairly close to the start of this fight, if not for this fight, because that's at least one of the 2 things, Baneling speed and 1-1, that you would like to have. So having the Bane speed at least gives you some chances, especially considering all of these engagements will happen on creep spread.
These upgrades finished in beautiful time, by the way. 1-1 plus combat shields. He even finished the armory as he's pushing here. He could start his 2-2, but the fight will commence. And look at the positioning. I like the tanks on the low ground. Those Banelings, they were not efficient whatsoever. Taking a shot from the tank and then running into those Hellbats. And he's tried to get a flank ready. But look how he's positioning this with the Hellbats. It's really nice play from Spirit.
I love it as well. Target fires the Bane, so the Marines just survive on the low ground, and man, with the 1-1, it's not even close. This base will fall, but the entire Zerg army's gone. Never mind killing off the base. Let's just go for the kill right now. Spirit getting everything possible. And these Marines just going to stand here and clean on up. 30 supply lead coming out of this. Now 20 as Lambo gets a little bit more production on the way. Spirit will have to fall back to some reinforcements, especially because these Marines obviously low HP. Medivacs are kind of drained of energy, but this was a fantastic start, and this really throws, you know, Lambo under the bus, because now Spirit, he's just going to be able to keep the pressure up. There's no reason he has to slow down here. He can just keep on moving.
And good luck keeping that base alive in this position. I mean, he has to fight off creep against a big pre-spread. The drone's running in again, Wardian. He has to fight the upper ground. He has to fight the lower ground. Look at those Banelings. Those are the saddest Banelings I've ever seen. They didn't know where to go. And GG early on. Spirit, wow, that was just, he came, he did his harass, he came with a follow-up push, and just absolutely bopped him. Like that was not close.
It doesn't really get more one-sided than that in a lot of, in a lot of ways, honestly, right? That was really just Spirit, as you say, he bopped him. there's not really much to go into. The harassment harassed. He cleaned up a bit of creep, and then when the push came, the positioning was beautiful. And Lambo tried to set up the flank. It just didn't do anything. I think the real issue was he didn't get any Banes toward the Marines, right? He may have been able to clean up the tanks, but the Marines on the high ground went just so uncontested. When they're just left there to shred with the upgrade lead, they are going to do wonderful things. And that's obviously exactly what we ended up seeing in that game number 1.
Yeah, really stellar play from Spirit. Like this Liberator obviously shouldn't be doing what it did here. I know Lambo was getting his queens in position and stuff, but whether there was something else happening or just a little bit of misjudgment by him, these Banelings, this positioning, look at those Hellbats at the back. I don't even see where 2 more pop from the bottom on the left there.
Bottom left, yeah. They
did such a good job of just making that run by or that run around, just not do that much in Spirit. Even microing on the high ground while doing it on the low ground. That was actually a top performance out of him. I wasn't necessarily sure what to expect because both of these two, I think it is kind of like 60-40 historically between them, but Spirit looked just better, bigger and better, which that's a hard thing to do against Lambo.
No, it definitely is. Lambo's a formidable opponent. He's one of the, big European players that isn't quite the Serral or the Reyno, sure, but like he's one of those guys that's difficult to get through when you're making your way through these non-Korean events, right? And in this case, Spirit made it look like he was the player that's, Lambo's meant to get through, right? And I wouldn't, in the past, have put those in the same guys in the same kind of class, but one thing that's definitely struck me lately is the consistency of Spirit. That's one thing that's been so just every single time he plays, it seems like he has a fighting chance. It's never Spirit getting rolled over anymore. And that definitely used to be the case where sometimes Spirit just wouldn't get off the ground at all. So yeah, excited to see game 2 because Lambo's going to have to make some heavy adjustments here. Otherwise, Spirit's just going to have a very easy move through into that qualifying matchup later today.
Yeah, it's funny what you say about Spirit because like a lot of players kind of get stuck, and I felt that way maybe about Spirit for a while. Like there was some people that he just could not beat for the life of him, like the Hero Marines of the world. But even against those guys, he's actually managed to not just take maps now, like he can take series off them. And Hero Marine can no longer look at Spirit as like I'm going to obviously own this guy, because like it's not the case. Like even in this tournament, it was pretty close between them. Like I think a 2-1 for Gabe, and Gabe showcased how good he was against Terran, taking down the world champ 3-0. Pretty shamelessly as well. Like it was pretty but damn swift. So Spirit, yeah, he's looking great, man, and it's good to see. It's good to see out of him.
It is absolutely fantastic. In the bottom right, the red Terran that we're glamoring over right now, it is Spirit.
And Neo Humanity, a bit of a large map. Spawner in the top left here. As our blue Zerg, it is Lambo. Pool first here, Wardy. Pool first. Now, it's not always one of those things where it's like, you interview him after and you're like, were you expecting a 2-Rex? And, the 2-Rex happens like, yeah, I just know my opponent so well. What do you think's going to happen out of this? Because I think it can be good for those Lings that can sneak by. But do you also think that Spirit is the kind of guy that can do a 2-Rex if he's 1-0 up cheekily?
I mean, he can, but I feel like when you win the first game like that, you just don't. And especially in a best of 3, I think in a best of 5, I wouldn't be shocked to see Spirit 2-Rex, but in a best of 3, I would be. And what's actually really sad for Lambo here is that Spirit's going to double down on the Command Center first. So Command Center first is actually good against Pool first, right? Because the Lings don't show up in time to deny the CC anymore. So the whole benefit of having those Lings out early kind of is negated. The only good thing that could happen here is if Lambo kind of blindly went for like a roach roll in with the Pool first, then the CC first does have some trouble. So does Lambo take the correct risk here? If this is just a safety play and I'll see what goes on, this is fantastic because you're basically playing super eco versus a safer build, and as Spirit you're going to get away with it, and that's exactly what it seems to be for now.
Yeah, like a lot of these CC first, and he even did the SV scout. I don't know if he did that in the first game. If he didn't, and he did it in this game, I love that from Spirit, because that is the kind of time that if you are playing against a Zerg that noticed you did that, they can then be like, oh, you greedy little sucker, you're going to do that again, eh? Or at least like some kind of greedy play that you can maybe be a little bit of a scandal against. But this time he scouts for the SCV, gets to see like, oh, there's a few Lings out in the field, he's getting the Reaper, he's being kind of safe and steady. But you're totally right. These CC first builds, they aren't actually that bad against these pool first situations, just because at worst you lose a little bit of mining time. At best, you didn't rally SCVs down to the low base anyway, and you're just totally fine. And then it's your opponent putting themselves at an economic deficit for not much damage, really.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's just a good start then for Spirit. I like it. Be very excited to see what he can do from this. Factory is going to come up. Obviously, Could go into fast 3cc again. I'd be surprised if he didn't. I don't think he's necessarily someone who's going to 2-base, especially when, again, you can get to that 3cc position so easily. So there it is. Coming down, third command center. And it's just going to macro it up once again. But again, that still has that kind of deadly timing to it a bit further down the line. So it's not just like a sit back and relax. We saw in the last game, it's the exact opposite of that, really.
Yeah, definitely could be. Definitely could be. This game so far, just after the pool first opening, it's just lining up very nicely. It's not as if Lambo committed anything to it. I just think Lambo was testing the water. It's nice to make sure that you're not going to die against somebody doing a 2-racks like that. And if you are against somebody and you did die to a 2-racks in such phenomenal fashion here, because I mean, this is a qualifier for one of the biggest tournaments we're going to have, that would suck. So I like the safety play, but Spirit just going to be nice, steady here. He's going for that nice, quick third CC. He did have a tech lab ready for this starport, so most likely going to go for a Banshee here. Banshee's obviously nice against any potential pressure that you can go up against, so showcasing that he can actually change and divvy up what he's going for. It's always a bit annoying when you do go for a Liberator and did so much damage and then you can't do it again just because of how risky it is, but hey, these things happen.
I like the Cloak Banshees and everything, though. I mean, honestly, there's so much potential with those as well. They're just a really standout, solid unit. You know, you never regret going Cloak Banshees, I feel like. There's very rarely that you can be like, oh man, these Banshees suck. Maybe against like 2-base meter or something, but there's almost always opportunities to find with these Banshees, so 100% expecting them to be a big part of this. Left first, at least from Lambo, means he will be quicker to the Overseers, which in this case will help him against those Banshees a little bit as well. A bit more maneuverability with his detection, so the Queens can move around with an Overseer and really try and minimize what the Banshees can find. There will be a little bit of time where the Banshees can go against no Overseer, but it will be fairly limited.
Roach Warren on the go. Do you think Lambo's potentially sniffing out like what he thinks might be mech here with that kind of play? Like, I haven't seen a hell of a lot of Lambo recently when it comes to his ZVT. I obviously got to see him against Oliveira, and he kind of stuck to a nice, safe, standard style. But the way that he's playing here, in fact, no, he knows everything that's going on now. He knows everything with the Overlord, and going for the Carapace first. He has a second Evo, right?
I'm not 100% sure. I guess we'll find out in a sec. Maybe it's just the one. That's kind of interesting. You know, we have seen a lot more just Roach focus play in ZVT, just even when it's not necessarily like going to be mech. And obviously the fact that mech is more possible makes the Roach play be a little bit more popular, but we've seen so much more just kind of like Roaches into Ling Bane as a follow-up. So maybe this is that, especially with just a single Evo chamber, you just get a Carapace upgrade. Wow, a Infestation Pit already in Roach speed? I'm very interested as to what this is.
This is like a blast from the past, like a Snoot-esque build, you know? Like it's proper funky what he's doing here, and it's not what I necessarily expect out of Lambo, but I like it. And this map, it is kind of long. It's fairly narrow. Does mean that those fungals and having infestors in the right places will be nice to do. Going for the Hydralisk Den, most likely going to be for Hive and Lurkers, eh? Just kind of bringing that style back again.
Yeah. I guess so, just Roaches into Lurkers. I just wonder why we don't get a missile upgrade earlier, but I guess just make sure you don't get overwhelmed. So anyways, I mean, here we go, Hydra Den coming through. Get that Hive started alongside the Lurker Den, get the Lurker upgrades ASAP, basically. There are timings you've got to be concerned about here, because if you're going to try and be greedy alongside building Roaches, like Roaches are fine, but they can get outmassed. And the moment Roaches are outmassed, they really don't look good. So you just got to be careful you don't get, you know, too greedy going into the Lurkers that a 1-1 timing actually hurts you more, you know, in a situation where it doesn't ever feel like you should die because Roaches are on the field. But you can see what Spirit's doing. He's getting double bunker. He's not sure about what it is, so he's actually preparing safely. Meanwhile, Lambo is actually just teching straight up. So this looks great for Lambo, of course, with Spirit kind of reading this wrongly.
I was just thinking to myself, whenever I see Broaches, especially when they're kind of moving out on the field and you don't get the full picture, as a Terran, you always have to be a bit scared, because if you're out of position even momentarily, boom, you know, like they come, they attack you, you're like, damn it, I got fooled again by this, because it is very, very common, very popular as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Lambo, what he's doing here, I think he's playing a smart game, and I think he's abusing the fact that that timing is so damn strong. And this third it's reasonably open getting there, right? From the Terran. Yep. But everything that he's done so far, he's just had a free ticket to Lurkers, basically, and Vipers. And look at the supplies as well. Like, Lambo's in great shape this game.
Absolutely. Extra factory on the way from Spirit. That's going to become important. One of the main things here is usually the fact that at the very least you have Well, you know, tanks, right? Because you can use the tanks very nicely against both, you know, against Lurkers, Roaches, Hydras, everything. So the Vipers are the only real issue there. But in theory, if you have enough tanks, the Vipers can't hit all of them. So more tanks, the better. That's why that second factory is going to be very important. We are going to drop around. There's obviously limited mobility with the style that Lambo's currently playing as well. So that's also going to be considered as a factor. That's something else that will come into play, I imagine, as these Lings run straight through. These Marines are going to take some shots. Roaches and Queens coming by to just push the medevacs away.
I guess the weirdest part for me is something that you talked about earlier, just the lack of the ranged missile upgrade, because his upgrade's going to be a lot sexier right now. As could Spirits, he is forgetting his armor, although I'm looking at his minerals and his gas, he's keeping them extremely low. It's Lambo that's floating a little bit, but that is because he's going for a very, very gas-intensive army. And look at those Vipers. Oh, Spirit tried to catch them off guard there, so sucking up the energy off that hatchery, but Lambo's getting to the end game that he'd like to be at. Granted, he's got a lot of roaches, which he can start trading out, but you still want to do it kind of efficiently, right?
Yeah, absolutely. As Queens, Roaches, Lurkers just come through and pushing back the Calbat there, and the few Marines still lurking around the left side with this medevac, trying to get something done, but, well, here we go. First blind cloud is huge, hitting 3 siege tanks all at once. Well, Lambo's is going to waltz straight in position, and man, this feels rough for Spirit, who is now going to actually get a few shots off with the other tanks. The rest of the defense is held strong. So Lambo may have taken position, but Spirit's defense still managed to hold, and he kills a hatchery at the same time. So goodbye 5th base. And there's a drop over here, going to nab a few drones as well. Honestly, still pretty darn good.
Not bad at all. And like, soon he's going to have his +2 finished. And I mean, Spirit did survive. He did hold. And look at his work account here, Wardy. Oh, those Vipers.
Oh,
those are sad.
Get them both.
That
what a
good.
catch.
That's
He's been
really
so
good.
active looking for them, man. Like, and that's so, yeah, yes, exactly. You say it's really good because that takes away a huge kind of power spike in this Zerg army. We saw how good that single blind cloud was before. The less of those you have to face as the Terran player here, the happier you're going to end up being. So, what a great pickoff for Spirit. And honestly, he's been trying for that pickoff for a while. So I'm very happy he was able to make it work out for himself in the end.
Absolutely. Lambo is starting to switch into like melee upgrades here, which, yeah, definitely an interesting way of going about it. Like, those Lings won't be able to fight with these Marines for a little bit of time here. They've only got 1 carapace against 2-1, which is a big deal. But Spirit is in between transitioning here. But it does look like he's going for one of these I'm playing the late game situations. We have the sensor towers going down. And this map, when it comes down to the bases, even though it is large, the amount of bases available, they do run out fairly quickly. And it's an obvious split how you're going to do it, either from left to right, or in this case, from bottom to top. And Lambo has to be careful, because I don't think he's been trading too efficiently so far.
Yeah, it would be cool to see that. Yeah, it's about 2k difference. Not bad for an 11-minute game.
Not bad, not bad.
Obviously, it's this sort of fight or stage as well where you can start trading very badly as the Zerg player trying to deny Terran economy. And don't forget, Spirit loves this kind of game as well, man. Like, Spirit loves to macro it up, be split map, play into the ghosts and everything. He dreams about these scenarios. And while he's become, in fact, one of the things I love the most about Spirit is he's really become a better player because he's become more well-rounded, playing out the earlier game a lot better. He still loves these situations, and he was, you know, he basically grew up on these kind of styles. So, yeah, gotta feel a little bit bad for Lambo, because now you're essentially playing in the Spirit's game. And, well, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, you can see Lambo's own adjustments coming through, especially with the Ling Bane taken to the stage alongside these Lurkers, which is phasing those Roaches out. And it's just going to become a much more typical kind of later game comp, with the Spire there to aid in a transition if necessary.
Spirit, like, this minimap is beautiful, man. You're looking at this and it's like these sensor towers going down, you got vision everywhere, you're safe, there's tanks here, there and everywhere, getting good upgrades going as well. One thing that he is missing out on is that +3 weapons. Gonna try and get a bit of snipe here. Had to use a lot of Banelings to get rid of it, and it actually picked up quite a few of those Marauders. Nice play from both of them doing what they can, because this middle control is actually quite a big deal. These bases, obviously, big, rich gases, you want to soak that out quickly. Oh, well, we're in for a long one here, Wardy.
Oh, absolutely. Like, this map is getting split, and there's nothing we can do to stop them, Ben. It's, I like it, though, because, you know, that first game was such a, you know, such a whoosh kind of game, you know, went straight over our heads. And especially after Maru here was also a little quick, I'm happy that we're getting back into something a little bit more kind of dark Gumiho-esque, like how we started the day.
Yeah, big defensive setup. And Lambo, he feels that now is the time to go. Blinding clouds do go down. These Banelings on the left side getting a good wraparound, but There is so much Spirit, man. It feels like there's not anything to take down these Liberators anymore, Wardy. Look at all of those reigning supreme in the top there. I mean, they're both trading pretty phenomenally. This PF, oh my goodness, it stayed alive with like 50 health. I don't think that was a good trade for Lambo.
You have to knock down the base. I mean, 14 SCVs is great and all, but they're so replaceable. You need to hit economy of the Terran in these scenarios because your efficiency is going to be in the gutter. And okay, he only traded 1,000 resources lost worse than what he was already at before during that fight, so that ain't so bad. And he's trying to switch pretty quickly into Broods, which maybe is the plan here from Lambo. Just quick switch to Broods, way faster than Spirit expects, and that may be able to catch him off guard. So maybe that's going to be a part of this. Corruptors are indeed already popping out, so away we go.
Away we go. That ghost count is huge. Can we have a look at the army value for both these players of what they have remaining? 18 ghosts on the field. Okay, so Spirit's army is definitely starting to look bigger, but it is one of those that it has to be ready for a fight, doesn't it? Like, you know, you can't just run on creep and just go Hail Mary kind of thing. These ghosts, these Liberators, they have to be set up and ready. It does look like Spirit is getting ready to kind of venture over to the left side of the map, maybe feeling a bit more comfortable with this middle setup that he has, but Broodlord's going to be the next weapon of choice for Lambo, and with that amount of ghosts on the field, he has to be super careful about them.
He does indeed. I was going to say, I actually feel like, you know, the Broodlords are scary, but because there's such a good Liberator setup, it's going to be very difficult to stop the Ghost sniping. So the Ghost might be able to sit sort of, you know, the Liberators protect against like Infestors and Fungals, right? So if the Ghost can kind of just sit there and snipe, then the Broodlords are manageable on the side of Spirit. So it's one thing to consider as we do just have ourselves obviously still taking base on both sides. Lib's going to start harassing as well. This is why having Corruptors will be nice, because you're going to need those to deal with that. Big push coming in once again. Lambo's just ready to go. He dropped a lot of supply very quickly as SCV retreat. This time the Planetary Fortress will not be as lucky, but those Libs are still MVPs, shooting down Hydras and just no response at all. These Liberators doing huge things. There's snipes on the Vipers. They might have gotten a parasitic bomb off, but the snipes are huge, and the efficiency from Spirit again is just absolutely through the roof. He's able to do so well. And Lambo's supply, okay, he's still got money to spend in the bank, but he is running out of gas.
Holy shit, that's a 20 kill Liberator, man. Like, I think that's been valuable things like drones as well. Like, these Liberators have been absolute key. And Lambo, he had a big bang not too long ago, but that is absolutely depleting. It just feels like a lot of these fights, he's not thinking about how to deal with them fancily. He's just like, go, 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 you know? And Spirit just seems kind of ready. And there's a few things that Spirit did miss out on, like these upgrades that he's starting now. They could have been done for those fights. He's even sort of been neglecting the mech upgrades. Like, if this was Maru right now, you know, +3 weapons. These Lings do nothing. The Broodlings do nothing with those Hellbats. But still, he's doing a really good job of playing it his way, and he slowed down the game a lot too. And it feels like he's making Lambo play his style rather than the other way around.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's kind of interesting that Lambo doesn't play slow himself, right? That he feels the need to go attacking in. And I kind of get it. You don't want to let the Terran set up, but this defensive position is so freaking good. Do we really feel like that's okay? That's yeah, that's a little bit crazy to me. You see the bio coming in on the left side, a couple of drones taking some hits, and we will have Broodlords clearing out in the middle of the map as well, just opening up these rocks. Obviously, this extra starport production begins as well, which gives you as Spirit an option to transition later on. And we've seen PCs firing away at Broodlords once already today.
We certainly have. We certainly have. Lambo is starting to kind of clinch on over, though. Like, he's going for an expansion on either side of the map. It's going to be hard to defend both, but I think he's going for the kind of method that if you can get one up, then that's cool. You really bank on that. Nukes will start falling. The creep spread is good, but this is kind of the frantic area where you have to look around as Zerg. He was on the ball there, man. Like, and look at that, he's kind of shift-click back, so he's more than prepared to deal with this kind of stuff. Nice play out of Lambo. That stuff can be annoying, and he's starting to maneuver down to the bottom of the map, and that is where all of Spirit's fresh bases are too. So this is absolutely where Lambo wants and needs to be.
Yep, working his way down over here, get rid of some of this economy of the Terran, make it so he can't ever build up that bank. Or at least try and slow him down from that. We do have a Ghost looking for snipes. There's no fungal support for a moment or two, and that allows a couple snipes to land. At least one Broodlord did fall. So some damage already dealt. Vikings trying to get a little bit of a cleanup as well. They will all go down to the fungal and combination with the parasitic bomb. There's a nuke over here. That one looks like it might land. And at the same time, a counterattack of Bio. You'll see strikes everywhere. Nuke lands. Hatchery dies on the right side. And what a great little counterattack in from Spirit. He hits a pretty good EMP on the Infestors as well, to me.
This is crazy. It's unfortunate those gold minerals aren't mined out, but at the same time, it does allow or disallow Lambo from just kind of running into the natural, I suppose. So maybe it actually works out better for him. 3-3 is about to finish up for Spirit, and despite all this madness, Spirit is the one kind of ahead in supply here, which I guess I'm not surprised with how much he's carving out on the inside of Lambo's base. And Lambo, look, he's having to scuttle back home.
And Scotland back with Broodlords is a slow process. Couple going down. Man, this drop has been insane. Continuing to just trade out with the feelings before finally deciding enough is enough. Time to lift on out of here and just be done with it for the moment. Well, another nuke lines up as well. And it feels as though Lambo's obviously just had a bit too much going on, letting that previous nuke land. You know, we saw him, one time deal with the nuke very well. Following from that, he kind of lost out, on a lot of stuff to the next nuke along. He's just a bit too busy right now, losing a couple units as well, as that army was just a little bit of an edge too close.
Man, this is, Lambo's really feeling the pressure now. Like, not too long ago, he was maxed out, had like a 5k, 2k bank. Now he's lost a few bases. He's getting nuked as well. This is one of the biggest tournaments to come up, and of all people doing it to you, it's bloody Piotr, and he's doing it really damn well. He's doing it so damn well here, Wardy. Like, Piotr is playing a solid ass Terran macro game, and we all know he can do it, but look at that army. That is an army and a half.
That is an army and a half.
There he goes.
I was going to say, someone even call this 2 armies, I think. Never mind an army and a half, because it's a lot. And actually, he's going to waltz straight on a creep spread here. Wild play, he did scan the army to the right side, so he knows where it is. He believes he can deny this hatchery, which he will do, since a few goes forward as well. And apparently just off and away we go. Straight into these bases. Wow. A few units peel across the left side, and of course now he's set up preemptively with the Liberators. Ghost getting snipes on a lot of the Broodlords as well. The Ling Bane flank attempt goes absolutely nowhere. And now the Bio's going to clean up on the left side too, and this has just been a beautiful moment to move forward from Spirit. What a moment to just pick your fight.
It's great play. Like, what can Lambo's army do here? Like, he's on creep. This is kind of the best situation for him in this game. The only thing that he might, well, in fact, he needs a lot to happen for him, but these Infestors, they can't get these Dream Fungals on these Ghosts. He's doing a really good job of just kind of dancing in the area here. The tanks are dealing a bit of friendly fire damage, I suppose, but oh my goodness. Spirit, that was really good play, man. That was really good play out of him. I'm so happy I got to cast this series, especially with Spirit playing as well as he has done, because, yeah, the only person that took him down so far was Hero Marine, and even that, he played really good. It's so nice to see him playing as well as he is doing.
That is really freaking cool to see, man. He played really good. Like you said, we kind of knew it coming in. He was looking that good, but to bring it out here when it really mattered, going to be very fun to see him playing later on as he tries to qualify in a best of 5 later today, of course. So very excited for that. Piotr just looking amazing. Lambo not quite up to the task today, and we'll have to try again next week. Let's go over to the desk. Oh, to us?
No, to the desk. Thank you, boys. Harry Piotr. I cannot believe your guys' pronunciation was unbelievable. But I'll tell you what was more unbelievable than that. We've got Pig and Loco here to talk about how, honestly, Spirit looks like the complete package. He can do a little bit of everything, and especially in that late game here, Pig, he was looking fantastic.
Yeah, even seeing some new lobbies getting up there as well on the screen. Piotr, I'll level up Wardy's pronunciation there. Looked fantastic. He just looked like too much for Lambo, mate. Yeah. Just the Polish power coming through. This was a little unfortunate. This fight was obviously like the Queens and the Lings, the Banes just not connecting with anything. The flank comes in, and the Banelings just never found the Marines in this first game. Spirit was always so well set up, and from there he was way too far ahead. But what I love is that he's killing people with crisp timing attacks, and he's still just as good as he's always been in the big macro game.
Exactly.
All these bunkers for the safety. I just feel like Spirit, he's evolving to become the whole package.
Yeah, definitely. You're looking at this game to go down Loco, and it's just, this is his wheelhouse. This is where he would drag people before when they were hoping that they would defeat him in the early game. And yeah, he loves these moments in these games.
Yeah, no, for years he's been playing this long macro game, right? That's always been his go-to. Like sometimes we cast the best of 3 on our best of 5. We're like, oh no, Spirit is playing. This could take a little while. But he's really stepped it up, especially as far as the timing attacks go. So this is something he's been doing for years, and we all knew he was very good at it, but he really seems to be playing at another level right now. I mean, it's always interesting when players first start stepping it up, right? He looked really good, for example, at Katowice.
Yeah.
Like, will they actually be able to maintain that skill level over the next few months as well? And well, Spirit certainly looks like he's here to stay. He looked incredible in this match.
Yeah, definitely. Those were the highlights brought to you by Aramco, so thank you for those. As Spirit looking great here with a 2-0. Unfortunate for Lambo here, Pig. Of course, now he falls out of this particular bracket, but at least he has another chance next week, and, you know, maybe we'll see something other than him having to go up against great Terrans here in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we used to think of Europe as a region where you just don't get enough practice versus high-level Terrans, but I think that has changed. You've got Gabe, you've got Clem, and now Spirit also performing in tournaments as well as practice. Lambo having a rough kind of turn of it against Oliveira, and here I think he's going to be working on his Zerg versus Terran, really studying these games. And I think next week, if he runs into a Terran, we're going to see him with a new approach.
Yeah, definitely. So that means now Spirit is going to go up against Special in a qualification match a little later on down the line. For now, though, we're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we have one more best of 3 before those best of 5 qualification matches begin here for Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8. The land of heroes.
I do like how there's moments in that video where it looks all CGI, all crazy and stuff like that. But actually, no, that's kind of how it just looks over there. So it's going to be exciting to be back once again for Gamers 8. But now we find out which other players are going to be joining us over in Gamers 8 here at Gamers Without Borders. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Kat as well as ZG to talk about the upcoming series going down. And it's going to be Reina going up against Showtime. In a best of 3, the winner will move on to play against Oliveira, and the loser will fall to the next bracket next weekend. So, Cats, I didn't think, well, I've said this many, many times today, I'm going to say it again here. We didn't expect, really, this to be our first lower bracket match with Reina and Showtime going head-to-head.
For sure not. And first of all, it's great to be back in the Calaris Dome. I've missed it since yesterday. Yeah, and also I like that they called it the Land of Heroes after today's performance from Hero. Maybe not so much.
Oh,
yeah, it should be it should be a good match regardless. I agree it's not the expected match that we would have had, but we're all the better for it, perhaps, at least for today.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I should hope, at least here. I think one thing that does give me that glimmer of hope is the fact that Showtime did look pretty decent against Cyril in that upper bracket. But are we looking at the bracket? What's happening? Are we doing that so just to re-jog people's memories? Or are we just going straight into the verses? We'll see in a moment, I suppose. But beyond that, ZG, when we're looking at it, there we are. Hey. Okay, so we've got it going on. I mean, we just saw Spirit come off that 2-0 as well here, ZG. Really impressive by him. I feel like, me and Pig mentioned it, he really does feel like more and more the full package constantly does Spirit on the international stage.
Yeah, I've always called him kind of like a staircase climber, which is that every so often he gets to jump up a step, but it's kind of slow work.
Yeah,
necessarily one that just breaks into the scene and then suddenly is very, very good. But he's definitely gone up another step, basically in the year of 2023, performing very well in a lot of the Open Cups as well. So I absolutely believed he was favored versus Lambo. And then Lambo just kind of looked off his game in particular. He definitely showed some better ZVT in Katowice, for instance.
Yeah, definitely. I think come next week's bracket, it'll be interesting to see if he gets the opportunity to actually play against somebody that's not a Terran. And then maybe we can see some different matchups from Lambo and see how everything's being ironed out for him on that side of things. But yes, our match, Reina versus Showtime here. I'm going to stick with you to start things off here, ZG, for this matchup to begin with, because Reina, an absolute killer in the matchup. But again, Showtime has shown us that he can stand up against some of these top tier Zergs.
Yes, yesterday or the day before, the performance versus Cyril was very, very good. But then also, you might, like, if I asked you, what do you think their score is between these two, you might be very favored towards Rainer, just because he's been, top 2 Zerg, top 3 certainly in the world. But it's actually extremely close, and even in matches favors Showtime, which I'm also shocked by that, to be clear. I also would have anticipated Showtime to have a worse record against Rainer, not like terribly bad, but worse. But no, Showtime's style actually working well against Rainer, perhaps not as well against Cyril. And so I don't think that means that he's technically favored here. I really don't, especially since Rainer tends to turn it on when he's kind of on the ropes, right?
Yeah.
But Showtime has a very good chance to continue on through this bracket.
Fair. Dragon Scales, Neo Humanity, and Babylon if we need it here. Cats, what are your thoughts coming into the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, to echo what Zombie Grab was saying, I am very surprised by that. I would have thought that Reynor would have smashed Showtime, but stylistically it kind of does make sense because Reynor is a little bit more aggressive than Cyril is, a little bit less of a late game player, and Showtime we know is very good at defense, right? So maybe that's where he can kind of like make it to the late game, and then we might start favoring Showtime as it enters the later stages of the game. I'm surprised to see Neo Humanity in the map pool. I think it's a very exciting map in CVP, and you know, Reynor could bring something special to the table in that map as well.
Maybe. All right, well, thank you very much, guys, as Cats once again puts respect on the name of the Calaris Dome, and we are heading on over to the casters here for our next best of 3 as we have Reynor against Showtime.
All right, guys, let's finish up our final best of 3 of the weekend. We're going to be hopping into this PvZ. I'm joined here by none other than Rotterdam, and it's going to be an interesting one because, you know, Zombie Girl was kind of teasing about this at the end of that little segment there, Kev, but Showtime has a historically better record versus Reynor than a lot of people would expect, but a lot of those wins come from a while ago, and I know that you have actually seen, not only in some recent matches, show matches that you yourself have organized, but even in some other events that like Pig and stuff organizing, these two players actually clash against each other in recent times.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really happy that you mentioned that, by the way. Before we intro these nerds, I want to touch upon that briefly. Yes, historically, it's 19-18 in favor of Reynor in series. Showtime did win one map more, 56 against 55. You're like, wow, that's so dead even. But the big asterisk there is that it started off with a 9-0 record in series for Showtime, all the way up to 2018. So if you take away those 9 games, then you can say that suddenly it is 19-9 in favor of Reynor the last 28 times they played, and I think that's a little bit more in the line of expectations, but obviously that's history. None of that matters. What matters is how they show up today. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the Italian stallion himself, representing Basilisk. This is Reynor.
And up here in the top left-hand side of the map, the blue Protoss player from Berlin International Gaming, the Wall of Muscle. He is Showtime.
The Wall of Muscle. I like that.
The Wall of Muscle. I mean, what else do you think that wall is made of? Because I look at that man, and that is a man that is going to the gym every day, for sure.
And runs half a marathon before playing a little PvZ.
I believe it, man. I believe it. Well, okay, hold on. He's not a laser. Let's be clear about this.
No, but if there's anybody that would give a laser a run for his money, it's probably Showtime. I think in one of the signature series, he was running through the woods, no?
Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right. Oh my God. I'm realizing the missed meme potential that I've had for years on just having all of those B-roll footages from the signature series and everything. These players.
All right. Obviously, both of them are handsome nerds, but none of that matters when we are loading into a best of 3, which is pretty damn important. Now, the loser is not out. I know for some people out there, maybe this tournament format is a tiny bit confusing, but basically, whoever loses here can try their luck again next week. But obviously, you don't want to let it all come down to that final weekend. It would be a whole lot better to just get the job done today. And there's only one way to do that, and that is win this best of 3 and then win the best of 5 against the world champion. That is Oliveira. Not going to be easy for either of them, but I think both of them have a realistic chance, especially because Oliveira yesterday looked a little bit off, maybe ping issues, or he's just a tiny bit out of practice. All of that could be a thing, but let's just see who gets the job done here. Obviously, the big question is, will Showtime play as good as he did a couple of days ago against Cyril? Because that honestly was ultra clean and sexy Protoss play, especially that second game. Don't want to say it was perfection, but was pretty damn close to it.
Yeah, I know that the first game that we actually ended up covering yesterday of Showtime versus Cyril, it was a little bit rough to see Cyril just really dominate and have such an unbelievably stellar start. But as you were saying, like, Showtime really showed up in the last 2 games of that series, was able to even take one over there, and looked really, really strong in the matchup after he gets into his groove. So we'll see. Ling's already making their way into the main base, though.
Yeah, and he's making a couple of extra links as well. This is obviously nice for Reina just to disrupt the build order a little bit. Can he find a probe? Yes, he can. That's obviously great value early on, especially this early into the game. Every single worker is very important. We often talk about it, how important it is for the Zerg, because they want to grow quickly, and it's all about, you know, not losing too many drones against the Oracles, against the Adepts. But hey, if on the other side of the map, the Zerg can actually get a couple of probe kills, obviously equally important.
Yeah, absolutely going to be extremely helpful, but those Lings definitely have to find a little bit of value since they were made, and with these Adepts heading on forward, they're going to try and look for that surround. Adepts able to shade actually pretty close to the mineral lines, which means that they can actually get very close to shading on over, but doesn't seem like Showtime is actually going to commit. And this is, I think, a staple of a lot of Showtime's Adept play. He really tries to play a little bit safer. He doesn't usually want to lose the Adepts. He is going to have to trade against a couple of these Lings. Oracle comes in to back up the Adepts, so one of them already ends up falling over there, which I think is not usually how Showtime likes this to go.
Nope, he still has 2 Adepts alive. He lets the Shade finish up, actually. I think was hoping that the Queens would be a bit further out of position. So far, I think very clean defense on the side of Reiner. Losing a couple of Lings against the Adepts is obviously not a problem. Once we start losing drones, that's where it becomes painful. Reiner fires up a pretty quick +1 melee. So that makes me wonder if he's thinking about producing a big spell of Zerglings and he tries to get lucky on the other side of the map, or if this is just going to lead into very quick +2 melee. And then see if the Banelings can get a bunch of worker kills down the line.
Yeah, and for those who are wondering, +2 melee is a big upgrade. Not only is it just helpful for Lings and Banelings and stuff in the actual fights, but it also allows you to do those big Baneling run-bys on the mineral lines, as our wonderful observers showcasing. Those workers will get one shot once you have +2 melee for those Banelings. So Raynor, absolute king when it comes to making that kind of counter damage happen and everything. We'll see what he can make happen, but so far he's going to be able to find a surround on a lot of these Adepts. Oracles come in to back things up, but all 3 of them have to activate their Pulsar beam over there to save these Adepts, and he cannot afford to lose too many more of these, or he's just not going to really have too much of a presence on the map anymore.
As a fan, I'm really feeling the gameplay from both players. It feels that Reiner is trying to find little freebies, trying to punish Showtime for every single mistake that he could potentially make. He's very active with the Lings, Reiner is, but Showtime is just doing a great job in anticipating some of these little attacks, minor forms of harassment on units, and he always has the Oracles nearby to activate Pulse Beam and keep the Adepts safe, because there were multiple moments where I think a lesser Protoss would have lost those Adepts, and a lesser Zerg would have actually overcommitted and then lost way too many Lings trying to get those Adepts. So I feel like it's high-level play from both players so far.
It's been great to see. Now, the Oracle staying alive is extremely helpful to pair with the Adept harassment and everything, but Reiner is not getting, you know, too distracted by any of this harassment. He still has this +1 melee finishing on up. He's still continuing to pull his drones away, not taking too much drone damage, adding on his Roach Warren and his Baneling Nest and kind of getting into his groove of things. But Showtime has his own big setups going to be hitting relatively shortly. We have Robo Bay about to finish up, Twilight Council on the way. And in about a minute or 2, Showtime should have a pretty powerful looking Protoss army.
Yep, we have the Baneling Nest finishing up. It is really interesting to see that Showtime has once more gone for that very quick Robo and slightly later Twilight Council. This is not something that was the norm in this matchup, right? Because we would always just go a couple Oracles into the Twilight Council, into Blink Stalkers, and way down the line we add the Robo. But Showtime has really turned things around. He seems to be very fond of, oh my goodness, very fond of those much quicker Robos. There is a Ling run by though, and these Lings already have +1, and that means that this is going to hurt. So killing 9 drones with the Oracles is fantastic, but then losing a bunch of probes in return is not so great for the Protoss.
Oh, this is going to be super painful. Dark Shrine also coming down in vision range of those Lings that are still getting taken care of. Nice reaction over at the 3rd base location at least, so Showtime not going to lose too many more probes over there. Has only actually lost 6 probes during all of this, but the bigger problems is just going to be the lost mining time, the constant distraction, and even a few of these Lings being able to hide in the corner could turn into Banelings and just detonate on the mineral line, one-shotting a bunch of these workers.
Yep, 6 workers falling. It's painful. Rain obviously gets a very good scout off as well. He's on 81 drones. That +2 melee that we already alluded to a little while ago is more than halfway done, or at least we're reaching that halfway point. Banelings morphing in the main base, even without +2, could obviously be a bit of a problem here for Showtime. And Showtime is trying to get worker count back up, but he could very well end up losing 6 workers here or so. And that really is painful. Here come the Roly boys, and it's going to be 9 probes against just 2 Banelings.
That's pretty painful, and that's going to reset Showtime's worker count down to just around 63 or 64 probes. He's still continuing to produce as many of those as possible, but we're starting to hit that time where Showtime is getting into his big Protoss Deathball army with a little bit of a corruption there on the Disruptor production, but Charge is going to be finishing up soon. We have the Dark Shrine finished up, so Dark Templars can be morphed in for Archons. Disruptors are starting to come on out, so Showtime is going to have his big powerful push coming out relatively shortly.
Yep, we have that War Prism taking a little look into the main base. A couple of slow zealots have been unloaded, but +2 actually is almost done. And Charge is about to finish up as well. These leftover depths from the early game will shade into a mineral line one more time. Raynor tiny bit out of position. Really feeling the way that both of these guys are going at it. They're both finding damage, but nothing is catastrophic so far. And that kind of means that it often comes down to that first really big fight with Roaches, Lings, Ravages and Banelings, but breaking Demour, well, Fear Dragon, a lot of people have tried. Not many people have succeeded in this phase in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw yesterday Cyril struggling with that, but oh my god, Kev, if there is one way to break a Protoss, making this many Banelings may be a pretty helpful way to do it. 44 Banelings morphing in right over there, and as long as Raynor is not going to be taking too much counter damage, the War Prism harassment, everything over here, he is going to have a solid chance of making the breakthrough. The problem is going to be, like you said, the immaculate defensive capabilities of Showtime, including all the stasis traps, including the Disruptors coming on out, including the Archons that can absorb a lot of those Banelings. This could be a magical setup for either one of these players. We're about to find out who it's going to end up favoring here.
So many cannons, so many batteries, couple stasis traps as well. The Novas will fly forward. They kind of have to settle for the Banelings. The Baneling connections are very good here, but still plenty of Archons remaining. But Archons do need a bit of backup against this many well-upgraded Zerglings. And it did feel that Showtime took a lot of damage there, lost 12 probes. If he can keep the Nexus alive, he's going to be more than happy, but I don't know if that's possible. Raynor is still sending in a lot of reinforcements to the other side of the map, and I feel that the numbers will just ever so slightly favor Raynor, but Showtime is a warrior and he's going to do his best.
Yeah, these +2 weapon Zealots are trying to hold the line against those Zerglings, two-shotting them. The Disruptor fires out a very big Nova, but is it actually going to be enough? The Archon is losing its hit points. It's going to get picked off. The Disruptor barely saved by the Prism, but Showtime himself is not going to be saved as Raynor takes the first game, breaks through the defenses of Demour.
Very solid game by Raynor, where I don't think Showtime played poorly at all. I think a lot of things were going quite well on his side. Obviously, that Ling run by, I really feel that that was a problem. It also allowed 2 Lings down the line to morph into Banelings and connect with the probes. And that obviously allowed Raynor to go for that big, powerful attack with 44 Banelings at once, morphing in the center of the map. That could have been a big problem. If that did not work out, obviously it was a monstrous investment. We didn't have Hive Tech yet or something like that, but Raynor knows what he gets himself into as we can take another look at this final fight. I think it was very difficult for Showtime to figure out where should the Novas go, right? Like, you kind of want to connect with the Ravages, you kind of want to connect with the Roaches, but Raynor did such a good job in keeping those units at bay, yet they were participating in the fight. So honestly, just a very well executed attack by Raynor.
Yeah, I honestly feel like the moments, the 8 or 7 seconds of, or like the 7 or 8 seconds of the first little push in there from Raynor, I feel like you could just break down and reanalyze that for at least like 5 or 10 minutes or something, where you could just go over like, okay, so over here you see this big clump of Banelings, but they're potentially going to set off a stasis trap. So if you fire the Disruptors over that clump of Banelings, then they're just going to go invulnerable in a moment. So maybe you should focus over here. It's like there's so many intricate decisions that all have to be made in a split second there. And it really, really is beautiful to see how both those players end up microing that out. I think both of them did a great job, but you can clearly see that Raynor was able to just do a little bit more with that situation, a little bit more with that aggression, because he came out on top.
Yeah, I was honestly not 100% sure if that was going to be a great attack for Raynor, because there were a couple stasis traps, there were shield batteries, there were cannons, and then you have those early disruptors, because Showtime goes for the Robo before he goes for the Twilight Council. And you're like, could be a swing and a miss, but in the end it was swing and a home run for the Italian Stallion, taking a 1-0 lead there. Just a very well executed attack, because I don't think every single Zerg would be able to break Showtime there.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get ready to head into game number 2 on Neo Humanity. We're going to be starting up here in the top left-hand side of the map, atop of the red Zerg player, the Italian Stallion, setting up 1-0 from Basilisk. He is Raynor.
In the bottom right side of Neo Humanity, we are looking at the main base of the man who had one of the most unfortunate brackets you could imagine in a European tournament. Well, it's foreigner tournament, but he played Europeans only. Round 1 upper bracket Serral, round 2 or round 1 lower bracket, it's Rainer. But hey, let's see if this man can keep it together. He's been playing great so far in the opening weekend of this Gamers Without Borders tournament. Berlin International Gaming's Showtime.
Alrighty then, we are going to be heading into this next map. Neo Humanity, always a fun map for me. I feel like I think it was being talked about earlier on at the very beginning of the day, how players like Dark and stuff always encapsulate this image of proxy hatches and sort of fun shenanigans sometimes on this map. But I am also very curious to see how these two players are going to play it out, because I do expect a more normal looking game when it comes to players like Showtime, who are going to be facing off in the PvZ here, or, you know, even Rainer, I think, will oftentimes play more normal games as well. We do have spawning pool coming on up after the hatchery and everything, though, so that does kind of back everything up. And yeah, I'm really curious, Kev, how you feel like the early part of that game went, because I know that you were saying, oh, you loved the little bits of adept harassment and just a little poking and prodding there, but do you feel like it was just a really even kind of opening for both the players, or do you feel like Rainer had like a slightly better defense, or Showtime, there's anything you wanted to see from him, anything like that?
It honestly felt very even. As I mentioned with the Adept Oracle phase, I felt that Showtime did a good job in saving them. I thought Rainer did a good job in trying to find 3 pickoffs here and there. I think the first real noteworthy moment was the Oracles into the main base, getting 9 drones. You're like, whoa, that's actually super awesome for Showtime. But not even 5 seconds later, we've got 15 links with +1 running into the main base, and Rainer is just so excellent in splitting off a couple links into the natural, a couple links into the main base, and then even tucked a few links into the corner that he then morphed into banelings. And I do think that that is perhaps what made the difference, because that fight was close enough that 1 extra Archon, 2 extra cannons could have very well made the difference.
Yeah, I like the way that you kind of broke that down, and really quickly want to just touch upon a little interesting thing that happened there. Rainer had his drone over by the high yield gas guys. It was a very forward 3rd base location. Probe came in and was ready to kind of block things off, and Rainer ended up just going immediately straight over to the other potential 3rd base location. But I'm curious if that was a little bit of a fake out, if he was just trying to hide the drone from like an adept or something, or if he was actually thinking about taking that super forward base for his 3rd.
Well, he's a big fan of it, so that honestly wouldn't be the first time. He's done that quite a few times, actually, on Neo Humanity, and then he often follows it up with either a very early Roach Ravager attack or just a mix of the German Uber, where we get a lair, we get Overlord speed, we fly a couple queens to the other side of the map. It's just that they have a ridiculous amount of units incredibly early. Taking the center base also allows you to push the creep back, or creep forward a bit more. So that could have been an option, but I guess we have a quote-unquote normal setup for now.
Yeah, adepts are going to be trying to shade on forward, but again, this is, I think, something that is always, I feel like, characteristic of Showtime. He is relatively conservative with his adepts. He doesn't like to overcommit with them very often, and really just try and find some value with them. So Rainer, making quite a few of these lings, is really hoping to try and just snag them, to find them a little bit before they actually try and send those adept shades out, kind of like this, where he's able to find a bit more damage with the queens joining in. Oracle gets focus fire down, so it can't support quite as well. 2 of the adepts end up falling. The adept shade did not go as far back as Showtime meant to. Maybe a little bit of a miss micro there, and all of these adepts are going to go down.
Yeah, that's obviously not exactly the start that Sweet Protoss dreams are made of. We lose 3 adepts, we do kill 15 links, but that's just not quite good enough. Showtime does not want to get a couple of links. What Showtime wants is a whole bunch of drones early on and keep the key units alive. I don't hate that he's trying to spice it up maybe a little bit, but it's like, you know what, playing it too safe does not help, because the Zergs, they still grow too fast, so he really wanted to get some damage, but yeah, not quite the early trade-off. But as long as we keep 3 bases up and running on the side of Showtime, he's obviously not down and out.
Yeah. Well, a couple more adepts are going to be shading across the map, trying to just pick off any of these little lings that are squirming around between the 3rd, the natural, and all that good stuff. But we should see both these players getting into their usual setups and everything, with a Robo coming on up for Showtime. And does he actually have a Twilight Council yet or anything? It's just going to be straight up to the Robo, right?
Yeah, no, he's been a very big fan of this Robo first as a follow-up after that Stargate, which once more is different than a lot of the PvCs we've seen over the last few months, where it was often about Twilight, getting the Twilight Council as quick as possible. Now, obviously, there are many different ways to follow up an Oracle opening, but Showtime has now done this 4 games in a row, I believe, in this tournament. So he must really believe in it, or maybe he just got sick and tired of dying against roaches.
Yeah, I don't blame him, man. It's a feels bad moment when the roaches just come in massive swarms and you just don't have any immortals or any real firepower to deal with that. But yeah, there's that fast tech up to the robotics bay, the Twilight Council eventually coming down and everything. So it really does feel like Showtime has found his groove of the way he likes to play the PvZ. And even though that last game didn't end up so well for him, it's like you were saying before, it really did seem like it was the kind of attack that could very well have gone Showtime's way with that defense in that last game. So I don't hate at all that he's playing a very similar kind of style again.
Nope, I'm gonna go for this hatchery, and Showtime does get a cancel in it. Rain obviously does a good job in making sure that he does cancel it. Don't be Starborn. We're gonna let the Adept Shade finish up, and that's a whole lot of Adepts running into the main base. And even without the Resonating Glaive Adepts, without the Resonating Glaives, these Adepts have plenty of potential. Finding 4 drones so far. Reyna obviously with good saves, but now the Adepts show up in the 3rd base. Unfortunately for Showtime, the Observer shows up there as well, flies into the Spore Crawler. That was not supposed to happen, but the Adepts finding this much damage, I mean, that's something that brings Protoss players a lot of joy.
Yeah, and I actually want to note even small little things. Obviously, you always talk about the lost mining time as well when the Adepts are shading around, as these couple of Adepts are going to get saved by the Oracles, which I'll also note did manage to stay alive during all this. But Raynor actually even ended up pulling off not just workers in the main and the 3rd, but also at the natural, he was kind of preemptively pulling them off. So I think there was a good period of time where you can see in the income graph, Raynor was almost just not mining for a little bit. So there is all of that additional damage that comes in. I think Showtime should feel relatively happy despite losing most of those Adepts there.
Look at the production tab here, Dragon. 10! How often do you see that? 10 gateways at once are currently being locked in. I mean, this is where we truly need Todd to show up and talk about l'explosion de gateway, because that is a proper explosion of gateways. Showtime was able to build power units, but not a whole lot besides that. Well, soon we can warp in for days.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be a very scary Protoss surge that's going to be coming on up. And well, with the disruptors and charge and +2 weapons on the way and everything, I mean, this is again that big power moment that's coming up here for Showtime. He's getting ready for it, but Raynor is the one that is switching things up this game, Kev. We saw Hallucinating Phoenix that was making its way into Raynor's side of the map, but it does get taken care of by the Queens. It's not going to get an opportunity to scout out the Mutalisks that are on the way. What does Showtime have to deal with the Mutalisks?
Yeah, that is a problem, Fear Dragon. We do have 10 gateways, so that's awesome, but I don't think our Stalker count is very high. There technically is still a Stargate, right? So you can always try to start building 1 Phoenix at a time, but we all know that if you see Mutas, by the time they show up above one of your minerals, mineral lines, it's often too late as a Protoss. Showtime does not even have Blink research, as our Observer showed us as well. Slow Stalkers are awful. Now, War Prism with a bit of juggling and 2 Archons inside of it, that can help at least to deal temporarily with the Mutas, but that's something that works against a couple of Mutas, not if the Muta count goes up to 15 or even more.
Yeah, underrated play also there from Raynor was to target fire the shield battery with the Zerglings and even just draining that shield battery of most of its energy. So now, as you end up seeing the recall pop out over there, the Mutas dive in over toward the 3rd, see that there's not many opportunities, and now they can just target fire down workers. And, well, the shield battery doesn't have energy to actually heal up any of those probes, so it's a good chance most of them are going to actually end up dying over there. Now he can just continue to dart around. The Archon's just not mobile enough to deal with things. Wouldn't hate that the Prism got involved, but even that's kind of a dangerous measure, because if you put an Archon in that Prism and then the War Prism gets sniped, you've just lost an Archon and a Prism at the same time. It's not a good feeling, so no. Showtime not going to be feeling great about this right now.
Losing 2 out of 3 Oracles also stings. Now potentially losing the War Prism. Nope, that one gets saved. I mean, in the end, this really wasn't that bad. Of course, it is a bunch of probes. We're losing a lot of probes on the right side. The Observer missed it there, but Lynx and Baylings crashing into that. So we went from losing 17 probes, which honestly is acceptable because he's building 4 probes at a time, right? So that's really not that big of a deal. But yeah, losing 20 extra workers against the Lynx and the Banes, that suddenly makes it a whole lot more painful. In the midst of all of this, Reynor also fired up the Hive, so he is ready to increase the strength of his army. We can obviously go for Adrenal Glands immediately. I kind of wonder if he's thinking about one of the other Hive tech units, but kind of feels that that's not really the kind of game yet, right? I don't think you go for Ultras here immediately, and even Broodlords, I feel like is not something we want to rush into.
Yeah, that can definitely be a dangerous game if you try and go down that route and your opponent just ends up being relatively prepared for it, especially with the Fleet Beacon already on the way there for Showtime. But we'll see what that Hive Tech is exactly going to get utilized for after these fights. A big Disruptor connection on a lot of the Banelings, a second big Disruptor connection on a lot of the Banelings. Does Showtime actually have enough army over here? It does look like it, especially with the reinforcements arriving. Showtime going to be taking some very cost-efficient trades there, but the Ling run by is going to cause all sorts of havoc.
Yeah, do we have any static defense in the main base? Nope. Showtime does warp in a Dark Templar, so Dark Templars and Stellars will be able to clean this up. If he had those Nova Sphere Dragon in that previous game on Dragon Skills, I can guarantee you that would have been a holding game one, and Showtime would have been in a marvelous spot in that previous game. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite land those Novas, but this time around, that was an absolutely magnificent fight. Now, I do think it is important for Showtime to maybe capitalize on taking such an amazing fight, because Reynor may have great income, but he doesn't necessarily have a great bank, right? So if Showtime would have just gone for it with the army that he currently has, there's a good chance he would have been able to take a pretty damn sweet fight on the other side of the map, but the battlefield will completely change if Reynor gets enough time to get a couple of Broodlords out.
Yeah, right now there's a big investment into Hive that has not fully paid off just yet. Big Disruptor connections again on a lot of the Banelings. The Banelings now going off on a handful of the Archons on the front lines, now trying to go after the workers. Showtime finds the extra APM to pull away his workers. It seems like he still may end up losing a few, but he is also taking on a large portion of the army. Love the save of at least 8 of the probes into the Warp Prism. Showtime, I really think actually doing a magnificent job holding on over here, but as you were saying, Kev, there is still the concern that the Greater Spire is what's coming up behind all of this, and that is about to finish.
Yep, but Showtime apparently is not all that intimidated by it, and he's like, well, I'm just gonna keep on rebuilding the probes, I'm gonna keep on trying to be Demauer, stabilize on the amount of bases I currently have, and let's crank out some Tempest, I assume. We have to fix the rally point, by the way, there, Fear Dragon, in the main base. Showtime has been rallying all of his probes into the main base for a while. I think he had 25 over 10 there. That's obviously not ideal saturation, then suddenly feeling that you have 79 workers. This is gonna make you wonder, why am I so broke? His Reynor is still active with the Lings. Obviously, these are feisty Zerglings. They even get the Archon. Reynor is relentless with the aggression here. He's ready to send it one more time. Can Demauer go full Demauer once more?
Disruptors try and zone out the army on the north side, but eventually they do manage to break their way through, even with some good Disruptor connections. We have Archons starting to disappear. No more shield batteries really healing up a lot of these units on the north side. But on the south side, he is able to hold. He is able to push back this army. The problem is, you look at Showtime's bank, it is kind of non-existent, and he is down now almost 50-60 supply. So a Mothership popping out is big, but Showtime needs some time to rebuild. And Reynor, I mean, he is continuing to just remax on a lot of cheap units. He can just continue to throw at Showtime in mass.
And what's very cool as well is that even though Reynor has that Great Aspire and he could slow the game down and go into Broodlords, I think he's just looking at this and was like, well, I've got a base more than you. I've got a rich Vespian Geyser, and I have the feeling that I've got you right where I want. And if I keep on doing this, eventually it's going to be a wave too many of the bugs, and the Banelings will blow up the final workers, and it's going to be game over. A couple of Corruptors on the way. Reynor goes for that Stalker. There is no battery to keep that Stalker alive. The floodgates will be opened, and I think that Showtime will be forced to warp in a couple of extra additional DTs. He cannot lose any more probes, but he's still losing probes in the main base, in the fourth base as well. Reynor is honestly has it out for probes today, Fear Dragon.
He really does. I'm actually amazed that Showtime still has 77 workers despite how much Reynor has just been gunning for a lot of those probes. A couple of these Banelings are going to try and also find a few extra probes. Oh my god, almost caught the probes as they were transferring on in and all stacked up, but does manage to salvage the situation. More DTs, more Archons being morphed in to help deal with the Banelings, but the Broodlords are now on the field, Kev. It took a while for Reynor to feel confident about making them, but they're finally here, and they're going to be here just in time for the push of Showtime. Is Showtime going to have what he needs to deal with it? Did Showtime ever remake his Cybercore, by the way?
I don't think he managed to do that yet. Obviously, we're starting to run a little bit out of money, and he probably feels it's just important to have enough units. He is kind of positioning himself pretty far forward, and for a split second there, I was like, are we sending it? Well, it still seems like he's thinking about it. I'm not sure about only sending the Disruptors home to deal with Lynx. I feel like there are many better units in the Protoss arsenal to deal with Zerglings than Disruptors, but oh my goodness, that final mineral line. Look at these Lynx go, by the way, with Adrenal Glands and the upgrades. They nibble their way through Lynx or probes in no time, and I'm afraid that the Archons unfortunately don't have blink unlike Stalkers, and they will just not get underneath these Brute Lords. It seems that Demauer is not gonna get the job done here against Reynor today. Played solid in game 1, had his moments in game 2, but Reynor was relentless and out for blood.
Yeah, not a lot more that Showtime has to play with. And you even saw their resources lost. Showtime is actually doing quite well, but Reynor just has enough of an economy at this point, has been able to hamper Showtime's economy enough that it doesn't really matter anymore. Caustic Spray on the Nexus will likely finish it off alongside some of these Lings. The Corruptors can go after that Mothership, and even if Showtime cleans up everything over here, it still would not be enough, and I think Showtime is going to know it as well. He's going to end up losing the Mothership. He did not deal with the Brood Lords and can't even warp in Stalkers to deal with them. GG. Reynor takes the 2-0 over Showtime and knocks him down to stage number 2, but makes his own way forward to play against the world champion in a qualifying match.
And that is the rematch of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice quarterfinal, where the magical journey didn't quite start, because maybe for Oliveira it started in the round of 12, but that comeback against Reynor after being down 0-2 will go down in the history books. We've got a very exciting best of 5 to look forward to, but first we're gonna hear what Kalaris and the other casters have to say about the best of 3 we just watched.
Thank you very much. That's right here. Reynor, no mercy shown, it feels like, in this best of 3. Cats and ZG joining me to talk about this one. ZG, this was Reynor painting the town red. Very, very strong.
Yeah, his aggressive nature really working out. It did feel like Showtime was just a little less of the typical wall, even compared to the match versus Serral, where he did weather some similar attacks in the mid game. I think this first game, it looked like he was basically a little late to actually seeing this incoming. So he was reacting, and he got to, the Oracle's got to pop, the stasis trap's got to work, and the overcharge has to come down, and the warp-ins have to happen. There's a lot of actions all at once, but those disruptors took basically light years, not light years, they took years to actually fire, which, that would have made a big difference if he had seen, I guess, maybe seen the army incoming and then used them just to ward it away for an extra 5 or 10 seconds. They were definitely not used as well as they could have been. Kind of made up for it in this game too with some actually pretty good disruptor shots, but overall, again, just could not withstand all of the pressure that Reynor applied to him. So yeah, just not as much of a wall today, and Reynor continues his win streak against them. Yeah, as Roddy correctly pointed out, as far as recently goes, Reynor is certainly favored.
Oh, on the flip side of it, those disruptors, they may as well have been light years away, considering the amount of impact that they had in that first game. But Cats, when you look at this second game as well, just constant oppression, it felt like, from Reynor, battering down the position of Showtime.
Yeah, both games really, and the first game for me, I think the setup for Showtime was actually pretty good. Like I looked at it and I thought, okay, that's as much as he could have. But I think the decision making from Reynor to go for the attack was based off of his early game, which was so very clean. Even the first 2 links, getting inside and killing a probe, it's not just the probe, which is a big deal, like Roddy pointed out, but also the fact that the Adepts pull back for it. So by the time that Showtime moves out, it's 3 Adepts moving out, and I think that's kind of the difference between Reynor and Serral in this early games and in their approach overall. Serral is looking not to take damage, whereas Reynor is looking to trade punches, right? Always, and he knows that. He knows he's the fastest player, and that did amazing, right? Like the 2 links just pull the Adepts back. Then he actually predicts both of the shades of Showtime with the link positioning on the 3rd and the natural. So when Showtime shades towards the main of Reynor, the links are there. When Showtime decides to shade over the 3rd, the links are there. So Reynor just had such a clean early game that I think think he decided, I'm just gonna all-in you and kill you because my early game was so clean, you didn't do anything, I'm just gonna get it, right? And game 2 was kind of similar, except Showtime did punch back eventually with the 9 worker kills from the Oracle. So just off of early games, I think Reynor more or less just won the series, and I mean, he looked incredible. I would call it a masterclass, but it's no students would be able to replicate that, right? Like you need you need to be the fastest player in the world to really do that, and like look to poke holes at every instance with the links. Just incredible performance.
It's difficult. Of course, those highlights were brought to you by Aramco. So thank you very much, guys, for your breakdown of this series. That means Reynor now moves into a best-of-5 match. Of all things, it's going to be a rematch against Oliveira from the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We'll go to a break. When we return, we have many a Terran abound here for our next best-of-5 at Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Just 2 more series and 2 more players to send to Gamers 8 in a few moments' time, or maybe a few hours' time, depending on how long these series go. Joining me to my left-hand side here to talk about the next one, it's Fear Dragon and Zombie Grub here. The mix-up, the change. And CG, we now have a TVT on the way here between 2 Terrans that I thought in my head might not meet that much, considering the different regions that they actually come from, but I was surprised to find they kind of do meet each other quite a bit, which is cool.
I mean, a few times a year. Yeah, certainly not all that much. It's not like you're playing in a lot of the online cups against each other, because Special doesn't join the European ones, which makes a lot of sense. He's either in, Mexico or he's in Korea. So.
True.
Anyways, but I think overall we can still get enough information from their respective TVTs to have a decent idea as to how this would look, on top of some of the historical context, which is that Special most recently won against Spirit, but Spirit has just been improving so much over the last 4 months that, I don't know, I actually favor this for Spirit.
Fair. Here's the bracket and how it's shaped up so far. Fear Dragon, of course, we came off the back for a Spirit of a 2-0 against Lambo, looking pretty darn good in that one. But going up against Special, it's a different beast. It's a different challenge that is presenting itself to get to Gamers 8 here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny because there is definitely the Spirit versus Lambo series that I think really showcased that Spirit is looking quite good. And hey, I mean, Special's also overall playing well because, I mean, he beat Raynor earlier on in the winners bracket and everything. But I think the other thing that I really want to bring up is Spirit series versus Huremarine. Spirit didn't win, but even Huremarine himself in the interview that we had, or like, you know, the 5th attempt or whatever at the interview that we had yesterday, Huremarine was talking about it. I was like, yeah, you know, Spirit was actually the more difficult matchup versus compared to Oliveira, who's like the world champion right now. And it's just because Spirit, I think in TVT, we even saw this at IEM Katowice, has such a good TVT, and he's so good at fighting it out, even sometimes when he falls a little bit further behind.
All right, here they are, Special versus Spirit. It does make me wonder on the side of Special. This is like even thinking beyond the game, ZG. Obviously, Special, his mindset in life has kind of changed, everything like that. He's looking trim, he's looking fine. He's constantly posting videos and pictures of him in the gym and things like that. And genuinely, I think that probably kind of pushes forwards your kind of mentality towards the game as well. He seems kind of crisper. He's taking these wins where I once would think, okay, maybe you're not going to win against this guy. I think he probably just has a great outlook on life and the game right now.
Well, I'd hope so. I haven't talked to him, so, you know, as personally as that, but I think that, you know, it usually helps. Anything going well out of game is going to help you in game as well. And I think it has helped Special a little bit. Unfortunately, it is not some magic cure-all where, you know, you what is the meme? Go to the gym, get jacked, and then whatever it is. Where you just suddenly, like, your life is just figured out, right? So it's not like it's boosted him a ton of levels. He's a bit better, he's a bit sharper. I think he's getting those moments where it could just go 50-50 south or good for him. It's getting more good for him. But overall, I would say the person who has impressed me with their increased skill level of the past, again, 4 to 6 months has absolutely been Spirit. So
sure.
I don't know what's going on in his life, but whatever it is seems to be working for him because he is playing really, really great.
Yeah, definitely. I suppose on that side, you can't all be deep Fear Dragon. You can't all be jacked up and good to go. But Fear Dragon, looking at how this might play out here as we take a look at the map views, and they're going as well. They're leaving. Who would you favor? Are you kind of on the Spirit hype train as well, or do you think that Special can make something happen here?
Well, Colores, I do feel like I echo a lot of the sentiments that Zombie Grub had. Although, you know, I gotta say, Special seems to be feeling good. He does seem to be feeling good about the whole gym thing. Maybe that is the magic that's going to turn around. I don't know if you've seen his Twitter discussions about all of his gym workouts and everything, but he really does seem like it feels like his solution to life. But I do think he's gonna need a solution to Spirit because, again, I think momentum-wise, and this is weird to say, given that Special just beat Raynor yesterday in a TVZ that looked really damn good. Spirit is the one that I feel like has momentum right now. Spirit is actually the one that I think is gathering a lot of eyes on him, I guess. And I think a lot of people have high expectations for him.
Yeah, I think you really hit the nail on the head, especially with the Hero Marine interview that we had. He almost laughed it off that he was able to beat Spirit in the TVT, which is a little bit ridiculous, all things considered, when you think about the names involved and stuff like that. And as ZG says, kind of the rise of Spirit. It's been very steady as well, ZG. It's not been like, okay, all of a sudden, you know, there's these crazy peaks and troughs. It's just constant, quiet, consistent play from Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. He's definitely one of those players who's just been putting in the work. You know, everyone, you know, says he gets shouted out as the practice partner and that he's grinding on ladder all the time. And unfortunately for him, it hasn't given him those leaps and bounds that maybe we saw like from Raynor earlier on in his career when he just suddenly exploded onto the scene and got second place in Montreal. But he is finally reaping some better rewards, I suppose. His performances in both Katowices, actually, this year especially, sure, and TVT being the highlight. But even last year, we did make sure to note that Spirit just performed well in both of those global finals. So, you know, he definitely is reaping some better rewards, and I hope it continues for him, because it feels like the ultimate keep your head down, do the work, Rock Lee type of style that I think we all kind of are secretly hoping will work out. And the person who does the most work wins. Not to say that Special doesn't, by the way, because Special has also been known as very much a hard worker and of course practices all the time. But yeah, for Spirit, he's just kind of been under the radar. Now he's on the radar.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head on over to the commentators here for a best of 5. It's another Terran moving forward into Gamers 8. But which Terran is it going to be? Let's find out.
We will find out indeed, Kalaris. All the TVTs for Roddy this week, Cats, but I couldn't be happier to see you on my side. And a fun TVT between two guys that honestly are pretty damn hot at the moment. I agree with everything that was said at the desk there. I feel like they're both in shape, and it should be an awesome best of 5.
Yeah, I think so as well. Especially, like, I agree that Spirit looks a little bit hotter right now, but Special has always been a staple of TVT in particular. Latin America, he wins by defeating Kelasor every season pretty much. And, you know, he was kind of forged in the fires of Korean StarCraft to a good degree, where TVT is required as a specialty, right? So he has always been very strong in the matchup. So I would not be surprised if he ends up staking it. I think it's going to be a very close one.
Yep, it should be a close one. It should be a fun one. For both of these guys, this could very well be the best shot they have at qualifying. I know we're getting a bit carried away because this is only the opening weekend and there is another weekend of games ahead of us. But the players that are left and the players that will be joining us next week, think of the likes of Clem, it's really not going to get a whole lot easier. So this could be a do or die moment for both of these guys, and that makes it an awesome TVT best of 5. In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of our Mexican Terran getting the dub yesterday, well, at least the previous day against Raynor. Yesterday, unfortunately, didn't go well against Sarah, but he's looking good. He's looking fly. Sidestorm Gaming's Special.
Looking trim as well, according to Kalaris. Not an adjective that you see often thrown around. And in the top left-hand side, it is his opponent, the Rock Lee of StarCraft. It is Spirit.
Greswan as our opening battleground, the map that has produced a couple of epic TVTs over the last few months. We hope that Spirit got over that minor throw that he had on this map against Gabe, because that obviously did not quite work out for him the way it should have. He was in such a magnificent spot. 5 bases, all the sensor towers, ahead in pretty much every single department you could be ahead in the TVT, and Gabe managed to catch him out of position and get the job done. Let's hope he forgot about that game, or at least learned from it.
Yeah, for sure. As we already have a special opening with double gas versus Spirit's 1 gas expand, so it's going to be a special on the aggression, looking to kind of make up for the mining loss that Spirit is going to have an edge on, and on Spirit to defend. But he did well on that regard against Big Gabe. So yeah, let's see what happens. A special will confirm the CC first, or the fast CC rather.
Command center. The CC on the low ground, on location. A little bit greedy. Don't hate it, but I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just the right way to start a best of 5 off, right? Just do things a little bit different. Don't go for the double gases. Go for the 1 barracks, 1 gas, fast expand. And basically put the ball in Special's corner. It's like, hey, you want to do something about it? Because if you don't, I'm going to be pretty far economically ahead very early on into this TVT.
Yeah, and Special does have the capabilities for aggression here, right? Because he did open with that early gas and got the very early scout. So if he has something in his repertoire to look to punish, and he very much seems to think that he does, as we already have a proxy out on the map, and it will be a very quick starport.
Well, that could be a sexy way to get some early economic damage done. Since we have a few Hellions on the way, it could very well be just unload a few Hellions into the main base, because obviously the Reapers, they don't have to worry about that wall off in the front. They don't have to be dropped into the main base. They can just hop into the main. So the idea of a couple of Reapers hopping into the main base and then a couple of Hellions being dropped by the medevac, honestly, something I can get behind, and it's, I think, an opening that could definitely find a lot of success early on. And since the worker counts are so low in this phase in the game, if Special just gets like 10 SCVs here or so, I think he will already be more than happy with it. It is time that they start working on his own command center, isn't it, Cats? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, I think he is just putting a lot of eggs on this one basket to do a little bit of damage, and I honestly kind of love it. Like, I obviously Special is the expert in this matchup, but yeah, I like what you're saying about the Hellions potentially going into the main. It's gonna be on Spirit first to guess that Special is doing something like this, and then to try to be prepared on two potential fronts. He already has the bunker at the front. Here's the two Hellions into the medevac, as well as the three Reapers. There is a Cyclone, but the Reapers can be microed into the medevac, and they will be. However, with the SCV pool and the extra Marines being pulled from the bunker, it might just be enough for Spirit if Special is not too careful here, as one Hellion does fall.
Yeah, that's not the damage that Special was looking for, but obviously there is more to it. He does have one Hellion in a very good spot between these mineral patches in the natural, getting a couple of sweet shots off. 3 SCVs have fallen. The Liberator will be followed up as well, and now he's kind of sending it, going for the Cyclone in the main base. That will not work out. Special does keep the medevac alive. Still think he needs quite a bit more though, because look at our production tab, as the Observer is showing us as well. This command center is 20% done. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the Orbital command is up and running and dropping mules non-stop. Special needs more, and I'm sure he knows that.
Yeah, he has the tools to make more happen, but this time around Spirit spots the Liberator and deflects the first instance of aggression from that Liberator. However, Special is going to take note of that, try to make something happen in the natural, but Spirit, again, with a wonderful defense, having the units in the right places every single time. Let's see, this time, maybe not this time. Jinx, them Caster Curse, gonna have to evacuate that SCV line.
Yep, but the Cyclone is nearby. Did not get the lock on there. That's a bit unfortunate, especially is supply blocked for actually a pretty long time, right? Look at that command center, not quite done yet. Supply depot only halfway done. The big gnarly 55 out of 55 supply block. In the end, we lose the Liberator, so we can fire up a dead Raven as the Reapers have unloaded into the main base once more. I feel like what Special's doing, it's all very annoying, but it's still not quite finding the success that he needs to justify the opening. The super late CC, as this medevac is starting to drop awfully low on HP, but it will live for now. I mean, it's a good effort so far, but still not quite enough.
Yeah, it's been a great effort from Special. He has completely avoided the tank and still not been able to find damage. A lot of it, of course, is the investment into the Liberator, which gets completely shut down by the good positioning on the Cyclone from Spirit. But otherwise, I mean, Special has attacked in the right places, right? First with the first Hellion, running in past an empty bunker because he knew that the Marines were atop of the ramp. So, and then avoiding the tank again, loading into the main, and then still not finding damage because Spirit has every unit in the right position.
Yep, 6 worker lead, and that's obviously something that has to be a bit concerning, because that's just a few too many workers to be behind in a 6-minute game when we are playing a mirror, when we are working with the same units and most likely are heading into the same direction. As the Spirit is going to try to drop an auto turret in the main base of Special, and there are very few units to deal with this, so I think 2 SCVs will fall, and of course a lot of lost mining time. That's not what you need when you're already the one who's been mining a whole lot less. It really all kind of comes down to this push in the front, right? Special needs to put a lot of pressure on Spirit and ideally just kind of break him.
Yeah, but Spirit, I mean, he is sending both Ravens out in a position where he doesn't need to do economic damage. So I am completely with you. Special is going to have to do a lot with this attack, but Spirit is kind of offering him an opening of sorts by sending both Ravens out. That leaves Special's Raven to actually get involved in the fight and potentially make something happen. Spirit does have a very nice 3 siege tank line, and they are behind a bunker already. So Special is going to have to crawl towards them and then get to use his Ravens. But I wouldn't put it past him to still break through because, okay, Spirit did bring back one of the Ravens at least.
Yeah, always got triple Raven, perhaps even. Yeah, he's got triple Raven, so one, no, not 2 Ravens at home. There's 3 Vikings out as well, and obviously as long as Spirit has more Vikings, which he has at the moment, he's still finding economic damage on the other side of the map. Special knows that the clock is running, and sure, he's a 3-base Terran, so you could say like, oh, maybe he doesn't have to. Can he just go for the contain? Well, he's gonna have to contain Spirit for a very, very long time, and the more he's containing, the more vulnerable he'll be at home as well. Running into it seems like that's suicide, and that's obviously not something that's going to do a whole lot, so the contain option is the one he's going to go for. Honestly, it kind of feels like we're containing an absolute animal, though, that's going to break free eventually.
Yeah, that is very much the problem, right? It's like, yeah, you can set up a contain if you don't see an opening, and maybe going in is suicide, but is it also suicide to just not do anything? So Special is still angling for some damage, maybe looking for gases or something like that. Not the best map for it, but at least this Viking maybe can kill a Raven or something like that. The supplies are even, the worker difference isn't that big, and Special isn't too far behind as far as the third. But the pieces, I think, are a little bit better for Spirit, who has had a fantastic early game.
Yeah, and we can't ignore the fact that Stim is literally done now for Spirit, and he's got double eBay. He's got 1-1 upgrades on the way as the tanks are getting in range of one another. Viking Khan heavily favoring Spirit here as he drops a couple of interference matrices as well, just to make damn certain he's going to win that Viking fight. One of the tanks dropped to very low HP, but Spirit kept it alive. It really does feel that Spirit is just getting further and further ahead in this game. Maybe if Special just never wants to go into bio and he goes all out mech, we can just turtle with Viking tank and we can drag this game out. That medevac drop is going to get shut down before it ever gets truly going as well. And it really does feel that we are heading towards a relatively one-sided affair. And Special drops in eBay now, but I guess that's mostly for missile turrets, right?
Yeah, I would think so. At this stage, I agree with you. I think that mech is probably the way. Just trickle out those units and try not to lose them. But here comes Spirit. He's gonna bust out with everything, and he has plenty to do so. I wouldn't be surprised if Special taps out here, because he really doesn't have or won't have much more to work with. So Spirit is gonna match Special's third in a timely fashion as well. And Special, while the one thing that he has, I guess, is double star per production. But even then, he's so far behind that he's not using it for air control. He already lost that fight earlier, like you pointed out, thanks to the Raven help as well on the side of Spirit. So instead he's going for a Banshee, which just seems so desperate to me, right? Like he wants to find any sort of economic damage, but he may not live to see it.
Well, we talked about containing an absolute animal, and that was the animal that had enough of being in a cage. Spirit broke free, spread his wings, and even before Combat Shield ever kicked in, he takes a pretty convincing 1-0 lead. He went for the 1 barracks, fast expand on the low ground, on location. Special decided to stay on 1 base for a long time, tried to find a lot of damage with the medevac, Hellions, Reapers, Liberators, but was just not quite able to find it. And if anything, Spirit found more damage with his Raven arrest on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it was really a beautiful defense from Spirit there, and I really would put it to the stoppage of the momentum that comes from just shutting down that Liberator, right? Because when you are trying to snowball those leads or the aggression, not really a lead because he never found it, you need to find the holes every single time, and he did manage to find them, for example, against Raynor. Those Liberators off of a proxy were doing so well in that matchup, but here against Spirit with the tool that is the Cyclone, it doesn't quite work out, and the absolute animal that Spirit is breaks out, like you were saying, and yeah, crushes him.
Very solid game by Spirit, who just continues to look very impressive. It really is beautiful to see. For the longest time, we kept on hyping him up. He's the great practice partner. It's just a matter of time before he had great runs. And then throughout the years, he had his moments. We often talk about that big win over Stats at the IEM Katowice Open bracket, a year after Stats finished top 2 in that tournament. But right after that, it just kind of went downhill again. And then he had a couple decent runs and it went downhill. But what he has been showcasing us over the last few months, it's just very impressive. And none of it is a one-off anymore. He keeps on doing it in different regions, different tournaments, in different matchups as well. Spirit is on point and it's really cool to see.
Absolutely, and I like the observation on consistency and kind of like that slow build-up that Zombie Grab was pointing out when it comes to Spirit. It is very akin to that European versus Korean mentality that we were talking about yesterday, that the Koreans and the Europeans themselves were talking about, where Europeans tend to look towards perfection, and so like the build-up tends to be a little bit slower, and Koreans tend to be a little bit more hectic. And Spirit is kind of, in a sense, the embodiment of this European mentality of building up slowly. He is a player that has his own play playstyle, and over time he just improves because he keeps doing kind of like the same things conceptually, right? Like we've known him to be this macro Terran that when he has an advantage, he usually added extra CCs, and now he's flourishing into this player where he has had enough experience doing these things that he can fan out to try and perfect other areas of his play, and that's really when I think he becomes really dangerous and really consistent as well, kind of like a hero marine type player. I don't think we'll see him drop many series against lesser players from this point on.
But this man should not be a lesser player. He should be his equal. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the man who came out guns blazing in this tournament with that impressive victory over Rainer. Can he turn things around in this very important TVT best of 5 qualifying match? Psystorm Gaming's is special.
And in the top right-hand side, leading 1-0, his opponent, the absolute animal, his Spirit.
You like that, Cats? Absolutely.
I love it. Yeah.
I like it too.
Yeah.
Now, but the man has been on fire lately, and this is awesome to watch, man, because you don't often think that players, after that many years of playing StarCraft non-stop, and let's be honest, the man is a grinder, right? He is not a Cyril that only plays in one tournament every couple months and then tries to showcase how good he is. Spirit plays a lot all day, every day. He's laddering, custom games, online tournaments, and we kind of thought that we saw his peak, right? Where it's like, okay, you're a very solid top 16 player easily, top 8 on a good day, but that is it for you. But it kind of feels that he's punching through the ceiling over the last few months, and it's really awesome to watch after all these years.
Yeah, for sure. I really think that this type of methodical player always has that slower build-up. I think his trajectory, while not as quick as Cyril's, is similar in the sense that Cyril first started as that macro beast, unbreakable, and he still has all the elements of that. And now Spirit, we're seeing him just kind of do more things, right? Like not just rely on his defense and his macro, but rather take the initiative or at least go on the counter offense decisively, just like we saw at last game. Whereas in previous times, he might have just, expanded faster to a fourth and sat back and then allowed Special back into the game. Here he was like, nope, I'm gonna kill you right now.
Yeah, we definitely missed a little bit of that killer instinct in the past, and it's great that you are confident in the late game, right? It's great that you are able to master perhaps the most difficult thing of StarCraft 2, and that is be on 4 or 5 bases, have a lot of minimap awareness, be comfortable splitting up your army if necessary. But if all of those things are not necessary, sometimes it really is better to just keep the game simple for yourself. And if you're in a great spot, okay, Special actually wins the Reaper skirmish. It felt that Spirit was winning it at first, but Special gets the best of Spirit there, and that's actually a great little moment to get the best of your opponent, because Spirit went for a reactor after that first Reaper, and that means it's gonna take a little while before Reaper number 2 and 3 are out. At least there is a little race car to save the day for now, but advantage Special for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ever gonna win a Reaper fight, you want to win it right there and then right next to the building CC of your opponent. Delaying that is absolutely huge, and we saw Special jiggling and kind of being a little bit insecure with his Reaper, thinking maybe there is one Marine being produced, and if he comes out, I'm just gonna die. So allocates a little bit of attention there, and it definitely pays off. So now this follow-up maybe not so lucky, as the first Hellion will fall, and Spirit will kind of regain control of this early game.
Reapers are gonna be stuck though. There is obviously a Hellion coming from the natural, so Special now has to be aware of the fact that these Reapers will fall. The real question is how many SCVs are gonna be able to take them down with him. Unfortunately for him, not too many. Obviously gets a good scout off, right, and then managed to cause a little bit of a delay on the CC, and it's a night and day difference if you compare just expand timings to that previous game where Spirit, his orbital was done before Special pretty much started his own CC. This time around we can see that Special's orbital is done, while Spirit is only starting his upgrade to the orbital command.
Yeah, and I actually, even though the Reaper is a more expensive unit than the SCV on paper, I actually kind of like that Special trades him, right? Because they are gonna fall off, and we see that he already has Cyclones in production, so he's gonna be safe as well. He doesn't need to match his opponent's number of Reaper Hellion in order to kind of hold anything. The Cyclone will do that for him. So just having that SCV lead will be compounding interests over time and will bode well for the chances of a Special in this game.
Yep, Ravens on the way. We've obviously seen a lot of TVTs being decided by that first big Ravens skirmish. TVT, I think, can be a beautiful matchup, Cats, and we've seen a couple of good ones already throughout this tournament. The only time that I think it sucks is when you look at, for instance, yesterday, Oliveira, Hero Marine. It's a whole lot of build-up, and then it all comes down to who gets the interference matrix off first, who drops the other turrets quicker. It's kind of hope that this game will not be decided by that. Now, Special sprinkled in a Banshee as an opener. Now, we have to see where the units are defensively of Spirit. He kind of reveals it ultra early on. Gets 2 SCVs though and keeps full HP on the Banshee for now. So I guess that's an alright start since it wasn't the biggest investment. There is no cloak, no second Banshee, no third Banshee. Then I guess it's okay for now.
Yeah, I think it's great, right? It nets him a 4 SCV lead, and there's already a couple of bruised SCVs that the Banshee can go for later on as well at natural, so looking good. Let's see if Spirit can do something with this Raven once again. At the very least, he will evacuate the mineral line as there is no units here to respond immediately.
Single auto turret goes down, all the SCVs get pulled. Actually, losing only a single SCV is impressive. I feel like that's pretty much inevitable, but most of the time you see 2 SCVs dying. Anything more than 2 is obviously sloppy on the defender's side of things. So, good reaction time there by Juanito. Seems to be feeling it a little bit more here in this second game. We have one more auto turret landing in the natural. There goes the first SCV. This time around, though, after all these compliments, he is clearly looking elsewhere, Cats. That is 4 SCVs dying to a single turret. And Banshee, well, I think at this point, don't try to save your Banshee. I hate it when they try to save the Banshee. It's gonna die anyway, so you may as well keep it on top of the SCVs and get as many kills as you can. I like that, and he gets 4 in return.
I like it too, and yeah, you're completely right. He was looking elsewhere, and unfortunately for him, if he was looking at that Banshee 3 seconds earlier, at least he's trading where the Banshee goes in unannounced at the same time as the turret. But here Spirit has all of his attention back because he already dropped the turret. That's all he needs to do, and deals with the Banshee somewhat swiftly here. Now Special looking for another contain.
Yep, it's gonna be hard though. I kind of like how Spirit is often posturing himself rather far forward by making it just so hard, because then at one point you don't have to break a single defense line, but you kind of have to break 2, and that's, I think, the key to his defense against the very different build that Hero Marine used against him 2 days ago in this tournament as well. By defending very far forward, you just make it a whole lot harder for your opponent to keep on pushing, because it's unlikely that even if Special wins the fight, that he wins it in such a convincing manner that he can then do it all over again in the natural.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good start to the engagement here for Spirit, but he will get disabled towards the tail end. However, Special not really going to be able to capitalize without Stim. He can't really run those Marines forward to snipe the tanks. They would have just been on a suicide mission, and the tanks on siege as well, anticipating the land. Beautiful moves from Spirit.
Yep, great micro there on his Vikings. Now, maybe unsieging all 3 tanks at once was a little bit much, because Special, despite the fact that he got out microed there in the Viking skirmish, is not done yet, Cats. He is not going home. Splits up the Cyclone into the natural, is going to grab a couple of SCVs there, and the tanks are still awfully close to one another. That's not a great fight for SCVs, by the way. Kind of clumsy defense against the Cyclone. Seems like we're worried about maybe what's happening in the front. Special does finally manage to get the kills on those 2 low HP Vikings, and Spirit almost had a miss-rally tank there.
Yeah, this has positionally already such a beautiful game to watch on both ends. Both players looking for opportunities. You were mentioning this area provides that extra layer of protection to Spirit, but also before the rocks are broken down, it makes it so that he can actually take his third, because if Special actually situates himself here, he cuts the blood flow to both potential thirds. And as soon as Spirit does that, Special takes down the rocks, right? Which is beautiful because that offers him another pathway should he want to take it, and now Spirit has to spread himself a little bit more thin. But yeah, I mean, Special and Spirit mirroring themselves beautifully here in this early game. However, the early losses of Spirit compounded with these ones here, though the Viking not really focusing firing the weak SCVs. Looking good for Special on the supply. Double drop, let's see it.
Yep, the double drop into the main base right before the Sensor Tower finished up, but the Sensor Tower didn't even really touch all the way to the right side. Vikings alone, I don't think it's quite going to be ideal defense here. I mean, sure, you get one of the medevacs, but now a tank will fall. These Marines are on a mission. Vikings falling, Raven falling, second tank going down as well. Special, I think, is finding even more than he could have dreamed of here with just a double drop, because Marines are very expendable, but rebuilding Vikings, Ravens, and tanks, that's a whole lot harder.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a chess game, you just traded a bunch of pawns for like horses and the other guys that have like pointy heads. The queen, yeah, the queen's the raven probably at this point. So, looking pretty great for Special here. We were talking about how the supplies were kind of even in the last game, but Spirit had the better units.
Repair?
This time around, it's the opposite.
Repair? Okay.
Hello?
Sorry, mate. I thought for a split second there we were never going to repair that orbital.
Agree. Got scary there. Special, relentless with the aggression now into the natural base. He will drop a bunch of Marines, even evacuating. The mineral line is painful, but on top of 10 SCV losses, this game is quickly getting out of Spirit's control.
Yeah, a Spirit can be a little bit like the Terran equivalent of a Showtime, where he can just hang in there for a long time and you think that he should break eventually. I'm gonna say he's honestly handling the pressure somewhat well. Sure, he's taking losses, but it's almost inevitable that he's going to lose a few units here and there, since Special is throwing double drop after double drop at him while still poking with tanks and Vikings in the front. The fact that Spirit didn't completely fumble the ball there, I think is very impressive. Behind for sure, but hanging in there like a true champ.
Absolutely, because Special has gotten that snowball that he didn't manage to get in the first game, and once that begins, it's so difficult to stabilize. So all the props in the world for Spirit or to Spirit to do that, and if there is a matchup where you might be able to come back off of positioning, even off of an economic deficit that he has been in over and time again, then it would be the TVTs, right? Like the tanks can really do magic to get you to that late game positionally, and the sensor towers as well, and how clunky the sieging and the moving of the army is. So yeah, let's see if Spirit can stabilize, but definitely a strong advantage for Special heading into the mid game.
Spirit actually only started +2 attack, by the way, for the Bio units. Did not manage to fire up +2 army yet. I'm not sure if that's on purpose or a mistake, as we have the Marines behind the middle line actually getting the kill. One of the Vikings there. You can definitely see that Special is very eager to just go ahead and close this game out, but obviously pushing the issue too hard in TVT could be a mistake, as Spirit does find the APM to siege a Liberator on the other side of the map. Unfortunately for him, it was in range of a missile turret, so that missile turret will take care of it, but still a couple of SCVs went down. Spirit picking up units to drop them in his own main base and try to deal with those leftover Marines of Special. It really does feel that Spirit has been on wobbly legs for quite some time now, but he refuses to go down.
Yeah, and Special has been so overly aggressive that Spirit feels in the first place that he can send his Liberator to the other side, even though on this side he would have had the air superiority to actually dislodge this attack with that Liberator. So, I mean, that kind of sucks for Spirit, right? He makes the decision, okay, I held, you're done, right? And Special says no, he pushes on forward, and yet again, now sieging a lot of tanks, but the Concave is really good for Spirit, and he has the number of Marines here. Special is not going to be able to do much, so he turns his attention to the tank to at least remove and keep that tank count low. Nice moves from both players.
Man, this is insane what Spirit is doing here. He's been under an immense amount of pressure for the last 6-7 minutes, and he's somehow kind of hanging in there. I think this would absolutely be a great moment for him to maybe try to clean up these tanks, because by repairing this orbital non-stop, you are obviously losing a lot of mining time, you're losing a lot of resources. Special refuses to let go of the gas pedal, and he's still just going for it full send, gets a couple of the add-ons here. That's obviously going to slow down the production. Spirit will be able to clean this up, but by the time that he cleans this up, there is another wave of Special's units making its way to the top side of the map. The fact that Spirit is still sort of in this game, and that fight on the left side, by the way, with the tank in range of the tanks of Special and the beautiful Concave, that was a phenomenal fight, but he's still taking a lot of punches to the face here with all these tanks just going ham on the orbital, on the SCVs, and Special knows as long as he's here, it's a very easy access into the main base.
Yeah, and huge props to Special as well, because this hasn't been, while it is snowbally and it looks hyper aggressive, it hasn't been super high commitment at any point. If we look back at his side of the map, he is the one that's been one step ahead as well to take the expansions very diligently and has an economic lead throughout the entirety of this game, while continuing this aggression, while continuing to find the openings, carve those openings, kill those missile turrets, and then using those same areas to kind of siege. It's been a masterclass from Special.
Yep, but he didn't actually build too many SCVs, right? Maybe that's on purpose as well, because he wants to have a lot of army supply, but he's never truly been maxed out. So I think a few extra SCVs would not have hurt it, but these drops eventually, it really is starting to add up. There is still a tank in range of the SCVs. I think throughout the game, at this point, Special has killed 70 plus SCVs. It must have been, as now the Marines are going to show up as well. It's 70 exactly. Now we're looking at 73. The orbital falls, and I do think that Special has finally done it after throwing pretty much every single unit he had at Spirit for 7 minutes non-stop. This is one of these games where even though Special is going to be able to tie things up, I think Spirit looked damn great for the vast majority of this game.
He looked damn great trying to stop a snowball that seemed inevitable from the beginning, but Special, I mean, also capitalizing, never running out of gas, always finding those openings as well, right? Like making Spirit look good in the process of reacting quickly and whatnot, but also just time and time again finding more and more CVs and finding more and more tanks and removing key pieces and keeping the aggression on. Beautiful game from the Mexican.
Yep, for a split second there, mate, I actually thought that Spirit was about to stabilize after he took that great fight, basically between the third and the fourth base, or the natural and the fourth base, where he had an amazing concave of Marines, just got a better engagement, had one tank on the top left side of our screen, just shelling away at the Marines and the tanks of Special, and I was like, he's taking a supply lead, oh my god, he has almost evened things up, but right when he thought he could stabilize, Special had another drop in the main, and I think especially once Special started dropping with tanks, so it wasn't just Marines anymore, but it was Marines and tanks. It became a little bit too much for Spirit to deal with, but awesome game, awesome action, and great to see these two being as evenly matched as we thought they were going to be heading into this best of 5.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of highlights in this game. Beautiful multitasking on both ends. I am really sad about that Liberator that would have crossed the map, because it would have done so much in this situation that we're seeing on screen here, where I think Spirit at some point feels like, okay, I finally deflected your aggression. Finally, it's my turn. And Special was like, no, it's actually my turn. It's been my turn, and it will be my turn until the end of the game. And just never really letting his foot off the gas pedal, like you were saying.
Almost double unfortunate that Liberator did end up sieging in range of a missile turret, right? Because if it's just a little bit further to the right, A, there is a chance it gets a bunch of extra SCVs, and B, then you truly force Special to pay attention to it. So it's attention spawn, and that Liberator could have bought Spirit a couple of extra seconds at home to maybe stabilize, but just a great game with non-stop action. And sure, it felt that it was just Special punching Spirit over and over and over again, but I think Spirit looked awesome in defending for as long as he did. And if this is just a little snack of what the upcoming, hopefully 3 games will be, I am already very happy with what we're getting over here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though Spirit did look so good in that first game, Special also had his moments. I really like the fights that he picked. I just think that on offense, it's kind of like up to you to force mistakes, and he just couldn't force mistakes out of Spirit, but he did everything he could to try. And that's why, like, this series has been so evenly matched from my perspective. And yeah, I'm still feeling a 2-3 here, a 3-2.
I hope you're right, mate. In the top left side, we're looking at the main base of our Mexican Terran player who managed to tie things up, and the boys are leaving town for now. Representing Storm Gaming, this is Special.
Yeah, and taking the role of the defender so far in this series, I think we could have anticipated that. In the bottom right-hand side, it is Spirit.
So far, it's just a single boy that's making his way to the other side of the map. Now, I have talked quite a few times about Spirit's scouting in TVT, and I find it mesmerizing that Spirit can play high-level TVT against the likes of Clem and Gabe and not make it past the halfway line of this map, or any map for that matter, in the first 5 or 6 minutes, and they sometimes even drop a third CC before ever seeing anything of their opponent. Maybe Special has done his homework, has done a bit of analyzing, because Spirit will send his Reaper to the low ground, right? And then kind of check his natural, sometimes check the third base for a little bit, but then he kind of just sends it back. Maybe Special has something very unique in store for us, and he can potentially punish Spirit in the early game for that sort of lack of scouting.
I think so. I think we might see another proxied building here, because it's not going to be a reactor or a tech lab. We're not going to see Marauders. There's no space for those in the position that Special drops his barracks. So it's just going to be a single Reaper proxy. And those, are difficult to make work, because your opponent should have the mirroring Reaper on the other side. So it's going to be a factory in the main. And this Reaper, I guess he's going to bank up Reapers, perhaps? I don't know. What do you think? Maybe just looking for a deny onto that CC that Spirit has been making on the low ground? with the
Yeah,
SCV.
and obviously a dream scenario for Special. Spirit would have gone for the exact same build as he did on Grasvan, right? The one barracks, one gas, fast expand on the low ground. That is not happening. I'm not sure if Spirit caught a glimpse of the units there of Special. Wasn't quite aware. Well, he's going to send an SCV to the low ground.
Okay.
Was ready to expand, but it's maybe the SCV is scaring it. Special does not want to reveal the Reaper here before the CC is built, and the CC does get built. Now, it's still nowhere near as greedy as it was on Grasvan, but at least it's a base on location, and maybe that will allow Special to find a good fight. It really comes down to the Reaper micro here and the grenade micro, as the first grenade does go down, and the second one is kind of a defensive grenade, even flying the barracks over for some permanent vision.
Yeah, unfortunate for Special, right? Because A, Spirit doesn't go for that build, and B, the SCV scout each other, and the Reaper of Spirit gets the first shot on the SCV of Special. So then Special thinks, okay, if we take the Reaper SCV versus the Reaper SCV fight, I lose. And then when the SCV finally goes down, he has to reveal his hand, and that means that Spirit gets the first shot off because his Reapers are out of vision, where Special has to kind of move forward and shows himself to the command center. So yeah, not the early game that he was hoping for, but it's not the end of the world, obviously, but he does have this kind of useless barracks on the other side, right? Oh, cool idea.
We have a proxy starport as well, right? Special really has been Mr. Proxy Starport throughout this qualifier so far. Found a lot of success with it against Reyna, but different matchup. Is going to go for it once more in Game 1. It didn't quite work out, but obviously Game 1 was a very different opening where we didn't expand forever. This time around, the command center is a lot quicker for Special, but he knows that it's still a little bit later than everything that's happening on the other side of the map. He invested in that proxy barracks. You want to find a little something here.
Yeah, and this is gonna make it more difficult. One less piece to work with in that Reaper falling. And now the Liberator probably, I mean, with this positioning, has to straight up go into main. So it's up to Special to kind of draw the Cyclone out to the natural and then distract him enough for this Liberator to do something.
Kind of feeling Macfield accelerate as soon as well, no? Don't you think so?
With 3 Cyclones, I would like it.
Yeah, I think Cyclones, we are not using our barracks, even though it's floating home at this point. He has built a Liberator. Would not hate it at all. Double Cyclone is going to get the lock-on on the bunker. The bunker is going to get repair. It takes a little while, but in the end, repair will be good enough here. Liberator in the main base got locked upon by the Cyclones of Spirit, so that Lib gets done absolutely nothing. And that's painful, right? Because now we have Proxy, the starport, and Special gets absolutely nothing to show for it. 2 Reapers have snuck to the other side of the map, and there are barely any defensive units here for Special. So he's losing a whole lot more than you ever want to see against 2 Reapers. This is so far all Spirit here in Game 3. Whatever Special had in mind, it did just quite not work out.
Yeah, just trying to metagame Spirit, I think of the first 2 games. Didn't work out for his opening, and then this Liberator showing himself in the main before the Cyclones engage in the natural means that the Cyclones of Spirit are already tending to the main. So yeah, this is not gonna work out either. The medevac has been locked on, no lock-on available for a while here for Special. Finally gets it, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, I said, because by going in that deep and being that close to the units of Spirit, that medevac was always going to fall. And it obviously means that if the medevacs fall, the Cyclones will go down as well. Pretty brutal. Not exactly sure what Special can do from this position. He is going to drop a second factory, still building Cyclones. There's one more Liberator. Special is really gonna have to hope that this Liberator manages to siege up, but this is so hard to get in and out, right, on this map. Like, this Liberator will now also pretty much always die, because that Cyclone has managed to lock on. Special knows that it's going to fall, so he just lets it go and at least denies a couple of extra seconds of mining time. But this is just not the game that Special was looking for so far. Kind of feels that both players have been very convincing in their wins so far, but maybe Spirit looked a little bit better in his loss than Special has done. I don't want to call this game 100% over, but it does not feel like anything has really worked out for Special.
Yeah, off of build orders, it's just not what he was hoping for. And also props to Spirit on defense once again. It's the little things. Look at that supply depot, for example, right? Big shout out to that one. That's not a particularly common one, as now Special looks to perhaps replicate it. But it's kind of like an anti-Liberator supply depot. It gives Spirit those extra 3-4 seconds to kind of react to the Liberator, and as a result, he's always in position. And this time around, the counterattack looks very promising.
Yeah, that's a mild way of putting it. As we have an interference matrix going down on the tank, Auditor's landing as well. Special's already dropped 20 SCVs, and he's just running out of steam. He has one more safety tank, keeping the natural and the main base safe. That truly is the tank straight out of Fury. Could very well be driven by Brad Pitt cats. I don't know if you saw the movie, but it's a great movie. Fortunately, Brad Pitt didn't make it, and that tank will not make it either.
No.
I do think it is seconds away from curtains here in Game 3. It just, yeah, nothing really worked out for Special in this one.
Yeah, absolutely not. And yeah, Spirit looking wonderful in this game. I wonder if we're going to see a more macro-oriented game on the side of Special. He has been the aggressor in all 3 games and still try. Come on, man. I mean, that supply depot's still there, you know, like, and it really gives Spirit a huge heads up as of to what's going on here. So the Vikings already coming back to deal with the Liberator because they have the time. That supply depot says, hey, you know, in the next 3 seconds, there's going to be a siege. So start moving and easy peasy.
The minimap awareness has been awesome so far for Spirit. Only loses a single SCV there to that Liberator. Special still battling, still trying to crank out as many SCVs as he can. I'm actually surprised that he feels that he can make it to the other side of the map. Sometimes, obviously, every choice is the wrong choice, right? If you just sit back and your opponent has a 22 worker lead over you, that's probably not very wise. But yeah, attacking with a smaller and inferior army, that also seems a little bit crazy, but maybe Special can turn water into wine.
I mean, I don't see it, right? Like, units are more than outmatched. The Raven and 1 tank alone almost can deal with this. As the Liberator finally manages to get a good siege into the main. Actually, these Vikings are gonna land on top of the tanks and bio, but even them by themselves before the tanks arrive are enough.
Yeah. I mean, finally, one Liberator found some damage, but in return, we lost the only units we had out on the map. Spirit looks great in Game 3. Maybe got a bit fortunate with the build orders, but in Spirit's defense, cats, I watch more TVTs than I would like to watch of Spirit, but I'm just kind of forced by it because he's been doing very well on the Monday nights lately. He doesn't really go 1 barracks, 1 gas, fast expand very often. That truly is, I think, a one-off what he did in Game 1, and I feel like hoping that he's going to do that again. It is a little bit crazy because it's not something that Spirit throws in a single best of 3 or best of 5 multiple times. I truly think that Game 1 is the only time he's going to be that greedy.
Yeah, maybe so. And now Special is going to have to adapt. I don't think we're going to see a risk from him similar to this in terms of openings. And I'm not sure that he's even going to go for the proxy Liberators again, because Spirit, if you're Spirit, you have to be on the lookout for those. And we saw that he very much was this game. And I think Special needs to come up with something new.
Yep, and obviously Special looked good in the game where he didn't do something crazy, right? Because the second game on Royal Blood was just a very solid defensive opening, and he just kind of made the difference in the drops later on, and obviously had a couple of little skirmishes early on going his way, but there's no need, like, there is no skill difference here where we can say, oh yeah, player A absolutely needs to do X, Y, or Z against player B, otherwise he never wins. No, these two are very evenly matched. Now, one of them is very far away, so it could be a server thing, right? Where maybe on the preferred server for this man, he's willing to sit back, and on the worst server, he's going to be a bit more aggressive. Who knows? In the bottom right side, hailing from Mexico, but currently in Korea, representing Storm Gaming, this is Special.
And his opponent in the top left-hand side, now gaining the advantage in the series, it is Spirit. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like you were saying, I think the least committed aggression game for Special was also the one that he found the most damage, right? Like that Reaper delaying the first CC, winning the fight in the 1v1 against his opponent's Reaper, and then the 2 consequent Reapers delaying the factory and killing 2 SCVs, or trading for 2 SCVs, I should say, kind of started that snowball effect off of a very low commitment, whereas in the other games, he has tried to do so much more damage and hasn't really been able to find it with these proxy builds.
Yep, and he's been a lot more committed as well. I was surprised by the amount of Cyclones we saw in the previous game and then not going into Macfield. Like, I know it's not a cheap upgrade, right? That you just like, oh, if I have a couple Cyclones, it's not like concussive shells for Marauders. It is obviously a much bigger commitment, but I kind of feel like if we go that heavy on the Cyclone and we're truly relying on them to get something done, then I wouldn't hate that, but I know that makes for a completely different strategy and a completely different idea, and I'm sure that Special did the things he did for a reason, but it felt that a lot of things had to go well for Special for his build to work, and the only thing that really had to go well for Spirit was one time a clean defense, get the kill on a couple of these units, and from that point on it would almost be smooth sailing, and I think it really was, right? The moment he killed that medevac, and by killing that medevac the two Cyclones were stuck in the main base, I don't think Spirit really struggled after that.
No, he didn't break a sweat. And yeah, I agree with you. As far as like Macfield, if you're gonna commit to that many Cyclones, I agree. But maybe it wasn't his plan to commit to that many Cyclones. Maybe he tried to snowball and just wasn't finding the opening. And when you're trying to snowball and you're not particularly ahead in terms of economy, you just want to keep making units, because if you start making the upgrade, it offers your opponent a window of time where you actually don't have the units on the field, that it's invested into something that doesn't kick in until later. And I think Special was always trying to find an opening as early as possible, and you know, you need as many units as you can, throwing them in there as early as possible. He just didn't find the opening, I think.
So it wasn't the plan, but he just got stuck. He's like, just one more.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, maybe
yeah, just one more.
Cyclone is never heard anymore.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that could be it. All right, we've got a Widowmine, very early Widowmine on the production tab for a Special. Could obviously be just for defensive purposes. You know, not too long ago, I actually casted a game where the Widowmine had a very big impact. Because we often see it just kind of sit on top of the ramp and then maybe Reapers and Hellions go for it. It blows up a Hellion. That's about it. Sometimes that doesn't happen and it just survives, but it dies later on. But I recently saw a game where the mine just kept on moving. The initial single only Widowmine that was produced in TVT. And then later on, it got moved behind the army of a retreating player, and medevacs and low HP Marines and a tank got blown up by the early game Widowmine. Like, absolute MVP Widowmine, but obviously ultra rare that it has that much impact.
Yeah, that sounds pretty awesome. And yeah, a lot of the time we'll see that Widowmine positioned a little bit further, and if there's enough units, you know, good Terran players always have the one Hellion in front, and then the rest of the units deal with it. But if you've gotten rid of those, yeah, I think you can be definitely a little bit more adventurous as we now see Special moving out. Remember, Special is the player to take double gases first, and even I think his third gas this time around a little bit quicker than Spirit. So it's the onus is on him to potentially do a little bit of damage, but it's not like he's gonna fall far behind from this, right? It's just, and he will have a little bit faster tech.
Yeah, exactly. And he's already going up to 3 bases, so I don't think he's like ultra concerned about, I have to do damage here. Now, falling 5 SCVs behind this early on can look a bit dramatic, but it really has to do with the SCV timings as well when they pop out, because 5 SCVs sounds like a big deal. 3 SCVs is like, that's not that big of a deal, especially if you keep in mind that he's got a quicker third CC. So I like the idea of just kind of going back to what brought us a lot of success on Royal Blood. When we get a strong economy up, we get a lot of units out, we actually get Stim, because that was the only game out of the 4 games we've seen so far that Special got Stim, and he looked great with it. So why not try to get into that spot once more and play it from there?
Yeah, definitely, and conceptually as well. I think psychologically, almost like looking at this series and how it has played out, Spirit is right to think, okay, when are you attacking me? Where's your liberators, right? So he's the one that has the bunker in front, etc. And Special gets to cut some corners, like dropping that faster CC, like taking his units out, like having that Widowmine in a very strong position, like not dropping the bunker. So things are looking still pretty even, I guess, in spite of the fact that Special was a little bit quicker to the gases.
Can we take a look at Spirit, his units, and press V? I don't know who's a lovely observer. It's either Mapu or Njal. I just kind of want to see what Spirit has seen so far, because as far as I know, that's literally for a scout, right? So we're like minute 6, and this is where Spirit is like, let's just see if Special is actually playing as Terran, you know, just in case, even though he got scanned. But that's the first proper scout that he's had. But yeah, Spirit is just comfortable playing games like this. As he drops 2 E-base, he is going to move out. Triple Raven with a whole lot of energy. Is it triple or double Raven on the side of Special? Okay, triple as well. Oh man, that's gonna be a fun fight to cast. That's all you cats. All the turret, Matrix, anti-armor missile. Let's go, baby. Give me hype.
Very nice delay on 2 barracks here. 4 special good trades from the Reapers. Hellion as well managing to sneak on by somehow. And on the other side, delaying the CC as well as the SCV transfer that was already ongoing for Spirit. So a very strong 30 seconds or so for Special.
Yep, now Special doesn't necessarily need to keep pushing here. He can already be very happy with everything that he just managed to accomplish. Pretty crazy that Spirit sent his entire army to deal with a couple of Reapers. Like, of course you can't ignore the Reapers because they kill SCVs rather quickly. But to send literally everything you have and then be forced to float over your CC, build an eBay. I want to see the eBay. Or turret, or a depot, anything.
some sort of a transition. And yeah, I mean, Spirit was threatening to move out, but Special actually and Spirit both trading scans. So Spirit sees the army of Special. He says, okay, you're sieging my third. I'll be a little bit slow to that. Maybe I can start moving out. But Special kind of catches him red-handed, and so Spirit is forced to retreat, which means Special has the much faster third mining on location. And Spirit now looking to establish his finally, but Special with a great SCV scout.
If I was Special, I would not engage, man. He is obviously just flying in range immediately. Does get a Viking, so that's awesome. But like at this point, Special is going to grow a whole lot quicker than Spirit, right? He's been able. This is why he should try to move the SCV a little bit. Okay, Matrix does go down. Couple of big tank shots go down. We have the auto turret galore happening as well. What is Spirit going to do with his Ravens? I kind of feel not a whole lot there. What on earth happened? I saw very few auto turrets. 0 Matrixes going down. Spirit lost all the Ravens. Sure, Special did too, but I think Special got a whole lot more to show for it.
Absolutely. I mean, Hero Marine was talking about this a little bit as well. A lot of what the auto turrets do, if you are the first player to drop them, is to deny space for your opponent to drop those auto turrets, right? Because they occupy a space and they're kind of clunky to drop as well. One of the clunkier units in StarCraft, if you can call them a unit. And so Special with that aggression, getting that Viking lead was so big because it allows him to move on forward to disable the tanks at the front, and then is the first to drop the auto turrets as well. And that initiation for Special was just wonderful as he looks to try to equalize the series. However, Spirit does find 2 siege tanks unprotected, will land for them, but Special kills 20 SCVs while that's happening.
And no mining in the third base, no mining in the main base either. As the Marines go forward in range of the dead zone of the tank, they get one of the 2 tanks there, the other one will live. Look at these Vikings go. We are now managing and microing these individual Vikings. Look at this hit and run kite. Special in the end will end up losing his 2 Vikings, but obviously got himself in an incredibly sweet spot here in Game 5. We all love, excuse me, in Game 4. We all love a Game 5, and it definitely seems like we're heading towards Game 5 here between these 2 awesome foreign Terran players. As a few more tanks will fall. Spirit does land his Vikings in range of those 2 tanks of Special, but Special, just like he was on Royal Blood, is relentless. He's out for SCVs and he's finding a decent amount of them.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, at this point, he has thrown away a few more tanks than I would have liked. That Cyclone and the Marines almost making up for it. And certainly the amount of SCVs that he has killed makes it so that Special is in a fantastic position no matter what. But yeah, I think we're going to have a very similar game, right? Special faster to his third, faster to his fourth, continuing on with the aggression. And even with this one bruised up Cyclone finding some damage. This looks like a game-ending drop right here. He's going to find a beautiful space here at the natural. The Liberators might have something to say about it, but yeah, not looking good for the poll.
Yep, Special does have a lot of supply that's not actually here at this point. Because you look at the army supply, he's got 50 army supply, and then you see 3 medevacs and 4 Marines left over. You're like, pretty sure we banked a couple of units at home. So Spirit does hang in there a little bit longer, and it indeed could be Royal Blood all over again. Special, 21 workers ahead, has been pretty relentless in killing SCVs, is expanding on location, and it does not seem like he's gonna let his foot off the gas once more. Drops the Marines, kind of a YOLO suicide move, but it's okay. A lot of low HP SCVs here with a bit of target fire. I feel like Special could have killed 5 or 6. Take a look at the minimap though. Another double drop into the main base, and I don't think Spirit has anything in his main at the moment. So more and more SCVs will go down. It truly is Royal Blood all over again.
It really is. It's a wonderful job from Special. He is so good when the snowball begins. We again saw it against Rain, or even one of the most difficult players, if not the most difficult player to out multitask in the world, right? And Special does so here again against Spirit, a Spirit that seems to not be able to catch a breath once Special gets going.
Yeah, it's a numbers game, and Special just has way more of everything that matters at the moment. The Orbital will fall, all these SCVs will fall, and the Mexican Terran player is very eager to send us to everybody's favorite, and that is a Game 5 of an important series. Funny, man, they both shined really bright in the games that they won and they dominate. I don't know how the server thing works, Cats. That's the one thing that they don't really inform us on all that much, but I have the feeling that the games on the US West server were 2 and 4, and then the games on Central were 1 and 3. And then I do truly wonder what happens for Game 5.
Quite likely, especially considering like how aggressive Special tried to be, right? Like it almost feels like, taking that into account, he was trying to steal a map, and he hasn't been able to. So if that trend is true, then it should be a slight favoritism towards Spirit going into the next game.
Unless they flip a coin for Game 5.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, you're a big fan of the coin flips.
Yeah, I feel like they would have flipped before the series, though.
Yep,
and we would have this order.
All right, if we take a look at some of the highlights over here of our TVT on Drago skills. I absolutely love that Viking battle. I love how we pulled it back. But yeah, Special just honestly got ultra far ahead in the Triple Raven versus Triple Raven fight. That also obviously all started because Spirit used his entire army to chase around those Reapers that were being a nuisance in his main base and his natural. And once more, you can't ignore Reapers. Even if you have 50 SCVs, you cannot just ignore 3 Reapers because they're going to kill SCVs way too quickly. But sending that many units is what allowed Special to force Spirit to lift up his CC, pull it back into the main base. Spirit definitely fell behind, and at that point he kind of got semi-contained. And yeah, the fight, as you mentioned, no auto turrets went down. Maybe a single auto turret went down on the side of Spirit, not a single matrix went down. It was just a nightmare fight for the Polish Terran player.
Yeah, most definitely. I love that you bring attention back to those Reapers because, yeah, they find some damage. They are forced to be dealt with, but also they kill building SCVs, which forces even more actions, right? It's a little bit more time that Spirit has to re-pull, go to another screen, pull SCVs, put them back on the barracks. That's time that Special uses to continue to move forward on the map.
Yeah, you always want to go for the SCVs that are building something, not because they are more precious or more valuable, or the delay on the depot for the 2 seconds is important. Nope, it just forces your opponent another action, and quite often we see people forgetting that. Or you go for gas SCVs, right? Because minerals is easy to see, but otherwise you can always go for the gas and you force them to click an SCV to the gas. It's all the little things that can make the difference if you're playing a very competitive and very evenly matched series. And well, after 4 games, I don't think these two could be any more evenly matched so far.
Seriously, and I love the fingerprints as well that we're seeing from both players. It's been consistently relentless aggression from Special and Spirit absorbing with beautiful defense as well whenever he manages to pull it off. And even in the snowball games for Special, he has had times where it all looks like he's almost about to stabilize and doesn't quite expect Special to keep being as aggressive as he is. So yeah, I love to see that type of just stylistic difference between players, even though they're playing the exact same race, exact same tools.
Final round fight. The winner of this series will qualify for the Gamers 8 tournament. A big moment for both of these nerds. Which of the lovely nerd can already lean back and just enjoy the show when the qualifiers continue next weekend? If you win here, you're off and you can get ready for the big trip. In the top right side, we're looking at the main base of our Mexican Terran player representing Sidestorm Gaming. This is Juanito Special.
And in the bottom left-hand side, it is the genius of hard work, Spirit.
Big moment, man. I always get a bit nervous for both of the players that you're watching as well, because this may just be the opening weekend, and obviously if you lose here, you've got another chance next weekend. But next week, you've got players like Australia, Clem, Elaser, and Chem joining the ranks as well. And obviously, the 4 players that don't make it this week, they'll be dropping to that weekend as well. It's going to be very hard, man. Only 4 of the 8 next weekend will make it. And you look at Australia, could very well be the best Protoss in the 4 and C scene, or the second best, third best. At least he's very good. We all know that. And Clem is an absolute animal, and that's something we're all aware of. So a win here honestly makes a night and day difference for both of these guys, and that is what makes it such an exciting final game.
Yeah, and Cham is no slouch, but of course, if you do lose, you're praying to get Cham here as well, right? Because, yeah, I mean, those opponents, Astraea, Clem, we talk about how evenly matched these two are. I think we have to slightly favor Astraea or Clem against them. So this is their one shot to really make it far.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, you look at the other players that don't make it this week. So you've got Showtime in there. You've got Lambo in there already as well. Like, next weekend is going to be stacked, and it's going to be even more exciting and nerve-wracking than this weekend. But I wouldn't say that these guys have no chance. For sure, they have a shot, right? Because they are good. They have shown us some great games, not just in this qualifier, but in prior tournaments as well. But there's no guarantee. And it'd be so much nicer for either of them to just lean back, put your feet on the desk, and enjoy the show next weekend. And look at that. Both of them actually dropping the expand on location. And Spirit actually did it ultra early. They didn't have a single gas again. So just when I said I didn't expect him to do this twice in a single series, he did it twice in a single best of 5.
Yeah, he did it twice in a single best of 5, but in this fifth game, Special haven't been as shut down as he did when he tried to punish this opening. I feel like you, as Spirit, can completely discard your opponent trying to punish this. So I quite like it, right? Like, from the perspective of, yeah, I mean, you got completely shut down when you try to punish this, and this is the last game, your last chance. We both probably feel like we're the favorites to take this game, so I'm just gonna cut that one corner, and it should be pretty safe to cut.
Well, I mean, I still think it's a bit risky, but I don't hate it. Can we take a look at the vision of Spirit? Did Spirit check a whole lot, or did he just check on just kind of the usual Spirit scouting? Checks the third base, checks close to whatever could be next to his natural, and that is about it. Did not seem to be ultra concerned. Did build a bunker though, right? So it's not all out great. Did get the safety bunker up.
Yeah, the safety bunker once again, as Special has this safety Widow Mine again. So he is very likely to take map control with this if he doesn't see Spirit move out. That has favored Special. This situation that we're seeing unravel right now has been kind of where Special has found his success. When Spirit grants him map control, Special can move out and just has that map control to work with leading later into the game. So yeah, I would love for Special to even just take the mine to the other side already.
As we are just roaming the map with a couple of Reapers and Hellions and entering the Raven phase rather early. What is your gut telling you right now, Cats? Who are you feeling here for this Game 5 between these two?
I don't know, because I agree with your analysis on the server preference. I think that's probably correct based on what we've seen so far and the strategic choices that they have taken. But at the same time, when we have seen this situation unravel, it's been Special. So I'm really torn. It's like I have nothing to go off of, right? One thing seems to favor Spirit, the other one seems to favor Special. We both thought they were evenly matched. We both thought it would be a 3-2 series going into this, I think. So yeah, I have no idea. Flip a coin. We love flipping coins.
Well, we already flipped one coin in the beginning of the game, perhaps, and that coin flip went well for Spirit. The one thing we can go by is that every single game Special managed to get Stim, he won. So maybe that's the deciding factor here in Game 5.
It very well could be. Special is taking that map control that we talked about. And he did play a little bit overly cautious this game, maybe because it is Game 5. He has been scouting around, still accounting for Spirit potentially running into him with the classic like Reapers and Hellions early on, so he doesn't want to get caught in the middle of the map, even though Spirit hasn't really done that throughout the entire series. Yeah, so I feel like while Spirit did get a kind of away with dropping that earlier command center on location, Special is being a little bit more cautious in cutting those corners. So I kind of like that Spirit is being a little bit more adventurous, maybe showing a little bit more confidence.
I did enjoy the scouting there of both players, by the way. Reaper sacrifice into the main base. It's important these days in TVT to see if there's a third CC, right? With all the weird double factory of 2 bases and the more popular double starport of 2 bases, where it's just all about tanks and Vikings. As the other turrets fly in, they drop, and the Ravens fly in, they drop all their other turrets. Now Matrix goes down as well. I mean, a lot of Ravens will fall. Stim got denied, but it doesn't take that long in this day and age to research Stim. I don't think this is worth it for Juanito, as he's most likely going to end up losing all 3 Ravens just to get a tech lap and deny Stim.
Gets the Cyclone as well, but yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, that is 3 Ravens, right? It starts so well for Juanito because it was the worst case scenario. Your Ravens get spotted, 1 gets locked on. So you can no longer go to the back of the middle line. This Reaper's finding a little bit of damage here. Gonna be 4 SCV, no, just 3 all day. And now they're gonna go into the main to try and find a little bit more. The classic snipe onto the SCVs, getting some buildings and another one. So Juanito kind of equalizing now.
Yep, these Reapers were about as successful as the Ravens were, and obviously the Ravens gave the alley-oop for the Reapers to be that successful.
1 survived too.
And one of them actually somehow managed to get out. That should have never happened, but it did. Yeah, maybe it didn't go all that poorly in the end for Special. Now, Spirit was rather quick to get another tech lab and rebuild Stim, though, so you don't have access to Stim, as we just have extra factories go down on the side of Special. Splits up 1 more heli, and if this heli can get an SCV, it's gonna make you feel good about yourself. There was 1 more very low HP SCV in the top side of the map, or top side of the mineral line rather, but he was not able to get in range of that one. Special will not go for any Stim here, as we can just see nothing but factories, nothing but tanks. Armory gets dropped as well. It is all out mech for Special in game 5.
All right, bread and butter for him as he is trying to sit on top of a Widow Mine. Does not get to fire onto those Ravens, even though they were not being intended to. I believe the attack move from Spirit will clear it out in time. And now he is moving out to look for a little bit more aggression as the Cyclones try to lock onto a tank, and they will successfully do so. They scan to try and secure the kill, but it won't be enough.
Clean Cyclone micro so far. Got a Raven, got a Viking, keeps both the Cyclones alive, and even managed to soften up one of these tanks a bit. So very well done there by Special. Only ended up losing a single Widow Mine. We all know one of the downsides of mech is that it obviously takes a little while before it gets going, but Special's done a great job in already buying a lot of time with the other turret res, with the Reaper res, and now with the Cyclones in the center of the map. There is a annoying Liberator though in the natural Special that he's gonna have to take care of. We have a couple missed turrets in the main base to deal with. Liberator number 2. Will that Lib get out of range? Barely. So another Lib sieging up. This is actually kind of nice harassment by Spirit. The army's also getting dangerously close to one another.
I love this from Spirit, right? He knows the Liberator is sieged. He knows that Special is going to be scrambling for a solution. They're looking elsewhere, perhaps, and decides to move up the ramp. This Marines and Marauders are a little bit adventurous, but he's going to love this sort of trade when you're going bio into mech. And the Liberator comes back as well to try and deal with the tanks, as the main has already been evacuated. A wonderful set of moves here from Spirit will net him 17 workers on top of everything else. This is a new Liberator. The one in the main is doing more and more.
Yep, but I mean, Special is gonna try to chase down these tanks. Does he have enough? As a few Marauders show up at the bottom side of our screen, they did have Stim. They went on top of these tanks. I mean, this is a super hectic fight. Special has been floating a decent amount of money during all of this, but I think that's also because he didn't have enough gas, because the Liberators were denying the gas income. So he's gonna have to fix that. 21 SCVs have gone down. Special hangs in there though, and obviously since he is playing mech, he's got plenty of factories up and running. There is a good chance he's going to be able to drag this game out a little bit longer, but I can't imagine that Spirit wasn't happy with how all of that went. And Special is actually still on the other side of the map with a relatively tiny mech army. I find that kind of crazy, Cats.
Yeah, it's the type of army that, I mean, if you feel a little bit behind, you siege those tanks in the middle of the map and hope that your opponent walks into you, then reacts to pull back and just loses some units in the process. But Spirit, too good for that, will take advantage of the positioning of the tanks to get his army further out on the map. Special with a quick reposition here at the ramp will manage to deflect for now, and great positioning here on the Vikings, taking advantage of those rocks and unpathable terrain to try to shell away at the medevacs, as Spirit does find a couple of tanks in the back end.
Yep, not just tanks, a bunch of SCVs that were trying to repair all these mech units that have been battling for a while as well. So that's 10 SCVs going down, and obviously Spirit keeps Special at bay. The main reason why Special was able to close the supply deficit that quickly is because after the Liberators were finally taken care of, he did manage to spend his money rather quickly, and that's why he was able to explode and catch up in supply very rapidly. And if he snipes these medevacs, he's hiding the Vikings at first. Spirit scans, still goes for it. Seems like an absolutely crazy idea. One of the medevacs does get gunned down. The other two barely live. That could have gone a whole lot worse for the Polish Terran.
Yeah, shout out to that barracks as well. It might seem counterintuitive to put a barracks right outside of the range of the sensor tower because you're like, oh, this doesn't really cover that much ground. But of course, trusting his opponent to be as efficient as possible with the pathing, you're not going to go any further than you need to. You're just going to go around the very edge of the sensor tower. So that's a great job of spotting that potential doom drop and prevents Spirit from basically snowballing his lead, at least for now.
Man, that first best of 5 of the day was hard to beat, right? Between Gumiho and Dark. That was fantastic, StarCraft 2. And we definitely recommend anybody who missed it to take a little look at the VODs here on Twitch or anywhere else. They will be posted in the future. But this is really turning into one hell of a best of 5 as well. These guys are really going for it. And even though the supplies favor Spirit, I want to say that's rather normal, right? He's the bio player. And then you're supposed to be up in supplies. He's now transitioning into the triple starport and getting advanced ballistics. But speaking of Liberators, Special has plenty of Liberators now as well that he's also sending to the other side of the map. Good defense though by Spirit, right? Only ends up losing 4 SCVs against Tulips.
A job very well done. Special looks to be the defender this time around, switching things up. Of course, like you were saying, it's Bio versus Mech. And as Mech gets closer to the max out, it's going to be more and more difficult for the Bio to take this fight. This is why Spirit is so proactive. This is why he's trying to get the snowball going, the doom drops going. But Special, beautiful moves here, even with the Hellions, even just having his opponent look on his side of the map rather than Special's is a victory.
I do think Special is excellent in late game Terran armies, mech versus, well, whether it's Bio Mech or it's going to be mech versus mech or mech versus Sky Terran, because we're obviously going to get a lot of Liberators with advanced ballistics. I think Special really is one of the very, very best in the foreign scene when it comes to those unique scenarios. Like kind of the games that you don't get to practice all that often, because so many games you just play Marine Tank, so many games end early. This is obviously not uncharted territory, but not something that you get to practice a whole lot, and I do think Special truly excels at games like this.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see glimpses of why as well. 3 Hellions, they kill 6 SCVs, but the biggest deal here is that the army that Spirit wants to have out on the map, you should have map control with Bio, and he was headed towards Special side of the map, needs to get split to account for these Hellions. So he needs to continuously pay attention to a very low investment of a Special that's really doesn't care about the Hellions, right? It's really the bigger, stronger army that he is building up.
So we have 17 Vikings on the side of Spirit, 13 Vikings on the side of Special, and 3 Liberators with advanced ballistics. I think Spirit needs to get rid of a few more of the bio units. He doesn't have to throw everything away at once, but I feel that, okay, he's building 7 Liberators at a time, cats. So we go from 3 to 10 Liberators with advanced ballistics. I mean, obviously the splash damage has a lot of potential, but the Liberator sieging up has crazy potential as well against the Thors. I'm so curious to see how these fights will play out. I think it's impossible to call. It truly just comes down to who gets the best of who.
Yeah, but look at this. Spirit already, I think, getting the best of Special positionally, right? Because the armies do pass each other and, like ships in the night, as some would say, and the Liberators can account for the Thors. I think it's enough, right? It's gonna be close on this side. On the other side, it's no contest. However, the Vikings win the fight. They're gonna go to the very back of the line to try to avoid these other Vikings and the tanks at the front for Special, who now reacts to try to turn around. But he has a lot to deal with, as we see on the split screen. A very intense moment here, and Special now catching wind of just how committed to the air Spirit is.
Spirit has lost a lot more SCVs though, so he needs to find more damage on the other side of the map. He stims forward, gets the planetary, gets a bunch of the SCVs as well, and that will kind of even things up. The Viking count went from heavily in favor of Spirit to actually slightly in favor of Special after the Vikings were forced to land and battle the Thors. Otherwise the Thors would have just wiped the floor with everything rather quickly, and they managed to do that in the end. Our Liberator is going to siege up one more time. So many Liberators at once showing up. That's justice raining from above if I've ever seen it, and Spirit will be able to clean this army up. Special, however, is rebuilding on his side of the map. Economies 44 SCVs on the side of the Polish Terran, 32 SCVs on the side of our Mexican Terran.
and it does not bode well for Special that his choice was to add additional starports. He recognizes that now that's a dead investment. He has additional starports, but he's never going to catch up to the air control that Spirit has accrued with his 7 Liberator production at a time, right? So instead, he has to go back for those stores. Maybe not what he wanted to do. That means the starports are a dead investment. He hasn't been mining. Meanwhile, Spirit does have a base situated and is situating another one. So time also on his side.
He's actually going for a couple of Widow Mines with Drilling Claws, and that may seem crazy, but I think it's crazy enough that it just may very well be the only thing that could possibly allow a comeback. Imagine 1 or 2 Widow Mine shots on a clumped up air army, and then your Thor's doing their thing. But Spirit does not want to give him time to even start dreaming about these upgrades. Wants to deny this base once more, and the tanks, the only thing they can do is run for the hills. The Thor count, I'm afraid, is not quite high enough. One little Widow Mine. Is it the little Widow Mine that could?
I highly doubt it. You leave me on that transition to say no. Yeah. No chance. But I agree with you. I mean, if he could have gotten enough and put him out in the middle of the map or something weird like that, it might have been his one opening. This looks dire for Special now, who is trapped on his side of the map while Spirit's economy continues to develop.
Thors are very sick though, right? And that was a lot of bio units that Spirit just lost there. The tank's able to find somewhat of an okay-ish fight. Thor count is at 4. We have a Cyclone on the way. We have Hellions on the way. Drilling Claw is about to finish up. Sure, if nothing happens in the next 3 or 4 minutes, Spirit is in all sorts of trouble, but something is going to happen. And this is still a Big Daddy Thor army you absolutely need to respect.
Yeah, and the units are actually clumped up. You probably don't want the Thors on splash mode in general, but when they're this clumped up, it might just be the play. However, I think Spirit knows that he has enough. He's gonna jump on top of the army, and GG will be called. What an amazing series, but Spirit will take it.
Yep, the Thors in the end not able to make the difference. I would not have hated splash damage there actually, with all those units indeed being on top of each other. But it will be Big Piotr from Poland, Spirit, who gets the job done, and he can just relax the following weekend, lean back and enjoy some games. Amazing TVT. Not sure if it was better than the first series of the day, but I think it got pretty close. What do you say, Kalaris, in your beautiful Kalaris Dome?
Well, in the Kalaris Dome, I've got to give it a 5 out of 5 on the Spectacularis meter here for Gamers Without Borders. Joining me, we have Fear Dragon as well as ZG. Fear Dragon, what a series, especially this last game. I was kind of on the edge of my seat. I didn't know which way it was going to go, considering you got the bio on one side, you got all this happening on the other side of the map, as we look at the highlights brought to you by Aramco.
It was such a phenomenal series. There's a lot to talk about that last game for sure. But I mean, even the first game, the second game and everything, I was actually getting a little bit worried even at the beginning of the second game, and especially the first game, it seemed like Spirit really had just the solution to how to deal with Special. The second game, it was also looking like Spirit was making some really nice plays, but Special definitely started firing back. And I think one thing I really took away, and I would say until the final game of the series, was it always felt like Special was oftentimes the one being the first aggressor, being the first one on the other side of the map, being the one going for these drops, being the one that gets up in his opponent's face, at least up until the last game, I should say.
I have no idea what Fear Dragon said. Yeah, I'm so tickled by the Fear Dragon.
Am I puberty dragon again?
Yes, you are. Fear Dragon. Okay, ZG, continue.
Yeah, maybe going off my my co-analyst's point, I don't know. Yeah, TVT was fantastic. I think we saw a lot of high-level display, down to even the micro. In this particular game that we're watching actually on Dragon Scales, there are so many moments where if just these very small micro moments go a little bit better for Spirit, he's probably saved, 4 tanks, a Cyclone, 2 medevacs, 16 Marines. But it just was such a both of them microing like gods. In that particular game was, I think, the highlight for me micro-wise. But then the overall series, and I'm glad the casters brought up the potential potential server differences as to why Special was choosing to play when he was. I think he's also a guy who does mix things up, of course, but just the way that it was happening every other game did kind of maybe nod towards that. And unfortunately, it does seem like Mech is still just not the most dependable. I mean, we don't want to take one best of 5 to determine if Mech is good or not, but overall the consensus is Mech is a little bit worse. And then it was all the games that Special played Mech that he did lose, but they were very, very close games.
Yeah, definitely. The ebbs and flows of this series kind of worked out that way, and that's them breaks, unfortunately, here for Special. As of course, he's not completely eliminated. He still has next week actually to try and move on through. But for Spirit, it's a huge win for Dragon. He's going to Gamers 8 off the back of this. It was a grueling series, but very well worth it.
Yeah, he absolutely earned it. I don't know if I have a super deep voice right now.
Damn it.
Just no, did I lose my deep voice?
It's normal again. Balls.
Okay. You know, if it was still deep after I tried to fix it, I was just gonna try talking in a higher pitch voice to compensate. But anyways, thankfully I don't have to do that for this segment. And I do just get to talk about how awesome it was of a run for Spirit. I mean, yes, he ended up losing the series versus Hero Marine, but again, Hero Marine paid him so many compliments about how strong of a player he is in those TVTs. I think that he showed a really dominant series versus Lambo, and he is riding that momentum from before. I think we have a lot to look forward to with Spirit.
No, definitely. As when you kind of figure things out and everything's gone down here as well, ZG. I mean, again, you know, how Special was fighting in this series as a whole, across all 5 matches, just very commendable considering, again, he came off the back of a great result in the previous days of this bracket as a whole.
Yeah, Spirit's been playing wonderfully. You know, I know that they displayed some different styles in that best of 5, but just thinking about some of the build-up in the pre-show to that, it really was the battle of the 2 Rock Lees, the guys who have been grinding over the years with less success than you would hope. Special had his round of 4 at BlizzCon, which is still probably the highlight of his career.
Yeah.
But then, like, who's actually going to, I guess, advance on, I suppose, a little bit easier to the main tournament? And today it was Spirit, and after his last 4 months of just consistent improving, it does feel like it's another signal that he really is that next level. He's upgraded to Super Saiyan 4, whatever it is nowadays, and everyone's got to fear him. Legitimately, everyone. I don't think he's had as many weaknesses either. Just kind of thinking back on some of the rigidness that was Spirit back in the day. He's really an all-around player.
Maybe we can all get together and channel the Spirit Bomb Fear Dragon for Spirit. What do you think?
I really love any segment where I'm actually the one making the fewest anime references, but I'm on board with it, you know? Let's dive in on it. Let's talk about it. No, I'm totally in agreement on that. I think that it really is just a fantastic showcase there. And I think, again, like, yeah, Special is going to have a great opportunity. And I do not think it can be understated, the fact that Special did still play really well this series. He beat Raynor this weekend. Like, he has a very solid shot of still being able to qualify through the next weekend.
And ultimately, look at this. I mean, Spirit effectively makes what is, let's say, a top 16 already at a tournament that is going to be $400,000 deep. So for Spirit, it's a huge success already to be able to get towards Gamers 8. Congratulations to him. And now there is, of course, just 1 series left before we actually finish up today. But before we get to that, we have Spirit here to talk about this series. So, drum roll, please. We're going to do the thing where we do the test of the sound. Spirit, can you hear me? And can you hear the other guys?
Yeah, hello. Okay.
Yeah! Oh, brilliant. Okay, phew. I don't have to push you off like I did Hero Marine yesterday. So, congratulations, Spirit. What a victory here for you. Going up against Special, what did you kind of expect going up against him? Because the series was all over the place, a pretty epic one.
Well, basically I expected Mech and some Speed Banshee, or even the Cyclone Pressure build, or even the BC. I watched a lot of replays of him, and I was a little bit surprised he played Bio.
Okay. Fair. Actually, ZG, I'll start with you then first. Do you have questions for Spirit?
Yeah, of course. Okay, so you were expecting a lot of Mech. The games that he won, he was playing Bio. So overall, do you think that Mech is still valid? Do you think that Special is usually better with Mech? Or
go ahead.
I
think basically I think his mech is stronger. I think I had luck last game, but even if he beat me twice with bio, I still was like pretty sure he would pull mech at some point. And yeah, that's why I scouted for this. Also, well, that's basically it.
Yeah. And the casters and us we were kind of guessing was it a server thing? We don't know what servers you were playing on. So did you pick up on any pattern for special?
I felt like I think I picked Central Western Central. I wanted to gain a lead against him because I think if you take a lead against special, then he play worse later on. Like if he's 2-0 up, I don't think he would lose. And I really thought he was very nervous in last 2 games. Even when he dropped, he just like shift Q the drop, and it was a little bit shaky by him. But I still lost the game.
Yeah, the game for it, I think you're just too far behind, but there was a lot of mistakes made that made it look like it was a possible comeback. And then my last question does have to do with overall your performance. We haven't talked to you since Katowice, and Katowice was already a fantastic performance for you. A lot of great games played there too, especially in TVT. But I don't know if you've been picking up on it. A lot of the commentators have been praising your success in the last 4 months. It really seems like you've improved. Is there anything that you chalk up to that? Is there anything different that's been happening this year?
Well, I just play very calm. That's it. No expectation.
You just get calmer and
gonna lose anyway. So and end up winning.
Okay.
Well, no secret there.
I don't know if it's always losing, but you're doing very well for yourself, Spirit. Fear Dragon, do you have questions?
I mean, Zombie Grove actually took a couple of my questions already,
fair.
I do just want to say, congratulations. You played really phenomenally, and I'm glad that today you are not the loser.
Thanks.
There you go. Spirit, any final words, shout-outs before we let you go? Obviously, a phenomenal performance from you today.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, you guys, for watching. See you in the tournament.
Awesome. See you at Gamers 8. Congratulations for qualifying.
Thank you.
There you go. Spirit joining us here after what was a grueling 3-2 for him to be able to take over against Special. Again, Fear Dragon, you look at Special, kind of pipped at the post a little bit here, considering the great performance he's shown in this bracket, but he comes in to fight another weekend, next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really want to emphasize that I think he has a very solid shot in that. And that is in spite of the fact that next weekend, it's not exactly like he's playing significantly worse players. Yes, this is all based on EPD point standing, so a couple of new other players are going to be introduced that aren't just the ones that lost from this weekend. But those players are not bad by any means. I know Roddy was even talking about this earlier. It's like Estrella, cool. Possibly one of the best, if not the best foreign Protoss player. Clem. Yeah, Clem. Easy player, right? Cham, Laser. These are all actually really solid players. So it's a tough battle.
I mean, I already made light of it in the first day, but it's online, so maybe Clem just wins it straight away anyway. Who knows? But thank you very much, guys. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we have one final series for today, but it honestly is going to hopefully be a belter because it is a rematch from the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where Oliveira, the world champion, was able to take down Reina. Let's see if that will happen again or if the reverse will occur.
This is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Just one more series remains. It's a high-profile mainstream fixture here to finish it off. It's going to be a best of 5, and it will be Oliveira, the world champion, going up against another world champion in Reina here from the past. Joining me to break this down here, we have Fear Dragon as well as Rotterdam to talk about this one. Roddy, I could only imagine you're quite hyped regarding this match, because when we have these kind of big fixtures from the past rear their heads once again, so it's exciting to see how it's going to go down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we said it earlier, the journey for Oliveira didn't quite start with Reina in the playoffs. Obviously, it was Gabe in the round of 12, but it was that quarterfinals against Reina where people were like, oh my goodness, what is happening? The man was down 0-2, but we all remember that super close game on Dragon Skills with the one little Baneling that blew up to find a few Marines. They were like, oh, he was so close to winning a map, but that was just the start of his magic. Like in game 3, 4, and 5, the man was phenomenal, and Reina at that point was flawless in IEM Katowice, because a lot of people look at Reina and are like, oh, he wasn't that great. He went 5-0 in his group stage, right? Reina looked phenomenal up to that point. It's just Oliveira that stopped him. So to now see the rematch, give or take a couple months later, 2-3 months, plenty of reasons to be very, very excited for this one.
No, definitely. I'm sure this also sticks in your mind quite a lot, Fear Dragon. I think it was you and ZG that were casting it whilst it was going on in Katowice, and if I do say so myself, some of the best casting I think we've ever heard from you and ZG was from this match. It was unbelievable. So when it comes to Oliveira and Reina, what are you thinking, mate?
Oh, I am super amped about this. I totally agree. I think just like replaying ZG's play-by-play during some of those things just sends chills down my spine. But also, it's literally just the play from those players was absolutely top-notch. But here's the thing that I need to bring up, James. Rainer is not the kind of player that thinks lightly of like the rematch. Rainer is absolutely the kind of player who has a little bit of pride on the line for this and kind of says, all right, but now I show you who's really in charge. I'm not going to allow you to repeat Katowice, and I'm going to show you guys that I'm in fact better. So I think I actually have a hard time imagining, and I know Roddy, you're even closer with Rainer. You can back me up or tell me I'm wrong on this, but I feel like Rainer's going to come into this saying, yeah, I got a little bit of a chip on my shoulder and something to prove on this one.
Yeah, but not just because it is Oliveira, and not just because Oliveira is the world champ and he's the one that got the best of Reiner in Katowice. Reiner is beating himself up for what happened on Friday. That was just not the level of play that he wants to show. So I think he's honestly more focusing on setting the record straight, because whatever happened on Friday is, for Reiner, his own standards, unacceptable. Like all of us, we look at it as like, yeah, Reiner is allowed to have a bad day, just like Maru is allowed to have a bad day. But Reiner is an eager young man. He was obviously not happy with the way that best of 3 went, and he wants to set the record straight today. And if it happens to be against Oliveira, I think that's just the cherry on top.
Yeah, I guess we find ourselves again in that similar miasma of, yes, it's the world champion Oliveira, but you know, when you look at the result against Hiramarine just before, a different matchup, of course, but still maybe a few question marks here and there as to whether Oliveira is a world championship caliber or a normal Oliveira / time caliber, Roddy. So what do you think regarding that? Do you think we're probably giving Reina the edge here?
Yes, normally I'd give Reiner the edge, despite the fact that Oliveira got the best of him in Katowice. It's also because it is online. You have to mention it. It's obviously not fun, but this part is being played online, and playing from China can be very difficult cross-server.
True.
That has not stopped Oliveira from a couple of great performances in the past, online as well, cross-server. It's not like this is unknown territory for him, but there is a good chance that Oliveira is able to shine a little bit brighter offline than he is online, and especially the performance yesterday gives us some reason to believe that.
Yeah, got to agree. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for the final series of the day. Hopefully, it's main event worthy here, as we have Reina, a world champion, a previous world champion, going up against the current world champion, Oliveira.
So excited to be casting this best of 5 Oliveira versus Reiner with my friend Katz. Katz, are you super excited? Because I am.
I am extremely excited. I mean, last time around, it was Oliveira pulling a Reiner on Reiner, and I agree with them. Some of the best casting I've ever seen in StarCraft, really, for that series. So I hope we get a series that gets us as hyped as that was, because these two certainly have the capacity for it.
Yeah, I think that this can still be a very good best of 5, but absolutely have to take into account that it is going to be China to Europe. Netherlands, I think. And that, yeah, Oliveira hasn't really looked to be in the super best form for this tournament. And there was something really very special about that Katowice. But he has been a contender to many of the top tier players before online. Let's see if he can do it again. In the bottom right on Babylon, he is Team DKZ's Oliveira.
And his opponent with a little bit of trouble yesterday, but showing incredible form today. It is for Basilisk, Reynor.
It's simply amazing to think back to that Katowice tournament. Everything just was so, frankly, magical about it, and the games delivered in such a way that it was so easy to have some of the best casting from all of the commentators. But yeah, I certainly enjoyed being privileged to cast the start of Oliveira's run, because I also cast his match versus him in the round of 12, and then versus Reynor, and it. I mean, I could only hope that it happens again. But the other thing that was unfortunate, besides Reynor just not getting as far as we would expect, because, you know, tons of people are Reynor fans, is that it also stopped Reynor from getting that 4th time in a row being at a global championship finals. I mean, the guy's just, he got BlizzCon, then he actually won the online IEM Katowice, then he was in the next Katowice, and then he was, again, supposed to be at the next one, and Oliveira, of all people, were to stop him. So if Reynor had a little bit of chip on his shoulder, I wouldn't be surprised, but Raynor's a pretty chill kid, and I think right now he's just thinking, let me just go ahead and win this. I don't like being in the lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's not chilling once he enters the game, that's for sure. He is going to be looking for destruction here, I think. I really hope for a belter, as Calaris called it. I googled that word. It's actually seen reduced use, and it's at the lowest usage ever at 0.00002%. So shout out to Calaris for finding that word.
Yeah, I've never really heard it in that context, but it is British slang. I always heard it in the context of a loud singer. And then I guess also the Expanse. They were the ones that lived on the belt, right? So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I don't know. I love learning new slang to use, and Colaris just makes it so easy to use it and incorporate it into our cast because he starts it. But if I could, I'd also be bringing in some other slang, you know, like Australian slang or something. It'd be fun.
Oh, that would be fantastic indeed. And yeah, I mean, nothing eventful here in this early game. Reynor is going to be comfortable dropping that creep tumor up the ramp. Oliveira it's not going to be easy to contest on this map. And of course, both players kind of vetoing the expected maps, whereas earlier in the Korean TVC, we saw Altitude and Neo Humanity both go through the vetoes. This time around, both of those maps are gone. So pretty standard stuff here to begin.
Well, not so standard on the build order. Oliveira not going into Reactored Hellions, going 2-base kind of 1-1-1, sure. But then adding on Marines. Also, the wall off is very odd, I must say. Reynor not only would have a lot of surface area, which isn't too big of a problem early game TVZ, but just he would scout everything. There really isn't I think he'd even scout the starport. So the reactors, what they're added onto, if Reynor just got up in there, which is very possible.
Yeah, it's a very interesting wall-off indeed. I mean, in a certain way, it's kind of cool that both of the units from the buildings are going to be able to spawn on the other side, and you are double protected by 2 ramps on this particular map as the Overlord Scout gets denied.
Okay, so Oliveira is setting it up to look like it might even be like a 2-1-1. Can we get Raynor's vision again? Because he just showed a bunch of Marines, but he's adding on Marauders. Absolutely going to go into a Hellbat build. Yeah, exactly. So he's going to go into Marauder Hellbat after well, it's not going to look like a 2-1-1 with this Medevac popping out and doing some damage, but it looks like something that would not turn into Hellbat Marauder. Hellbat Marauder, certainly 99% of the time, is going to come out as its own build. Hellions first and Marauders being added on. This starts with Marines. Oh, that is an excellent scout. Seeing that one Marauder is actually enough to let Reynor know to expect the Hellbat attack.
Yeah, and instantly drops a Baneling Nest as a result. Obviously, Banelings are going to be the best possible answer against Hellbats. A Spine as well to counter the Hellbats. Obviously, that is what the Marauders are there for. But if you get rid of the Hellbats, Lynx and Queens have no issue whatsoever against Marauders. So Reynor with a great read here. And it's going to be difficult for Oliveira to make something happen now.
Yeah. That is very unfortunate, because I really think this could have thrown most Zergs off with the opening, the way it went down. Banelings are not prepared, but the Queens are all together, and that's always a solid start to defending a Hellbat attack.
Yeah, I mean, I love what Oliveira does in the sense that he goes as fast as possible, not really waiting for that many Marauders, trying to not leave too much time for Reynor to react upon being scouted. But is it going to be enough? A lot of Queens here, the Spine also just kicking in at this point in time. The Lynx just want to be safeguarded until the Hellbats are pushed away, and Reynor does a fantastic job on defense.
Yeah, as expected after he scouted it, but honestly, even if he got just any kind of inkling of it, if the Queens are together, that really is the start of, and perhaps even as much as 50 to 60% of the defense, honestly, especially against the Marauder build, which is supposed to catch one or two Queens because they slow them down, obviously. So Reynor dealing with that so flawlessly. Oliveira is honestly already in trouble. I don't want to call it game over, but that was one of the better holds we've ever seen from a Hellbat attack, and no complications afterwards. It's just gonna be difficult for Oliveira.
Very difficult indeed, and I do like the strategic choice from Oliveira. You mentioned him playing from China into Europe, but also for this particular map, the area that he chose to drop his Hellions to and the Marauders and whatnot, very nice, because you are on a high ground, so it's very likely to not get spotted until you go down this ramp. Leaves Reynor very little time to react had he not scouted, and it was so very close. Any other unit, any extra unit on that low ground on the first ramp would have done it. The supply depot a little bit earlier would have done it, and then we see a completely different game. But as a result, like you said, I mean, the Queens are together. The Baneling Nest, even though it wasn't ready, it forces the attack to come earlier. The Spine was ready, and now Oliveira in a world of trouble.
What's funny, though, I was thinking back to their Katowice best of 5. This was the map where Reynor was basically already tilted and already playing subpar. We learned later from Oliveira's interviews afterwards just how much, the details he was picking up on. But not about the map, just about the first game of the series, which... Katowice was, I think, like altitude or something. That was a double starport attempt. It totally failed. It was scouted. It was terrible. Oliveira just shrugged it off and said, well, I tried something kind of wacky, and it is what it is. And still ended up, of course, winning that series. So this is kind of similar to that. But obviously, it's still not ideal to start a series off like this and then be forced to play into what is probably going to be an attempted very late game TVZ.
And yeah, and we have to see Reynor not get complacent as well if he does get an advantage in this game. We know him to be the comeback kid. When he is behind, I feel like he is at his best oftentimes. So there's still that, right? Like, there's still that playing against him, maybe getting nervous towards the tail end of that comeback from Oliveira, as Oliveira tries to gain some ground. But already the creep spread fantastic. 5 bases on the side of the Zerg, and Oliveira just has to hold on for dear life here. So tanks are going to be his choice, and he's going to try to kind of crawl his way out on the map and make some space for him to slowly kind of try to bring this game back on defense.
Yeah, exactly. There's not much that he can do, really. He's not going to hit any particular timing or abusive tank positioning on the offense anyways. There's some nice defensive slots on Babylon as this drop does get basically cleared up. You send out 1 or 2 drops while you just defend at home just to make sure it doesn't get too overwhelming. But the fact is that it already is overwhelming. The supplies might not look that bad, guys, but it is a lot because Reynor is fitting everything in at once besides having to build armies. So he went up to 98 drones on 5 bases, macro hatch down, all the technology. Hive's already going to be finished at about literally 9 minutes. And then he's going to explode with aggression, and that's going to be still very difficult for Oliveira to hold up against.
Yeah, already a macro hatch in the main of Reynor as he takes his 6th base. This was extremely fast to the 98 workers, extremely fast to saturate the 5 bases. So it's going to be endless waves of aggression from Reynor for this time on, and I love that income advantage tab as well. You can see it growing. So even though the supply, like you said, wasn't too different, it's going to get worse and worse, and I don't know that Oliveira wants to be moving out right now.
If he's thinking he's going to hit before Reynor's investments pay off, I think he is incorrect. Because that's certainly something to think about. If he catches Reynor before he's actually max, because Reynor thinks, oh, he's going to play super passive, maybe there's something to be said there. But with especially the creep mechanic, so far in advance when they're pushing out, it's not like you skipped 60 supplies with an army to get where you are. Reynor is pretty much ready to go if Oliveira pushes it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he has a 360s around. If Oliveira goes another inch in the middle, Raynor's going to go. In fact, he's going to go right now, or at least it looked like on the minimap for a second, but presses S, and all of his units will stop.
Yeah, exactly. He's waiting for those 2-2, maybe. Or maybe he just figures it's not worth diving a little bit farther.
Yeah, I thought if Oliveira steps a little bit further, then he gets the 360. Where he stands, he gets like a little bit more than a 180. So I thought just wait a little bit longer, but then he started moving, and now he does with the 2-2, as you mentioned. This is going to be go time for Raynor, and I'm not going to mind it because he has the capability for remax. If he wins this fight, the game is as good as over, and it doesn't look too great for Oliveira, but Raynor doesn't need to trade too effectively here. This was great for him.
Yeah, you know, Oliveira has a sizable army left over, so he will be able to play out the rest of the game, or play the game a little bit longer as well. But Raynor can do this over and over and over again. The fact that that wasn't anywhere close to Raynor's side of the map really makes it acceptable. It's only if your hatcheries potentially under fire to a counterattack that you got to be careful as a Zerg player. Actually, currently some Liberators being quite a bother. Not a whole lot of anti-air. Finally, some Hydras getting out to clean that up.
Yes, indeed, as the lurker transition begins for Raynor here, who has taken an extra 2 bases now out on the map to make it a total of 8. That is more than his allotted number of bases that he should have, as now he comes crashing on through the middle of the map. No creep, no matter, says Raynor. He is going to continue to push on forward, and now will scout this CCs. He could go for them, honestly, trade units for them. Not usually the best choice, but this time around they're not nearly done, so even the Banelings would be good to detonate, and he is just completely swarming this game.
As much as Oliveira wants to show off his micro skills, despite, I'm sure, some lag issues, it's not enough. One individual Marine is not going to win against the horde of Zerg that is flooding across the map. Raynor had this down as soon as that Ling scouted the Marauder. That is literally what this game came down to.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was it. That was that one Zergling with almost no HP, and we thought, okay, this game is probably over. Raynor instant Baneling Nest, instant perfect positioning, and now look at this. I mean, the creep spread after to follow. Like you said, Oliveira maybe hoping that Raynor didn't explode as hard as he did, but that is just kind of Raynor in a nutshell. You cannot do this unless you have accrued a fantastic advantage, which he did. He deflects the first attack so convincingly that he can just go to 98 workers, and at that point it's checkmate.
Yeah, and so much room to maneuver again. If Oliveira had that Maxar army closer to an important base, the third or the natural, it still could have been scary, but it was nowhere close. So Raynor knew exactly what to do, and we are talking like this game is over because, guys, it really is. Oliveira, I don't know, hoping that Banelings all explode manually on nothing, I suppose.
Yeah, and the sad thing for Oliveira here is that you might feel like you got outplayed harder than you did, right? Because he doesn't know just how greedy Raynor was on the back of deflecting the first attack. So you might just feel like you got completely outclassed, but in reality, it was just that one decision from Raynor to continue to explode after holding the first attack and taking some risk at a point in time where it is very difficult for the Terran to make the decision to try and punish anything.
Yeah, very difficult game after that opening went the way that it did. But again, kind of funnily close to their series in Katowice, where overall, very few differences in the term of how screwed are you after this is scouted. So 2-port battle cruiser sounds quite risky. Sounds like if you get scouted, it's pretty much dead. That was true. Kind of same for a Hellbat build nowadays, honestly, especially with the likes of Raynor, who also did not take any harassment prior to that, by the way. There wasn't even a little bit of Hellion harassment. It was just that medevac that ended up joining up with the rest of the crew. So it really was determined from the get-go.
Absolutely. And again, like, Oliveira did make some really cool moves or cool, he had a lot of cool ideas going into this map. You mentioned the ramp. It's very unorthodox, but again, looking back on it, it makes it so that your very important early timing hits a little bit earlier, so that your units are kind of just spawning on the other side of the ramp. It makes it so that you have a double protection ramp and you're protected against the Overlord scout, where we saw Raynor fail to scout because the buildings are up at the front, right? So the Overlord doesn't get anything. It's just that one damn Ling that wins Raynor the game. And otherwise, cool strategy, cool map, cool concepts, cool positioning from Oliveira. But yeah.
Even the Reaper, actually. This is something that some other Terran builds do, which is that they do get a Reaper, but then they basically don't do anything with it except defend. Gumiho's 2-port battlecruiser build actually does the same thing. It's literally only there to stop a Ling from getting in. So basically, big F to that Reaper. It failed in its job, and that is the reason that he was so far behind. And to be clear as well, I don't think it's even a case that if Raynor hadn't scouted it, it would have been a slam dunk victory for Oliveira. I don't think it goes that far back towards his favor if it goes unscouted, but obviously it would have set him up very well to follow up with momentum. Let's see what he has in store for game number 2. In the bottom left, down 1, it is Oliveira.
And on the top right-hand side, it is Raynor. And yeah, I completely agree with you, but at the same time, while it wouldn't be necessarily a win for Oliveira right away, he gets something done, right? Like, you rely on the surprise element of this attack, and while surprising your opponent doesn't net you the victory right away, at least you're not going up against a Spine, which is just impossible, and you're definitely not going up against all the Queens clumped up, like you said, because if you're a sensible Cirque player, you need to be injecting, you need to be in different positions to deny, like split to deny potential Hellion harass or Reapers jumping into the main, or anything coming from the air. So your Queens can not afford to be clumped up unless you know that something's coming where they need to be. So he would have definitely bled out a few more units, taking a little bit more damage, and then the game develops differently where both players potentially have a chance at the very least.
Yep, 4 Queens die, more Lings than you'd hope die. The creep spread doesn't really get going. The injects are missed. The 5th hatchery gets delayed because the follow-up drop is so much better. And then that attack through the middle of the map, you don't have nearly as much time to get that humongous round that Raynor got. With Vipers, you might be able to get 1 or 2, either or, you know? So it absolutely would have changed the trajectory of that game. But unfortunately, with Raynor playing that out flawlessly, he scouts it, it is almost game over for Oliveira. He doesn't scout it, there would probably still be a chance that Raynor recovers, especially because we know him as pretty much the comeback king. I would still feel very safe giving him that nickname.
Absolutely. Oliveira this time around going for the SCV scout to make sure that his Reaper's going to be able to move out on the map, whilst Raynor kind of guessing that Oliveira might be going for something like a proxy, very diligent with his Overlord scouting himself, gonna sneak out the drone past the Overlord so that he can later take this hatchery once he has the money for it.
Yep, not even going to try and contest that. Really wants to get the information. You know, if he doesn't see a hatchery already done, it's a bit frightening. But it is a normal build. We said that up until Oliveira decided to use his reactor the way that he did. So I do believe Oliveira, just as the Terran, but also the player working with that problematic ping, is going to be the one that really has to change up the builds and try and get some leads, either by being aggressive and cheeky, or by being maybe just like extra macro and then playing a little bit more of a defensive style, because we do see a 3cc from Oliveira, so definitely not cheeky. In fact, very much in line with regular TVZ nowadays. But I don't know how comfortable he'll feel being super extra aggressive with it. I don't know what server they're on, to be clear, but it is absolutely something to consider when so much of the TVZ is microing very well with your Marines.
Yeah. And our observer does a beautiful job to point out the importance of this Overlord, which sneaks on behind the base of Oliveira unspotted. The CC is there to be spotted if Raynor moves just a little bit north here. So if he moves to the right, rather, he will see it, and then there's potential for Raynor aggression. But the later this game goes on, the more likely that Oliveira just kind of gets away with the greed that you were mentioning.
Was the left gas geyser the second one? Can we get a check on how much gas is available? Yeah, it was the second one. Believe it or not, I would believe Raynor would be able to tell that that was a 3cc based off of that. I mean, it's super small detail, but considering that Raynor isn't too desperate to get any further scouting, I think he's already figured it out.
All right, that would be rather impressive indeed, and it's very likely, but he's not really moving the Overlord for the time being. I still think that he wants to confirm at least a follow-up, as Oliveira is going for a couple of Hellions, first a Viking and then a Liberator off of the starport, and now he will confirm the CC, and yeah, that's going to be rather nice for him.
Well, the thing is, he might be able to determine it's a 3cc by anything afterwards. What is the combination of structures after the 3cc? That would still be very much in question. I don't think the gas changes well, I guess if you're doing like something like quick battle cruiser, it might have changed. But anyways, yeah, you definitely want to see it. Viking out, but then the barracks was faking a move off. So he's faking getting into
swapping.
Yeah. Well, yeah, swapping, but I'm just wondering why, because he also faked Banshee Cloak on the starport, so that he wasn't faking transferring the starport. Okay, he's actually gonna get a Banshee, but just not with Cloak. Okay.
Was the starport spotted? Can we look at Rainer's vision? Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's why I'm That's why I'm like,
Well, yeah, maybe when the barracks started floating, he was hoping that would be enough to tell his opponent it's probably something like Banshee with Cloak, and then retreat with the Overlord instead of, for sure losing it while you go further into the map. So Rainer just kind of wanting to confirm goes on further, and yeah, the mind game doesn't work as well.
I gotta say, he scouts the 3cc eventually, like confirmed, just, if I'm wrong about the gas geyser. And then I know okay, I was like, why is his drone count so low? Oh, he's gonna all in. Okay, yes, 100%. He's been planning this, I think, from that refinery. He's gonna do, get a lair, but absolutely no upgrades. Bring the queens over to deal with any potential banshees, of which there is one uncloaked, by the way. So he's just gonna be like, oh, great. And then he's gonna try and win right here, right now.
Yeah, this is very interesting indeed. It's going to be a lot of links, a bunch of roaches, and he will be looking for the punish that we've been talking about for a while. Now it's going to be 7 queens and 2 overlords. There's an extra overlord that's going to go to the main to try and disrupt with circlings. But pathing-wise, I guess the circlings are going to hit a little bit later. I would almost wish for this overlord to have left first and to hit with the circlings in the main to pull units back for this all-in to really take advantage of being as strong as it can be, as it's now hitting the third.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate there for Rainer, whose Lings could have easily jumped on top of this tank faster. But at the end of the day, you can just see that Oliveira was completely unexpecting this. Like, he had no idea it was on the way. If he did, I think it was a very easy choice, a very safe choice to just go back into his natural, which now he does. And he does have a solid fight in the natural because Stim is done. And that is the benefit of him not actually going into something crazier, I suppose. Liberator's not going to do a whole lot. But still a lot of Zerg in the front lines. And then maybe Rainer could... drop in the main base. Excellent addition.
Yeah, that's gonna do wonders for him. It's killing so much. Oliveira just not able to react to this one, as there is too much going on at the front. Rainer has already dropped creep tumors as well outside of Oliveira's base, so even if he wants to stabilize, he's gonna have to use scans in a game where he doesn't have the economy to work with. The Liberator run into a Spore on the other side, so nothing really going the way of Oliveira this game, and Rainer with an impressive all-in closes it out.
Yeah, very nicely done. I think that was a solid build choice, actually, kind of regardless of what the end result was. So, with that lift on the barracks, I do believe it was, and Scarlett's in chat saying the same thing, it was maybe trying to give that little bit of an idea that it could be mech. And since Oliveira is working with the, playing from China situation, I would say that mech is more likely when you are, afraid of lag and ping issues. So... yeah, I think this works if it was mech, because mech has so few units early on, and the queens take care of the banshees, if that's what you're depending on saving. That's theoretically, I feel like Oliveira would have had a better chance with the build he actually ended up choosing if he just saw this coming. If he just had an inkling of it, right? Then again, he backs into the natural. So there was certainly a risk with what Rainer was planning. He maybe didn't have literally all the details, but he did know it was a 3cc. And I think he was planning on punishing that greed almost no matter what.
Yeah, very impressive punish indeed. I mean, accounting for the Banshees, that is the unit that you make as a safety mechanism to account for Roach Ling all-ins. And, it's very uncommon to get the extra investment into Overlord speed, into the lair, and then make enough queens to actually cross the map. It hits a little bit later than most players would expect for an all-in that's trying to punish a third CC, but worked out beautifully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think for Oliveira, it's actually a little bit gut-wrenching that didn't work out the way that he did. If he could take a quick second and kind of look at the replay and how that all went down, he might be saying like, oh man, like I actually think I should have been okay in the situation. I did bamboozle the guy, but it's still just a strong attack when your units are not clumped up together, when they have no defensive properties, when you scout it as late as Oliveira did. So already on his last life in the bottom right is the Red Terran. He is Oliveira.
And in the top left, kind of dominating this series, it's not even close. It's for Basilisk, Reynor.
Also, I do think that Ling attack in the main was the real gut punch. Because if Oliveira had held in the natural, the supply depot and SEV pool and growing marine count, he would have lost a lot of SCVs with the SEV pool, but then he might have killed the army, right? And then you can do maybe some counterattacking. The fact was he lost 20 SCVs kind of for free, basically, in the main base, and was going to inevitably have to pull the SCVs in the natural if he were even to survive, which we know he did not. So that was just especially brutal.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like Oliveira got it completely, then he got a gut transplant, and then he got it again on multiple fronts, because I mean, even the creep tumors at the third, right, even if he stabilizes, even if he doesn't take any damage in the main from the Lings, even if he barely holds onto the natural, then he has to clear 2 different areas worth of creep tumors when you're already behind economically. So even just dislodging the third as convincingly as Reynor did, and killing all of those, and then gaining the terrain and making further use of that lair and the queens that he had, just to slow him down should he ever hold and then break out. I mean, yeah, there was multiple layers. He was just buried so many feet under Oliveira. There just absolutely no chance on so many fronts.
And Oliveira also, I mean, you can kind of say it's a bit unlucky. He didn't go over to the right side to harass that third base until the Liberator, right? And the Liberator kind of happened as he was being all in. Had the Hellions gone over there sooner, he might have been able to pick up on a lower than normal drone count. I'm not sure if Reynor did any faking with the transfer. And of course, if his Hellions had been more courageous, they could have entered into the natural and maybe seen a lack of gas, like illusion chambers, the roaches literally forming, any of those things. And again, his army was actually going to be better suited than if it was mech, which has such limited production. He actually had units. He just needed them to be in a better position and better SimCity working with them and all that good stuff.
Yeah, most definitely. And the Liberator, of course, just didn't accomplish anything because it's siege on top of a Spore, unfortunately for him. Hard to blame him because there's so much going on. And this is just kind of Reynor also, right? Like, because we saw it in the series against Showtime earlier today, he has just been multitasking out of his mind today. And so, I mean, it's so difficult to keep up, especially if you have a little bit of ping. But even without ping, it's been such a landslide that I just don't see them on the same class, at least not today.
No. Yeah, none of these things I would blame on ping. I might blame Oliveira's choices, like in the first game, for instance, on feeling like he has to do something to make up for later annoyances with that issue. But that last game, I think it was a relatively simple fake. It was something that really did not cause the Terran to, they didn't have to force it. It was like, oh, I'm lifting my barracks. Just kidding. Right back onto it. Doesn't require a lot. And then, yeah, this third game also looking like it might be just a normal build to 3 CC. No complications I can see from Oliveira's China to North America, whatever they're playing on, but he still is being outclassed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not like Micro came into play very much in the last game, right? It was just all choices pretty much that did him in, and just how good Reynor was at executing and multitasking as well. But it's not like you had the units in place, you didn't have the bunkers, you didn't have the scouting information. Like you said, he got it very late. So yeah, it's a very tough one, and he has a mountain to climb, Oliver, as he's going to open with Banshees once again, this time with Cloak. And Reynor going into a lair at this point in time.
Yep. Maybe we'll finally get something kind of decently going into the mid-game. It's a little more even on both sides. Because I do think that there are still ways to play out a Terran's mid-game, kind of after the basic 1-1-1 choices, that can still be a little different. And actually, I think Oliveira in the past has been particularly good at doing that. So it's not that he opens up something crazy like 3-star port Banshee, like Maru, but he'll get into kind of a typical 3 racks setup with medevacs, and then he'll just zig when everyone else zags. Been using that a lot lately. Or he'll include Hellbats with it, which can add that just a little bit more of a punch than Zerg's usually expecting, a lot of quicker armory. And I think that could still be something that's very clever, but still allow that room to grow afterwards. It's not as dedicated as, you know, that first game with the Marauder Hellbat attack.
Most definitely. Most definitely. There are kind of like lower effort units that you can use here and there, as the Banshees are going to go on the other side of the map. Very micro-intensive units, but they rely a lot on positioning as well. So as long as they can mostly avoid this more or less perfectly placed Spore, they should be okay. And they do scoot towards the side where the Spore is not, like it's 1 hex to the left. So he looks for an opening on the right, and now we'll be able to pick off 3 workers. This is the most success we've seen Oliveira find all series long.
Unfortunately, yes. And it's not too much, but we also don't necessarily expect that much from Banshees. So 3 drones and then they live is pretty good. Maybe the Hellions find a little bit more on the creep tumors, which we're catching some. We have a lot of barracks already coming down. So Oliveira, you know, planting down more than 2 barracks at a time. He added 4, but then he added 3 more before the 5 barracks even have all of their add-ons. So this is just accelerating into an 8 racks, very dedicated attack, which Raynor would love to scout.
Yeah, I mean, I love this from Oliveira because he has had a strong early game. The Banshees are there to double down as potential offense later on, and they do find those 3 workers, but also they kept him safe in his greed, and this time around he goes unpunished with that 3cc opening. So pros for Raynor, incredible creep spread. Oliveira didn't really have much to deny it, and it's a pretty rampy map, so it's very difficult to say deny the first creep tumor or delay it. And then, I mean, Raynor is just one of the best players at spreading creep, quite honestly. So that is the difficulty for Oliveira going into this. But as far as the game goes, conceptually, he has made great choices, and the early game has gone swimmingly for Oliveira. So let's see if this timing attack can work.
No, I think it's got a lot of power behind it.
Yeah.
8 racks is still very scary, even though it's maybe a little reduced in its commonality, how many people do play against it. A little bit of micro being shown off here against those Banelings is always nice. I mean, Oliveira did throw out an ARAX against Raynor in their last best of 5, but it was a bit more awkward. There was a lot of kind of missed scouting and difficult choices Raynor had to make. He went to Aspire when he really didn't want to. This would typically be where a Zerg player would say they have a good chance of dealing with this, but they also want to make sure they know it's on the way, which I'm not sure Raynor knew about. I don't know how scouting goes, but we have an attack. So, and Banelings, gonna be caught by the Banshee. Maybe not enough.
Yeah, good splits as well from Oliveira to reduce the damage that those Hellbats take. Even though they were clumped up and in a line, they don't all end up going down. And he gains a fantastic position here. The tanks are going to be super helpful, especially if he can get one behind those rocks. And Raynor getting caught a little bit here. I feel like this is a strong chance for Oliveira, as Raynor now looks for a little bit of a surround while the creep hasn't receded. And one of those creep tumors actually fails to get scouted. And that's wonderful news for Raynor, who is now going for the surround. The Baneling's not quite connecting, and the line of Marines extends very far back for Oliveira, so he will hold this position.
Yeah, it's very important that Raynor doesn't think that he has this one and then runs out of Banelings. If there's literally just 10 Marines left over and you run out of Banelings, you're in a lot of trouble as a Zerg. And people who are familiar with ARAX are certainly very familiar with that. So Raynor pulls back. He did have Banelings morphing as well, so Oliveira wouldn't be able to get that jump. You know, overall, I'd say this is kind of an okay position for Raynor still, but we do have to talk about the maxed out moment for the ARAX. Maxed out, maybe 2-2 finishing, and if Raynor doesn't have a hive with Vipers for dealing with those tanks, it could still be very complicated. But considering Raynor got up to 86 drones on 5 bases and still dealt with the first attack, I'm pretty impressed.
For sure. And he kills both or all of the tanks, really, which are the anchor for this army. There's no other source of splash. There's no other super unit here that's going to help Oliveira a ton. As Raynor now going for one of his signature counterattacks, he's going to get inside the natural. There is a lot of Banelings and Lings spilling in, so economical damage will be done. And this will force Oliveira on the offense once again, I believe. So wonderful job here from the Italian.
This is once again looking like a just different class of players, which, yeah, we all can admit that Oliveira's running Katowice was just simply magical. But again, we've said it before, I gotta say it again, so many players respect his skill, even outside of Katowice Magic. Usually I would say this would be closer, but Raynor is handling this 8 racks player as if it's no big deal, as if he's still on 5 racks. See if Oliveira's last push might be able to do something.
Yeah, and that is also just kind of trademark Reiner. If he wins, you know, a lot of the time it looks so convincing because he is so fast, and if he's winning, that means his attacks are working, and then he's very quick to snowball. Oliveira finding himself in a decent position once again, but unfortunately for him, again, that one creep tumor that was barely missed by the scan makes it so that he is in the middle of creep still. So the backstab potential rather for Reiner is there. Oliveira does gain a strong position where it segregates both of the armies and the bases of Reiner to either side. So Reiner has to kind of regroup. Oliveira with a wonderful spread, and finally will scan that annoying creep tumor, but won't be able to take it down even.
This isn't even a full surround, actually. Reiner missing the left side of his army, so it's a bit ill-timed, but it doesn't really matter. He just had too much with that creep to hold on, and it still ended up being a surround, even if he missed some of the queens on the left side, turning it into a 360 surround. Unfortunately, once again, Oliveira is running out of steam too fast. No miracle moment once again on Dragon Scales. At least I don't think so. I'm happy to be wrong. Oliveira still trying to get every little thing he can with the limited units he has, but they're taking on queens, which I don't know is the greatest sign. That's not exactly amazing most of the time.
Yeah, it's an absolute slaughter. I mean, Oliveira is staying here because I think he thinks, okay, I took down this base, like maybe if I take another one, he's gonna be down to like 2 or 3. But Reiner's already retaking the right side of the map, already ready to potentially forfeit this area, and Oliveira is gonna get once again surrounded here. Let's do a quick zoom on that creep tumor, the magical creep tumor down south here. That creep tumor, I hate it so much. If it was taken down, the surround from Reiner not nearly as effective. Spreading back onto creep is the worst feeling for a Terran, as you well know.
Yes, yeah, no, it really did impact some of the earlier fights. Even still, even if one creep tumor isn't usually a part of it, I am still a little flabbergasted. I'd love to go back and rewatch how this worked out. That Reiner, again, got up to 86 drones. He had 2 more and then built something on 5 bases and then dealt with an ARAX as if it was no big deal. Like, I don't... Yeah. I feel like, he didn't go up on a Hydras or Spire, and his upgrades finished well timed, but still, Reiner made Oliveira look like child's play.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like the creep tumor gave the win to Reiner, but it certainly would have been a little bit less of a landslide at the very least. How much impact it would have had to not have creep behind your army, I'm not sure. I think Reiner probably still takes it because he looked so dominant, but when it rains, it pours was my point. I mean, nothing going the way of Oliveira. His biggest victory in this game was taking down 3 drones with the Banshees, so yeah.
Yeah, very, very tough series to watch for Oliveira fans. And Oliveira does not do particularly well in this tournament. We'll see what he can do, I guess, next week. For now, congratulations to Reiner for the 3-0. And we move on to finish the broadcast off with Kalaris in the Kalaris Dome.
Thank you very much. Yes, right. Reiner made that look like an absolute doddle. I cannot believe how quick we're back here in the Kalaris Dome. We've got Fear Dragon and Rotterdam to talk about this one. Roddy, Reiner smashed this out of the park.
Yeah, Reiner looked fantastic. Mechanically, he really looked on point. I felt that he was pretty much doing all the things right that we know that Reiner can do right when he's feeling it.
Yeah.
He was amazing. The engagements were sexy. The surrounds were well set up. It felt that the queens were always where they were supposed to be. This fight, I think, maybe could have gone a bit better, but it was obviously okay given how the game was going. Just it was all Reiner and very little Oliveira in this best of 5.
Yep, Fear Dragon, taking a look at that. Sorry, I was talking to production whilst all this was going on. It's all good, all good. Taking a look into this series as well. I mean, it started from the very word go, to be perfectly honest, with Reiner just looking really on point through the entire series.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, I think I just want to emphasize that it was game 1 and 3, his defense looked really great, but even in game 2 over here, his offense and his ability to just make this push happen, Oliveira just had no idea it was coming until it was way, way too late to do anything about it. He even had the defense of the Spore Crawler to defend against the Liberator that was happening, the Liberator harassment that was happening during this attack. Reiner was just covered on all fronts, and it really did look like, from start to finish, really, really strong play on offense and defense. Reiner was out for blood, and he got it. He got all of the blood.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did, as we take a look at the tail end of this third game as well here. And Oliveira just really not getting much going in these highlights presented to you by Aramco as well here, Rotterdam. I'm sure as much as, you're happy for your boy probably, I would like to see Oliveira have a bit more gusto behind it, being our world champion,
Yeah, no, absolutely. He is the world champ. He's a well-deserved world champ, and he has gone 0-6 on the Saturday and Sunday here. 0-3 against Hero Marine, 0-3 against Rainer. The first day looked quite all right, actually, against Lambo. I mean, maybe that game on Grasvan, at one point, he got a bit sloppy and it got a bit close. But we're like, all right, Oliveira's here. He's here to play. He's ready to impress us once more. Last two best of fives, there's very little going his way. Yeah, I don't know what to say. That just makes me a bit sad because sure, I'm always happy for Rainer, but I want to see more of Gumio Dark, right? And even the TVT between Spirit and Special. I think both of those best of fives were excellent today. But yeah, just like with every other sport, Kalaris, sometimes you're going to have some more one-sided games. And obviously for Rainer, job well done. He qualifies for the big Gamers 8 tournament. He's going to be very happy. But I'm sure that he almost wished that he was pushed a little bit harder as well, because this is not how Rainer versus the world champion of StarCraft 2 is supposed to look.
Yeah, hopefully we get to have the interview with him in a few moments time, even I should say here, and then be able to kind of hear his thoughts regarding this series as a whole. But let's take a look at the brackets now and confirm what has happened here through the EPT bracket, because now we do have 4 of our EPT players confirmed for Gamers 8. Up towards the top, Hero Marine and Cyril being able to make it look good for your Dragon. And of course, I think a lot of us look at Cyril thinking, yeah, of course he's going to be able to get through. But Hero Marine, once it everything I'm about to say just comes at the expense of Oliveira. He slaughtered Oliveira in a 3-0 to get to Gamers 8.
No, Hero Marine played so well on those TVTs. He absolutely earned that spot. And again, I think it's not an unexpected result to see Cyril qualify or to like win his side of a bracket or something. But the way that Cyril did it, he dropped that one map versus Showtime, and it looked like Showtime was playing really well. And then he just looked unbeatable in some of the other games versus Showtime and versus Special. He looked like the Cyril of old. He looked like angry Cyril, which is my favorite kind of Cyril. I love when Cyril gets angry.
Scary Darth Cyril. Yeah, he's a terrifying one. Maybe it was always funny back at 2018 when by the end of the year we were like, could someone please just beat him? Please? It was terrifying. But let's look at the lower bracket as well here and confirm the 2 players that have been able to move through. Spirit up at the top here and Rain towards the bottom of this bracket. And Roddy, especially when we look back at that Spirit versus Special match, that truly was, no pun intended, a special one. It was a great series, and Spirit gets to Gamers 8.
Yep, that was awesome, man. I really loved it. Even that final game with the mech, and at one point I was like, maybe that final army of Special can get the job done, but it's just amazing to see how consistent Spirit has been over the last few months. He's really making a name for himself as not one of the top 10 guys in Europe, but no, I feel like he's slamming down that door into the top 5 and potentially wants to get a whole lot higher on that ranking. A well-deserved, hard-fought victory. Obviously heartbreaking for Special, because next week Kalaris is not going to get any easier when we've got Clem and Australia joining in the mix as well.
No, true. It really doesn't get much easier for either bracket as well. I mean, if you look in the Korean bracket as well, some big names going to be entering the fray there. So it's all but uncertain for some of these guys trying to advance through towards Gamers 8. So that's kind of the games as they do stand here, Fear Dragon. Fear Dragon, if you had to pick a moment from today, I mean, there was some really good series. What would you go with as we take a look at the South Korean bracket?
Ooh, I mean, I do have to say, like, the beginning of the day, the first series of the day was truly definitely my highlight. I think that was such an action-packed, barn burner of a series. I have to say, if you need to go back and watch one series, go watch Gumio versus Dark. It was fascinating to watch.
Calling something a barn burner. He's speaking my language. Let's look at the lower bracket here as well. And with Solar and Bjorn advancing from the upper and down towards the lower, we have Dark and Maru able to make their way through. A little bit of a, how do I describe it? Not the most exciting series between Maru and Hero that we were hoping for, Rotterdam, but Maru looked back on form, back in control, back to the greatness that he is.
Yeah, no, we can just erase whatever happened yesterday. And we're like, okay, that was a bit odd, but Mario looked amazing today. Like he has looked amazing so many times throughout, well, the last couple of years at this point. The man is just on point. I thought that the first game between them was kind of interesting. At one point, I was kind of feeling it for Hero. I was like, okay, that's a good attack, a bunch of SCVs. But yeah, after that, it all went downhill. It was a bit of a one-sided affair. I don't think anybody can argue with Fear Dragon. That Dark versus Gumio was fantastic and was the highlight of the day.
But there's one other highlight here for you, Kevin. For all the Protoss players out there, is that since all the no Protoss player made it out of stage 1, we get even more Protoss players next week in stage 2. They're all going to show up over there.
I'm sure that we'll have a couple of TVTs as well, and I'm sure that you guys will put me on it, because I feel like I've casted non-stop TVT of the last few days. Now, I don't mind it when the games are as good as Special versus Spirit, but I don't know what my co-commentators are on to, but somehow I'm getting scheduled for every single TVT, and, you know, they show up for a couple series Claras, then they dip out. Meanwhile, I'm here from the very beginning till the very end of the day. It's a brutal life over here.
No, actually, you've got a good point, Kevin, and I think, to that point, you guys should absolutely make sure Kevin covers those TVTs. When it comes down to them, I'm excited to hear more of that. Thank you very much, guys. All right, we have Reina on the line after he's now qualified into Gamers 8. So without further ado, let's talk to good old Reina. Let's see if he can hear me. Can you hear me, Reina?
I can. What's up, lads?
Amazing. We're doing good over here, and apparently you're doing good as well. My first question to you, Reina, is, well, firstly, congratulations for qualifying. That's awesome. Before this series occurred, what were your confidence levels like in ZVT in general? Because obviously you come off of a weird series before this, and then now you just smashed Oliveira, sort of. So where were you at before the series coming in?
I mean, a couple days ago, I played against Special and it was really bad. I was not happy at all with how I played. I was like, okay, this is not acceptable. So I fired StarCraft. I played like 45 games in a day, basically. Jeez. I was like, okay, I need to get back on track. And yeah, I would say it worked. I think I played pretty good today. Like, even for my standards, I'd say I played quite good, actually. So yeah, I'm happy with obviously the level and the result.
Yeah, absolutely. A casual 3-0 smashing of the world champion. Good job, Reina. Rotterdam, I'll pitch it to you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, for sure, a couple. I mean, it was just a trio. I think the games against Showtime, our man was on point as well. So first of all, congrats, Rainer. Let's start off with the second game, because you did the exact same build as you did against Gumio at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Maybe fine-tuning a little bit. Cheeky link drop in the main base. I love that. That was good. Was it meant to work against Bio too, or is that an anti-battle max special?
Absolutely not. I thought it was, well, he faked that it was mech, obviously, because he lifted the racks, and I was like, okay, this is suspicious, because you don't lift the racks like when my Overlord comes usually. Like, you want to wait a little bit. So I was like, okay, this could be Bio, but I think this team is going to be pretty late then. So I'm going to go for it anyways. It was not meant to work against Bio, obviously. It was meant for mech, but it did work out in the end. I don't know. When I saw the Marines and Steam, I was like, But then, yeah, I kind of crashed him, so pretty happy about the build. Freestyled it on the moment.
No, it was beautiful execution, especially the links in the main base. I don't know if you caught track of it, but they went ham, man. They got every single SCV in there while the Big Five was happening in the natural. I would love to ask you one thing about the Showtime series as well. You guys had a pretty good game on Dragon Skills. I think it was game on Dragon Skills?
That's right. Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Did you think that you were going to be able to break him towards the end? Because I know you had a good attack, you had a couple successful run-bys, but he also had one or two very strongholds on his side of the map. And when you... no, wait, I'm thinking of two different...
No, yeah, you're thinking of New Humanity, the second game.
Yes, but also your first attack, he was on the top left side, right? On Dragon Skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you in the end decided to send it, he had the stasis trap, he had the Archons, he had the batteries, he had cannons. Were you convinced that you were going to be able to get the job done there?
Yeah. I'm very proud of my ZVP at the moment. I feel like whenever I don't take damage and I get some damage done, like not even much, but some damage done, I always kill the Protoss player, always. And when I killed the workers in the main with the 2 Bailings, I was like, okay, he's dead. So I just need decent execution, and he's dead. There's nothing he can do about it. With the way I play, I'm very hit or miss in ZVP, and I punish every mistake I can. So yeah, I didn't let him breathe, and I kind of knew he was dead. Obviously, it was maybe possible to hold, but it would have been perfect execution maybe then. But yeah, it was going to be hard for him.
Yeah, well, I think you had maybe not perfect, but I think very good, at least offense on the execution offense there, because that could have gone wrong, I think, if maybe the Ravages and the Roaches were a bit more clumped up. In that second game, quickly then on Neo Humanity, at first it looked like you were steamrolling, and then he actually had 1 or 2 very good holds, because he did land a couple of massive bios. Ever slightly concerned on Neo Humanity, or you felt that you were just too far ahead to ever let that game slip?
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned because Neo Humanity, I always played with the rich gas, and he blocked it. So I was like, okay, now this all of a sudden becomes a toss map, because Neo Humanity for me, it's a Zerg map only if you take the rich gas as third. And all of a sudden it became a toss map. I was like, okay, how can I handle this? And I made some mutas because I thought this build kind of sucked against mutas, and they got me ahead. But I was kind of scared, yeah, because I wasn't breaking him, and then all of a sudden I killed a lot of probes, and I was like, okay, if I keep pushing, then I'm pretty sure I'll break him in the end. So yeah, I was kind of scared at some point.
All right, that's all for me. I'll pass it over to Fear Dragon, but obviously very well played in both the ZVP and the ZVT. Congrats.
Yeah, congratulations. And I think I just had one kind of major question about moving into the series versus Oliveira. How much on your mind was the whole Katowice run and everything, and kind of getting revenge? I'm just curious.
I mean, a little bit. It's always nice to get revenge, but it's for me, it's qualifying to this. It's not getting revenge the priority. I think about qualifying. I don't really think about getting revenge. As I said many times, I'm happy for him. I think he did a great job that day, and he definitely had an insane run. And yeah, I just wanted to play him again and feel the level and everything. Obviously, it's nice to get revenge, but I wasn't like, if I don't get revenge, I wasn't like Maru level, you know.
Yeah, I suppose so. All right, well, thank you for joining us, Rainer. Any final words, shout-outs before we let you go?
Shout out to Basilisk, love you guys. Shout out to Red Bull, and shout out to all my fans. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Congratulations for qualifying to Gamers 8, and we'll see you there.
Thank you. See you there. Bye-bye.
Awesome stuff, Rainer. Qualifying on through here in the first bracket. The opportunity does not pass him up with the 3-0 against Oliveira. Gentlemen. What I'm going to call it a turbulent day, Rotterdam, because we've had some excellent series, but we've had some proper bops as well. It's been up and down today.
Yeah, but I think it was more enjoyable than yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I think yesterday we had a lot of one-sided series, especially the best of fives didn't quite live up to the expectation. I think today was fun. I was thoroughly entertained as a StarCraft 2 fan, and I definitely enjoyed myself. Either casting the games or just hanging out with the other casters. I think it was solid. I think the best day was still the first one. I think we got very spoiled on the opening day of these qualifiers, but I think next weekend, Kalaris, it's going to get even better.
Yeah, we've got some good stuff coming up. Last thoughts, Fear Dragon, before we finish things up for day number 3.
Oh man, yeah, I'm mostly just excited for next week, and there's going to be a lot of those Protoss players are going to start showing their heads with stage 2, so I think that's something to look out for and be very excited for. As a
doesn't change anything for me, Kalaris. They're going to put me on the TVT, mate. I've got nothing to say. My colleagues are dominating me TVT next weekend as well, but can't wait.
Can the Protoss make it through when only PvPs are left? We'll find out then, Rotterdam. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here. Thank you very much to everybody around the world as well. That has been 3 fantastic days of Gamers Without Borders to start things off. But don't worry, we reboot on Friday and we do it all again to find out 8 more players moving on to Gamers 8. Without further ado, that's it from us. We'll see you next week.